Wolf is not stupid and he finally realized that 9 might not be the Gravekeeper. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, The Wolves Wave in the Atmosphere. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Player number 3 chose to speak in reverse order without hesitation. Player number 2, please speak. I'm not a wolf. I'm really not a wolf. How could I know that 10 was the prophet who recognized the wolf and left? It's really outrageous. If it wasn't for player number 9 jumping out to report the information and correct the perspective, I would have been on the side of player number 11 throughout the game. I would never have thought that player number 10 was a prophet showing off his skills. You guys are calling me a wolf, but you have to check your logic, right? It's true that I'm on the wrong side, but those who are on the wrong side are not necessarily wolves. I think my perspective is completely consistent with that of a good person who closes his eyes. Player number 4 was right yesterday. You guys pushed me into the wolf pit not because there was something wrong with my comments, but because the ranking system pushed me into the wolf pit. Although this is also a way to find wolves, and I often arrange wolf pits in this way myself, but I am really not a wolf brother. Player number 2 kept shouting that he was innocent. Although he could fully understand why the good guys called him a wolf, understanding was one thing and the good guys had indeed made a mistake in hitting him. It is normal to look for wolves in a pit. Logic and speech are one aspect, and the pit position is another. Otherwise, how can there be the concept of pit killing? Player number 1 is a silver water and cannot self-kill. Player number 3 is a witch. Player number 4 doesn't sound like a wolf from his speech. Player number 12 is a hunter. He was sandwiched between these people. Not to mention joining the wolf team to get a ticket, even if he stood on the opposite side, he would still be beaten. 1 2 3 4 1 2. What's more, looking at the whole audience, he seems to be the one with the lowest status. Player number 6 is standing on the opposite side, and he is probably not qualified to play the hook. Player number 4 had the wrong ticket just like him, but the other person was a good chatterbox and he couldn't beat him. The remaining player number 9 is the Gravekeeper, and player number 12 is the Hunter. In this situation, he himself feels like a wolf. Last night, 5 and 8 both died. The wolf didn't kill the witch Gravekeeper, but killed player 8 instead. This shows that they changed their strategy and started to kill people. My trump card is Min. If 5 is taken by the wolf, it's fine. But if 5 is taken by Min, 5 and 8 are both Min. If I am pushed out again today, there will only be one Min left on the field. Without the guards, everyone, the favorable situation might be overturned. Why don't we send out player number 4? He's the last wolf on the field. I can't play one self-knife or 6 hooks. Forget it, I won't say anything. If you are out, then you are out. As long as player number 5 is a wolf, the good guys can't lose. If the 5th card is not a wolf, it means there are 2 wolves on the field. In addition to player 4, there is also a deep water wolf between 1 and 6. In the end, I will still win against the push. So, from my perspective, if you want to win, then player 5 must be the wolf walking away, or else you lose. Listening to the speech of player number 2, Ren Fan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he smiled and said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, this is stable." Sure? What's sure? Sure to lose, right? I just like the anchor's confidence, and then getting slapped in the face is so exciting just thinking about it. Catch him hard, and you won't be able to stay here and test people. What the host meant is that player 2 is not a wolf. Even if he is not a wolf, the good guys can't lose. There is too much margin for error. As long as 5 is a wolf, there is a margin for error for 2 days, so they can win by taking the lead. You noob streamer, you can't even win with ghosts, please uninstall the game immediately. I feel like my IQ has been severely insulted when I watch your live stream. Ignoring the sarcasm in the comments, Ren Fan continued, player number 1 is probably a self-killing wolf, player number 5 is most likely a good guy, and player number 2 is probably a wolf. The audience in the live broadcast room did not agree with Ren Fan's words. Are you crazy? The gargoyle bored, and the little wolf cut himself? What if the witch is beyond help? The chances of the witch not prescribing medicine on this board are much higher than on other boards. Indeed, this board Werewolf must have a big heart. Let's not talk about whether or not you dare. You said that player 1 is a self-sabotaging wolf. Where's the logic? You just say it without thinking. I don't hear how 1 is similar to the self-saber wolf, and yesterday 2 was still clamoring for 1 to be released. You said 1 is a self-saber, and 2 should be a wolf. Isn't this a contradiction? Facing the audience's doubts, Ren Fan smiled and said, sometimes we can't focus all our attention on logic. We need to make bold assumptions, carefully verify them, and have a global perspective to analyze the purpose and original intention of everyone's speech. What did player number 1 say? He said he has the ability to stand on the side and doesn't need to be tested, but judging from his speech, his ability to stand on the side is not very strong. It can only be said that he is okay, but it is far from the point where he dares to say that he doesn't need to be tested. He said he didn't want to be tested. I'm afraid he just didn't want the prophet to test him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his expression to take such a big risk and kill himself. But it's a bit far-fetched to say that he stabbed himself based on this alone. Another reason is that I got stabbed. Player number 12 was a hunter. He was very hostile to player 1 at the time. He said that player 1 was on the wrong side and configured kidnapping. If you stand on the wrong side, you are a wolf. If this knife falls on player 12, you can imagine what will happen. So, I think the one who took the lead in stabbing me was probably player 1. He had the silver water to protect him, so he wasn't afraid of being hit even if he stood on the wrong side. The witch would always jump out to help him. After all, there were too few people who stabbed themselves on this board. Why does player 2 want to play player 1? Mainly because it forces the witch to jump out. Silver water is in the anti-push position, so he can't just hide and not jump out. At the same time, players 1 and 2 can step on each other to create an identity. Ren Fan's analysis was very reasonable, but the audience in the live broadcast room still disagreed. What the hell is this? It sounds reasonable at first glance, but it's actually just a cliché. It's bullshit. It is said that some people are good at inciting others. They can say that black is white and white is black. They can make things that do not exist sound like the truth. It makes sense, but not much. I still think the possibility of self-stab is very small. Just wait for a slap in the face. Some people just don't learn their lessons. I just said that the gargoyles bragging was a stupid move. If player 2 is out and the game is over, it will be hilarious. After analyzing the situation like a tiger, you end up with 250. You don't believe it? Well, let's wait and see. Player number 1 please speak. 245711. So the question is, where is the original stuntman of the wolves? Little Wolf couldn't have known in advance that the gargoyles would be so powerful. If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have killed Big Brother. The wolf pit you ordered, except for the gargoyle, 4, 5, and 7 are all police officers. What do you think of this, brother? Unless you insist on arguing that the wolf team had already discussed it and wanted to fight the cowardly wolf bureau, so they all stayed under the police and had no intention of jumping out. But do you think the good guys will believe it? Stop struggling, player number 2. Just explode. You know that you have the lowest status on the field and are the most like a wolf. If you don't play, then you will burst. Before player 1 could finish his words, player 2 exploded. Seeing this situation, Ren Fan became more certain of his judgment. He even felt that player 2 was selling himself out and providing an identity to player 1. He couldn't avoid being pushed back anyway, so if that was the case, he could give player number 1 another identity before leaving, which would be a worthy death. The good guys on the field were naturally delighted when they saw player number 2 self-destruct. If nothing unexpected happens, the game is over. 2, 5, 7, and 11 are 4 wolves, and the others don't look like wolves at all. Take 1,000 steps back. Even if player number 5 is not a wolf, at least we can be sure that 2, 7, and 11 are the 3 wolves gone, and there is still 1 wolf left on the field. It will depend on what decision the good guys will make tomorrow. Player number 2 self-destruct. Please leave a last message. Listening to the system's prompt sound, the good guy was a little disappointed. He thought that 2 would self-destruct and the game would be over, and the good guy would win. But it turned out that there was a last word. So tomorrow he would have to choose between happiness and despair. Player 4 or player 6. Player number 1, don't be too happy too soon. Can you tell who is the wolf among number 4 and number 6? So what if you are a silver player? You can't be sure that someone will kill you tomorrow when you wake up. If you are pushed out, I will definitely give a thumbs up to the good people. The one who laughs last is the winner. You only have one chance to push. Think carefully about who is the wolf. It's over. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 2 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. At the same time, Ren Fan said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "What do you think? I think 2 should be the wolf, right? His self-explosion at the end is to give 1 an identity. Silver water, plus standing on the opposite side to vote, plus positive logic to talk to the werewolf. The buffs are full. Unless one recognizes the wolf himself, otherwise, he is already invincible. Watch your face, don't get too proud even if you guessed right once. That's right, the one who laughs last is the winner. What if the last wolf is among 4 or 6? Don't be so sure, dog. Awesome? You said you have this level, it would be great if you could just play in the club. Now you can only be a streamer, earning hundreds of thousands of gifts a day, and you don't have to go out, you don't have to look at the club leader's face, and the pressure is less. You guys have made a simple board of a gargoyle gravekeeper into something so complicated. Wouldn't it be better to keep it simple? Brothers, I have a question. What are we here for? Aren't we here to scold him? Why are we actually watching his live broadcast? I came here to scold him, but I'm tired of scolding him just now. I need to take a break. I'll scold him again when I'm in a bad mood. Now I'm quite happy to see him playing games, so I won't scold him for the time being. +1. I have a question. Since they killed player 8, it means they have realized that the gravekeeper may not be player 9. If that's the case, why didn't player 2 become the gravekeeper? Are you stupid? Player 2 can't jump even if he wants to. If he is the gravekeeper, will he continue to stand with player 11 when he speaks the next day? The same goes for player 1. Neither of them can pick up the gravekeeper card. Since you can't beat the gravekeeper, why bother to kill player number 8? There's no point, right? Are you stupid? Of course I am. I don't know either. Don't ask me things I don't know in the future, idiot. Ren Fan saw this question, thought about it for a while and said, I guess that knife fell on player number 8, and he wanted to dirty the identity of number 9. Number 1 and number 2 really can't jump into the gravekeeper to wear clothes. Before, I thought there were wolves in 4 and 6, and that—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Knife 8 was for wearing the clothes of the gravekeeper. Now it seems that I was wrong. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the person who died last night was player number 3, and he left no last words. The good guys were not surprised by this result. In fact, if the wolf was arrogant enough, even an empty knife would do the trick. Anyway, now we are taking the route of slaughtering civilians, not slaughtering gods. As long as the wolf can push the good guys out in today's round and kill the last one in the evening, he will win. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether player 3 is dead or not. But if one is really a self-killing wolf, his purpose in attacking player number 3 last night was exactly one, which was to prevent anyone on the field from killing themselves. According to this logic, the witch must be in charge. Anyone else who does this has ill intentions and is trying to disrupt the rhythm. Once the witch dies, no one will kill themselves with silver water on the field anymore. After all, when the witch was alive, she said that if she couldn't get the silver water, she would kill herself. Once the witch died, she wanted to kill herself if she couldn't get the silver water. A good person would definitely not agree to that. Please wait for the sheriff to choose to hand over or tear off the police badge. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Player number 3 gave the police badge to hunter number 12 without hesitation. Player number 3 chooses to hand over the police badge to player number 12, and player number 12 becomes the sheriff. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 9 please speak. I'll vote between 4 and 6. I'm more inclined to vote for player number 4. Player number 9 still didn't take off the gravekeeper's clothes. Maybe he was really the gravekeeper, and 10 happened to guess it. But Ren Fan thought this possibility was very low. 9 should be a good guy who wore clothes to block the knife. The reason why he didn't take off his clothes now was probably because he thought the gravekeeper was player number 8 who had left. Sometimes you either don't wear clothes or wear clothes without taking them off, only in this way can you make the fake look real. Of course. As long as you put on clothes, you will inevitably make mistakes and end up making things worse. After all, whether to wear clothes or take off clothes, when to wear clothes or when to take off clothes are all choices. If you choose the right one, it will be great. If you choose the wrong one, you will be the scapegoat and it will be a mess. Player 7 is the wolf, right? When the first police officer spoke, I could hear from SIX's words that he was hostile to 7. Although you can use the wolf-stepping wolf as an identity, I think the hostility and murderous intent of player 6 towards player 7 is not fake, and his logic in attacking player 6 is very correct, not to draw the opponent's strong attack. And player 4, in the first badge flow of player 10, went to vote for player 11. This is a bandit vote. Regardless of whether he wanted to hook or rush, his motives were not good at all. It's the same with the police officer. His logic in attacking player number 10 was fine. The logic was fine, but the result was wrong. So I also have reason to believe that he was seizing the problem in No 10's speech to lead the rhythm. 24424. I have said so much, but I just want to express one thing. In my eyes, 4 is more of a bad guy than 6. I cannot guarantee that 6 is a good person, but if I have to vote, I will most likely vote for 4. As for player 1, he will definitely not be able to win. Not to mention that he is a silver player. Even if he talked a lot about player 2 yesterday, we have to admit that he is a good person. What's more, I remember it very clearly. The next day, player 2 stood up and spoke, leading the rhythm to come out with player 1. It was obvious that players 1 and 2 didn't meet, and player 1 was the good guy. But I'm not the sheriff after all, so it still depends on how the hunter votes. If he thinks player 4 is more of a good guy and player 6 is a wolf, he can vote for player 6, but I may not vote for him. There is nothing wrong with the logic of player number 9. In the PK between 4 and 6, normally, 4's turn will definitely be before SIX's. Judging from the behavior, player number 4 is the one who votes for the bandit. Player number 6 is standing on the side of player number 10 who is voting for the opponent. Judging from the shared side relationship, 6 and 7 don't look like they can form a double wolves, while may 4th be helping his wolf teammates to vote or to create an identity by hooking back. Judging from the ticket pattern, player number 4 is still like a wolf, and player number 6 has not done anything evil. Anyway, no matter how the game is played, the status of 4 is lower than that of 6, so player number 9 should play him first, and there is nothing wrong with that. As for player number 1, he can only play as a good guy. It is impossible to say that he is a self-defeating wolf at this time. Player number 6 please speak. Player number 4, you don't think you are qualified to compete with me, do you? No matter how you look at it, I can't be a wolf. I advise you to save your breath and stop struggling in vain. The sooner you explode, the sooner you will be reborn. Player number 9 has already explained the logic behind why I am not a wolf. I would like to add a few more points myself. First, many people under the police said that the possibility of 11 and 12 being wolves is very low, and then used this point to support player 11. But what did I say? I said that the probability of 11 and 12 being wolves is about the same as the probability of 11 and 12 being good people. Neither of them is normal. So, you can't use this to take sides. You can tell me whether my logic is correct or not, right? Can a wolf think of this? He can't. Second, after player 9 jumped the Gravekeeper, he suspected that player 3 was the wolf. It was me and player 8 who said that we couldn't rashly tear off the police badge today. We had to play player 7 first. Maybe player 3 was the one whose identity was corrupted. No matter what, we had to listen to what player 3 said. Especially after 7 and 9 jumped on the Gravekeeper, I stood up and hammered 7 to the ground, saying that his logic of jumping on the Gravekeeper with 9 was pure nonsense. From this point, it can be seen that player 7 and I are not on the same side. If we were teammates of the Wolves, I could definitely set the pace and make player 7 the Gravekeeper. I could use the hostility of 9-3 to trick player 3 into returning to player 9. But I didn't do that. Instead, I beat up player 7. That shows that I am a good person. Third, yesterday's speech by player number 4 was too eye-opening. No good person would have thought that 11 gave the badge to 3 to pass on a message to the Wolves that 3 had an identity. Player number 4 just happened to think of this and even figured out player no 3's identity. This is not a good person's perspective. Although his words sounded very frank and he talked about this point without any reservation, this was precisely his cleverness. He played a counterintuitive role with the witch, and the witch fell into his trap as he wished. Since player 4 could bring himself to discuss this, his identity is very suspicious. Player 2's crazy beating of him yesterday was even more suspicious. The second and fourth double wolves are obvious. I hope that player number 12 can return the vote and not let down this badge. After a pause, 6 said, player 1 will definitely not get a chance to play. Not to mention that he is a silver player, the probability of him killing himself is very low. Just because he has always been standing on the right side, his turn will be after player 4. What's more, yesterday, player 1 blew up player 2. I can't rush to discuss player 2's self-destruction just to give player 1 an identity. If this game is really 1 or 2 wolves, then there is nothing we can do. The good guys can only accept the defeat. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 4, it's time to end this round. Player number 4, please speak. What are you talking about? Have you figured out who is the wolf and who is the good guy? My trump card is Gravekeeper, player 9. I thought you were a good guy before, and you jumped into Gravekeeper to block my attack, but now I really suspect you are a wolf, and you are trying to trick me. As soon as player number 4 said that he was the Gravekeeper, Ren Fan immediately smiled as if to expect it. He said that player number 9 was wearing clothes, so how could it be such a coincidence that player number 10 randomly picked a Gravekeeper and the other player happened to be the Gravekeeper? Only player number 9 was clear-headed and realized the reason and purpose of player no 10's elimination. After all, people in this score range are all veterans. They can't say how awesome they are, but at least those who should understand know that when they really show off, they are no worse than the so-called A-League players. Actually, ever since the day when player 8 got stabbed, I've been a little suspicious of your identity, player 9. The Wolf Slayer god was doing well in his killing spree. Why did he suddenly decide to massacre the people? I had a hunch at the time that the massacre of the people was fake, and the killing of the Gravekeepers was real. Player number 9 is wearing the clothes of the Gravekeeper. He can say that he is blocking the knife. Even without him saying it, the Gravekeeper himself will think so. Jin could have just killed the Gravekeeper and kept wearing the clothes until he died. This might be the reason why player number 8 got stabbed. Plus, player number 9 hasn't taken off his clothes in this round, so player number 9 should be the wolf. If he is a good person, he should take off his clothes. From what player number 4 said, he wants to attack player number 9 as the wolf. Otherwise, there is no need to talk about why player number 8 got hit. Talking about number 8 getting hit and the wolf running towards the Gravekeeper to chop him is all to prove that number 9 is the wolf wearing the Gravekeeper's clothes. Moreover, the suspicion of player 4 is very reasonable. Why did the wolves suddenly start to kill people? This is not normal, and there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. When the good guys on the field heard that player number 4 had jumped to become the Gravekeeper, they felt it was outrageous. If you say player number 4 is a wolf, then he is courting death by jumping into the Gravekeeper with 9 pairs. Isn't this? If player number 4 is the Gravekeeper, then at this time, if player number 9 does not take off his clothes, he can only be a wolf. So the question is, if 9 is a wolf, can the wolf team still recognize player 10 as the big brother and kill Ren Fan with a knife at night? If possible, I really don't want to bet on player number 9, because if I bet on him being a wolf, the logic is too outrageous. I need to think deeply about the wolves' tactics. Player 10 was eliminated and recognized as a wolf, in order to trick the little wolf into killing the gargoyle. The little wolf knew about 10's tactics, but still wanted to kill the big brother, using his own trick against him. To be honest, I find this logic unbelievable myself. Judging from the level of speech of 2 and 7, can they perform so well? Unless it's player number 9, who goes against all odds and insists on killing player number 11 to create an identity for himself. As long as player number 11 gets killed, the good guys won't be able to figure out that he's a wolf, because he's a wolf, and it's impossible for a little wolf to kill the big brother by mistake. But player 9 insisted on using Big Brother's life to gain his own identity as Wolverine. In theory, it does make sense. Player number 8 got stabbed, and player number 9 said he was a Gravekeeper and refused to take off his clothes, which forced me to guess that he was a wolf. Otherwise, I'll have to ask player 1 to hit himself, or player 6 to hit the hook. But this guy stabbed himself. He has never won before or what? He stabbed himself with his head. Aren't you afraid that the witch won't prescribe medicine? Plus, 1 and 2 don't look like they share the same edge, so I'll take on player number 1. What can I say about player number 6? Actually, I don't really want to play him. He has no problem with either the side or the ticket type, especially since I also think that number 6 and number 7 cannot form a double wolf. I can clearly feel the hostility that player 6 has towards player 7. I believe it is logical that they should not meet. At the same time, this is one of the important reasons why I think 9 might be a wolf. I don't want to play him, but I have to. Whether it's that player 8 got stabbed or that players 1 and 6 don't look like wolves, it all shows that you may have mistaken player 9. He's not a good guy who wears clothes to block the stab. He's a wolf who uses the opponent's strategy against him. I know that when I say I am a gravekeeper, you all find it incredible and think I am telling you a ghost story, but this should be the truth. If my trump card is wolf, there is no need to fight with player number 9 for clothes at this time. Even if I go to play against player number 1 to kill myself, I will not bring bad luck to player no 9. There is only one reason why I can change my identity in this situation. I am a gravekeeper. I can't keep lending my clothes to others. In the end, I have to step out and show my identity. Whether good people believe it or not is one thing, whether I jump or not is another. Player 9, if you are not a wolf, hang your ticket on player 6. Or maybe 1 and 12, both of you don't have to vote, just me, 6, and 9, the 3 of us will go on the ballot. If player number 9 puts his ticket on me, it means he is a wolf pretending to be the gravekeeper. There is nothing I can do if I lose. If player number 9 doesn't vote for me, it means he is a good person, and the last wolf is player no 6. My vote can only go to 9, because that's the only way to maintain balance. I vote for player number 9. If he's not a wolf, he'll vote for player number 6, and player number 6 will vote for me. We'll each have 1 vote, and the 3 of us will compete at the same time. After we're done, players number 1 and number 12 will know whether or not he's the gravekeeper based on the vote pattern of player no 9. Of course, it would be better if player number 12 had the guts to vote directly for player no 9. Player 6, if you are a good person, I hope you can rethink your logic and think about whether I am a wolf or not. Is there really something wrong with my logic? You hit me just now because you believed that I was a wolf. You can't hit me anymore. You must find a way to turn me into a wolf. As the saying goes, the butt determines the head. Looking at my words and actions with a critical mindset, and even associating the 2 beatings on me as an identity, are all based on conjecture and association that I am a wolf. Anyway, my trump card is the gravekeeper. Today I'm going to play player number 9. That's it. Pass. Player number 1, please speak. Do you believe in player 12? I don't believe it anyway. I think player 4 is taking a risk and gambling with the good guys by suddenly jumping into the gravekeeper at this time. If he competes with player 6, he will definitely be eliminated because he cannot possibly beat player 6. No matter from which aspect, he should be ahead of player 6. Without any help, 4 can only run to attack player 9. In this way, the good guys will think that if he is a wolf, there is no reason to attack the gravekeeper who has already been recognized. Isn't that courting death? Unless he is really the gravekeeper, and player number 9 is the wolf team will use the same trick to kill the big brother and become Wolverine. If that's the case, it's not that the wolves were tricked by the prophet, but that the wolves went with the flow and set a game within a game for the good guys. In theory, it is possible, but I don't think it's possible to perform such a fancy operation with the level of 2 or 7. So, don't think too much about it. Just keep it simple and send out player number 4. Sometimes good people lose because they think too much, complicating simple problems and making the game more difficult for themselves. It's really unnecessary. Player 1's meaning is very simple. He doesn't believe that 4 is the gravekeeper and doesn't want to complicate a simple issue. Player number 9 can jump into the gravekeeper's perspective when he wakes up the next day, and he did not take off his clothes in this round, so he is the gravekeeper. The idea that the wolf team saw through player no 10's tactics and took advantage of the situation by assuming the identity of Wolverine is all groundless fantasy. If you are going to play today, just play player number 4. Thinking too much will only hurt yourself. Player 12, you are the sheriff. How you return the votes depends on what you think. Now it's 4 and 9 jumping against the gravekeeper. Although 4's chat seems quite serious, I think he is just trying to trick us into resisting player 9. According to him, the wolves are simply amazing. They knew that 11 was the big brother, but they still killed him. Was that necessary? On the first day, the prophet was pushed out. It would have been better to just kill the hunter at night. Then we can just chop him. Anyway, there are gargoyles. The god cards can't be hidden. Why do we need to make it so complicated? Kill the big brother. It's a pity that player number 4 thought of it. Originally, I was still struggling over which one of 4 and 6 was the wolf, but after 4 became the gravekeeper, I stopped struggling. I'll play 4, and if 9 is really the wolf, let him win. I can accept losing to player number 9 for playing so well, but I can't accept losing to player no 4. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 4, pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 12 Man Wolf King Dreamcatcher. Player number 12 please speak. To be honest, I kind of believe that player 4 is the gravekeeper. If he was a wolf, he would have jumped against the gravekeeper at this time. There were 2 wolves at 9 and 11. The little wolf deliberately killed the big brother to give himself an identity. This logic is too outrageous. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Player number 12 did not mindlessly attack player number 4 as a wolf just because player number 9, who had already been identified as the Gravekeeper, jumped against the Gravekeeper. On the contrary, he was even inclined to believe player 4, which made Ren Fan look at him. The pace set by player 1 in the front did not seem to affect the judgment of player 12. He was still quite opinionated. If not, he would have followed player 1's logic and speculation and voted for player 4. Player 1 said that player 4 was taking an unconventional approach, using unconventional speech and behavior to win the trust of good people. Only in this way can he have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he will definitely be pushed out. The idea is fine. This is indeed the profit of player 4 pretending to be the Gravekeeper. Maybe the good people believed his lies. But I think even if 4 wants to tell a ghost story, it's not like 9 is a pair of Gravekeepers. 9 and 12 are double wolves. He wants to cheat the good guys to survive. It's better for one to be a self-killing wolf. Anyway, I think for the wolf, either it should find a way to resist the push of player 6, or it should not play by the rules. Acknowledging the 6, playing the silver water and self-knife, and jumping to the Gravekeeper with 9 pairs is not something a wolf would do. He dared to jump into the Gravekeeper role at this time, and talked about his speculation about the number 9 player jumping into the Gravekeeper role wearing clothes to block the knife. I felt that he had the possibility of becoming the Gravekeeper. If it were me, I would only think that player number 9 was a good guy in clothes, and I would not jump out to shoot him. After all, the information reported by number 9 was correct, and number 10 was indeed the prophet who left. Not only that, the position of number 9 is also correct. Number 7 is the wolf. In particular, he also figured out why number 10 wanted to recognize the wolf and leave. Both the logic and the person who clicked are correct. In this case, who would think of number 9 and number 11 as 2 wolves? Most importantly, I think the speech made by player 4 yesterday was very good, not like a wolf. Originally I wanted to return the vote to player 6 if he didn't jump to Gravekeeper. Although on the surface 4 seems to be more of a bandit than 6, I believe in my judgment. 4's speech yesterday didn't sound like a wolf. Player number 12 has said this, and it seems that he really wants to recognize player number 4 as the Gravekeeper. Logically speaking, 4 is quite capable and has more courage since he can recognize 12 as the Gravekeeper at this time and recognize him correctly. Who would be willing to take the risk of recognizing number 4 as the Gravekeeper? Just return the number 4 according to the rules. Even if he returns it wrong, no one can say anything to him. But if I believe that 4 is the Gravekeeper and he returns the wrong ticket, he will have to take the blame and be blamed. 4 is the Gravekeeper, but that doesn't mean I'm going to play 9 and 11 double wolves. This logic is too ridiculous. I don't understand it. The wolves can't pull off such a trick. They knew that player number 11 was the boss but still killed him. I don't want to bet that player number 4 is a wolf, and I don't want to bet that player number 9 and number 11 are both wolves. That leaves only one possibility: everyone. Player May 4th have misunderstood player 9's intention and purpose of not taking off his clothes in this round. Player 8 was stabbed because he thought the Gravekeeper had left, so he didn't take off his clothes. It wasn't that the wolf wanted to put on clothes to resist the good guys. Yes, this makes the game more logical. Although it's still a bit shaky, it's at least better than playing with 2 wolves at 9 or 11, or playing with a single wolf who tries to become the Gravekeeper at this time. Player number 6. I was thinking of playing number 6 before, but the 4th jump of the Gravekeeper disrupted my thinking. I felt that Six's speech was not well done. Although he was on the right side, his logic and perspective were flawed. The wolf pit he clicked under the police was even more wrong. At that time, player 5 pointed this out and said that player 6 clicked 7 and 9 to enter the wolf pit at the same time, which was a bit explosive. It is impossible for 7 and 9 to make a double wolf. In fact, I always felt that it was weird for player 6 to stand on the side of player 10. He insisted that player 11 and I were bad teammates. He never thought that player 11 and I were good people. Since he said that both situations are low probability events, why did he only play 11 and 12 pairs of wolves and not 11 and 12 pairs of good people? In the final analysis, it is just a purposeful decision to side with player 10. Good guys don't have such a strong purpose, only wolves do. Let's play player number 6. Now that I have this badge, I have to do something and be responsible. If it was someone else, they would have followed the advice of player 1 and played 4, but I think he didn't play it right, so I don't want to give it to player 4, I give it to player 6. I'll take the responsibility if I'm wrong, so that's it, it's over. After listening to the speech of player number 12, Ren Fan could only say that this person was quite capable and quite courageous. When 4 and 9 were the Gravekeepers, he did not choose to return the vote between 4 and 9, but recognized both of them to be the player number 6. Most people cannot do this. If player number 6 is really a wolf in this game, and player number 1 is not a wolf teammate who kills himself, then player number 12 is the real winner and will definitely be the MVP. Even player number 4 himself did not think that 9 did not take off his clothes because he was afraid that 8, the Gravekeeper, had already left. He took off his clothes and let the wolf pick them up and put them on. But 12 thought of it, and the difference in their levels was immediately apparent. Now it's time to witness the final results. If one is a wolf, the wolves win. If one is not a wolf, the good guys win. As for the fact that player number 9 was his wolf teammate, Ren Fan only wanted to say 3 words: impossible, absolutely impossible. These wolf cubs can't possibly be so cruel or have such a long-term vision, and there is no need for them to play like this. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. As soon as player number 12 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. If nothing unexpected happens, player number 6 must be the one being resisted. If he is a good person, he will probably be pissed off to death. A person who stood on the opposite side and voted against him the whole time was finally eliminated by a hunter from the wolf team. You can imagine how upset he was. In a fit of rage, it is possible that he cursed while delivering his last words. Although cursing would lead to disqualification from the competition, he was so angry that he would not care about so many things. Even if player number 6 is restrained enough and doesn't swear when he makes his last words, he will still scold player number 12 during the review. If he doesn't swear, he will be suffocated to death. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 1, 9, and 12 choose to vote for player number 6. 4 choose to vote for player number 6. As expected, player 6 was pushed out. In an instant, everyone's heart was in their throat and their heartbeats accelerated. Including Ren Fan, he thought that player number 1 was a wolf teammate, and he boasted about it in the live broadcast room. His analysis was very clear and logical. It would be very embarrassing if he got it wrong. Player number 6 is out, please leave your last words. Hearing this prompt tone, Ren Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smug smile appeared on his face. As expected, he guessed right, player number 1 was a little werewolf. Player number 6 is very pitiful, vividly illustrating that it is useless to stand on the right side in this game. Standing on the right side is worse than standing on the wrong side, because he has a high status. Player 12, do you still think I'm a wolf? To be honest, when you first attributed the vote to me, I was so pissed off that I wanted to crawl over to you online. 4 and 9 are the pairs of grave jumpers. You didn't find the wolf among the two of them, but voted for me. You must be crazy. What's more, I stood on the opposite side and voted for them the whole time. I was always the wolf. But after looking at the ticket pattern, I realized that you must have played the right game. Player number 9 hung his ticket on me and didn't vote for player number 4, which means he took off his clothes. In this case, from my perspective, I can only predict that player 1 is a self-killing wolf. There is nothing I can do about it. He killed himself and killed player 2 at the same time. I really can't predict him. Even if you don't belong to me today, but to player 4 or player 9, you will still lose, and the result will not change. I can only say that the wolves played too dirty and were too bold. The gargoyle's board stabbed itself, showing that they were not afraid of death. But they made the right bet, so we can only accept the loss. It's fortunate that player 1 is a wolf. Others feel sorry for him, but you should be thankful for player 12. If he wasn't a wolf, do you think I would send my regards to your whole family? No more talking, just leave it at that. Pass. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the person who died last night was player number 9. Game over. Werewolf wins? Immediately, the data settlement page popped up. 1271111. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 10, the witch is number 3, the hunter is number 12, the gravekeeper is number 4, and the rest are civilians. What follows is the specific actions of the night god card and the werewolf. On the first night, the gargoyle checked that player number 10 was a prophet, the prophet checked that player number 11 was a werewolf, the wolf knife fell on player number 1, and the witch used the antidote to pick him up. On the second night, the gargoyle identified player number 3 as a witch, and the wolf knife fell on player number 11. On the third night, the wolf killed player number 8 with a knife, and the witch poisoned player number 5. On the fourth night, the wolf blade fell to player number 3. On the fifth night, the wolf sword fell to player number 9. Fuck, player 11, you verified that I was a prophet on the first night, so why didn't you throw a check on me? Player number 10 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't expect that Ren Fan would test him on the first night. No wonder player number 12 threw a check at him, but he dared to throw gold water at player number 12 in return. Everyone subconsciously thought that Ren Fan played it this way because he had verified that 12 was a hunter, but he didn't expect that this was not the case at all. According to normal human logic, he should have thrown the check to the prophet. It didn't make sense for him to throw the gold water to 12. This was what 10 couldn't understand. I'd really like to throw a check at you, but I'm afraid 12 will mistake me for a prophet and you for a gargoyle. If you jump at the same time, I'm afraid the three of us will have to pack up and the wolves will lose a lot of money. Ren Fan said. At that time, I was not sure whether 12 was a good guy who was faking his identity, or a werewolf who was trying to kill the prophet, but no matter which one it was, I threw gold water at him to minimize the probability of a car accident. The key is that I'm afraid of you jumping, and I'm even more afraid of you not jumping. If you can sense that 12 is Little Wolf and I'm the gargoyle, and you just lie low and pretend to be a big brother who is being checked, that would be awkward. At that time, Little Wolf will definitely do his best to rush me out. So, even though I really want to throw a check at you, there are too many uncertainties after throwing it. To be safe, it's best to throw a gold water at 12. If he is a little wolf, he will know that he is against the big brother. If he is a good person, he will definitely follow me. The best result is that his trump card is the hunter. The prophet has 11 and 12 double wolves, which is tantamount to seeking death. It is worse than jumping from the spot when receiving the check kill. After listening to Ren Fan's mental journey and considerations of throwing gold water to player number 12 instead of checking and killing him, 10 couldn't help but secretly admire him. He really thought a lot and had a long-term vision. If it was him, he would send a check to the prophet after the alarm, otherwise the prophet's test on the first night would be in vain. He would feel at a loss if he didn't use this information. This is determination. Ren Fan can bear it and make more stable choices, while he is more radical and only wants to kill the prophet without thinking too much. Ren Fan even thought of the prophet hiding himself and pretending to be the big brother, which shows how cautious he is. Well, you think a lot. Player 10 said with a smile. Although he lost the game, he didn't feel bad, because the werewolf was so cool. The big brother came out to act tough, and the little wolf stabbed himself. The wolf team was so ruthless and so bold, it was only natural that they won. You can't just get angry whenever you lose. It depends on the circumstances of the loss. Sometimes you curse others after losing not because you can't accept the loss, but because you feel frustrated after losing. For example, can player 6 have the same state of mind as player 10? Obviously not. Fortunately, player number 1 is the wolf in this game, otherwise, no matter who is the gravekeeper between 4 and 9, 12 will be sprayed to death. In fact, player number 6 has a pretty good temper. If it were a guy with a bad temper, he would have started swearing at the guy. Now, player 6 shouldn't be too harsh on player 12, after all, he didn't make a mistake. Player 4 is the gravekeeper, and player 9 is wearing clothes to block the knife. It is normal to use him when there is no silver water self-knife in the game. He feels a little depressed, but he can also express his understanding. Moreover, he has been playing this game for so many years that he no longer has high blood pressure. Unless he encounters a particularly infuriating situation, he will not openly curse at others. You're not bad either. You wore my clothes and pretended to be the big brother after you were eliminated. You fooled little wolf into submission. This move was really impressive. I'll try it next time. Ren Fan spoke from his heart, not just for commercial purposes. Player number 10 was able to change his mindset in such a short period of time, from insisting that he was a prophet to readily admitting that he was the wolf. This change in mentality is not something that ordinary people can do. Especially the logical thinking of the gargoyle who recognized the big brother as the one who tricked the little wolf into using the knife, which is really eye-opening. Even Ren Fan was a little surprised at the time. He didn't expect that it could be played like this. In other words, the good guys lost this game. If the good guys won, player number 10 would definitely be the MVP. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. Actually, I just wanted to give it a try. An idea suddenly came to my mind. I wonder which brother is so kind. Is it you, player 7? Player 10 asked with a smile. He was actually quite curious about who brought the knife and chopped Ren Fan. It was so funny that his elder brother died under the wolf's knife. This is also the reason why I don't feel bad even if I lose. After all, I feel a sense of accomplishment when I show off to my big brother. As for the points deducted for losing, it doesn't matter. His ranking is so high, it doesn't matter if it drops a little. As long as he doesn't fall out of the top 100, it's fine. It wasn't me, it was player 1 who brought the knife. Of course, I didn't object. Player 7 shrugged. In fact, when they knew that Ren Fan was the eldest brother, they knew they were going to be scolded. He came out to act bravely, not only snatched the police badge, but also pushed the prophet out of the game. In the end, he didn't die at the hands of the good guys, but died at the hands of his wolf teammates. How can you not be angry? If it were him, he would have to scold the 3 little wolves after the game, and he wouldn't be able to vent his anger until he scolded them for 10 minutes. But Ren Fan seemed quite calm. He looked like a good guy, not a grumpy old man. Player 1, I'm actually quite curious, why don't you go to level 12? A hunter must be a hunter, it would be much better to let him lead the team. It would be a bit hasty to go straight to level 11. Listening to what player 10 said, player 1 immediately shook his head. I didn't think too much about it at the time. You admitted that you were out. We all thought you were the big brother. Who would have thought that a prophet would admit that he was out? And I definitely can't kill 12. He picked me up in the wolf pit during the day. In this situation, if I kill him, what if he takes me with him? I finally succeeded in stabbing myself. I can't put myself in danger. It doesn't matter whether 11 is the big brother or not. As long as I'm alive, the wolves will be invincible. Although killing the big brother was a mistake and a bit weird, but in the eyes of player number 1, his choice was not wrong. Knife hunter, what if he is taken? The witch knew he was silver water, but the hunter didn't know. At that time, 12 was very hostile to him. He was out of his mind and bet that the hunter would be eliminated without him. In fact, whether it is the little wolf or the big brother, once he comes out on the first day of Christmas Eve and becomes silver water, everything will serve him. Wolves generally don't kill themselves on this board because the risk is too great. Many witches really don't use the antidote on the first night of playing this board. However, once he succeeds in committing suicide, it will be difficult for good people to get him, and it can even be said to be unrealistic. Unless a good person happened to kill him before the witch reported that he was silver water, such as a hunter taking him away with a knife, otherwise, who would have thought of going to the knife shop? This is one of the fundamental reasons why he leads the team to kill Ren Fan instead of the hunters. but it is undeniable that they were indeed tricked by the prophet. They did not expect that 10 o'clock was tricking them into killing the big brother. But so what? Didn't the wolf win in the end? This was the best result, proving that his choice was wise and correct. Well said, Big Brother is nothing. If you don't kill Big Brother, then what's a little wolf? It's still a little wolf. After listening to Player 10's explanation, Player 1 understood what he meant. He didn't think of Ren Fan as the eldest brother at that time. He really regarded Ren Fan as a prophet. He had to kill Ren Fan quickly, and the hunter kept the gun pointed at him, which he absolutely could not move. He still has to wait for the witch to come out and rescue him. Before that, he must ensure that he does not die. Player number 9, why didn't you take off your clothes on the last day? If you take off your clothes, I will definitely not suspect that you are a wolf. Player number 4 seems to be complaining about Player 9. It's okay to wear clothes to block the knife, the idea is completely fine, and this wave of operations is quite impressive. The problem is that it is the last round, and number 9 is still wearing his clothes. He says seriously that he is the gravekeeper and wants to return the vote between number 4 and number 6. Didn't 9 ever think of picking a gravekeeper from 4 or 6? Player 1 was a civilian, and he was the one who was on the police. When he spoke the next day, 1 still said he was a civilian, so he definitely couldn't be the gravekeeper. In this case, 9 should take off his clothes, otherwise, wouldn't the gravekeeper behind him jumping off be committing suicide? But I can't not dance, it's not right if my clothes are always being worn by others. In addition, the wolf's knife landed on Player 8, which was obviously a bit strange. How could he not be suspicious? Brother, I really can't take off this clothes, because I feel the same as you do. Player 8 was hit by the knife, and the wolf was attacking the gravekeeper. They may have realized that I was wearing clothes to block the knife. If 8 is the gravekeeper, if I take off my clothes now, wouldn't that just be giving Wolf a chance to win? Really? Player number 9 does not take off his clothes, which is exactly the same as player number 12. It's not that he doesn't want to take off his clothes, but he can't, because he doesn't know whether player number 8 is the gravekeeper. It can only be said that the speaking order chosen by player number 12 was not good. If player number 4 spoke first and he spoke later, this problem would not exist. If a good person doesn't pay too much attention to who is the gravekeeper, he may be able to find out that player number 1 is a self-killing wolf. Unfortunately, no if. Aren't you afraid that the gravekeeper will jump out and slap you? Or if the gravekeeper jumps out, the good guys won't believe him and he'll be kicked out as a wolf. In fact, player number 4 can more or less understand why player number 9 doesn't take off his clothes. The problem is, hasn't player number 9 ever thought about the consequences of not taking off his clothes? If 8 was the gravekeeper who died, he would be a genius, but if 8 was not the gravekeeper who died, he would be a fool. Assuming that player number 1 in this game is not the self-killing wolf, but really is the silver water, and player number 6 is the hook wolf. In this case, if 9 takes off his clothes, the good guy can easily push 6 out of the game, but if 9 insists on saying that he is the gravekeeper, it may lead to 2 good guys fighting against each other, and 6 will reap the benefits. In other words, player number 12 has a higher level of logic. He thought that he was the gravekeeper, and player number 9 was a good man who wore clothes to block the knife. He did not take off his clothes because he was afraid that player number 8 was the gravekeeper and would leave. Otherwise, player number 9 will really go from being a natural talent to being the scapegoat. Of course I'm afraid, but I'm also afraid that 8 is the gravekeeper who left. What can I do? I can only make a choice, or someone will jump the gravekeeper later, or arrange a tie for 12. I'll decide whether to believe you based on my vote pattern. There's no other way. Player 9 said calmly. In fact, I am very puzzled as to why the wolves killed player number 8. After number 8 fell, number 2 did not jump to the gravekeeper in the resistance position. After saying that, 9 changed the subject and asked player 2, does Blade 8 really want to massacre everyone, or has he really realized that I am not a gravekeeper, and Blade 8 is going after the gravekeeper? Both and none. Player 2 said with a smile, we thought that you might not be the gravekeeper, but just a commoner who was wearing clothes and showing off his skills. How could it be such a coincidence that if player 10 said you were the gravekeeper, then you must be the gravekeeper? But your trump card is not the gravekeeper, so you will realize that the wolf did not leave with 10, so you will jump out to help the gravekeeper report the information. And our player number 8 is not going after the gravekeeper, because player number 1 and I can't wear the gravekeeper's clothes anymore. The purpose of number 8 is to give you and the gravekeeper an illusion at the same time. The wolf's player number 8 is not normal, and it is very likely that he is going after the gravekeeper. To put it simply, it's a tactic to sow discord. The gravekeeper would have recognized you as a good person, but he would have doubts in his heart after being stabbed. On the contrary, you will also suspect that the real gravekeeper is a wolf in clothes because of the knife 8. After hearing the explanation from player 2, player 9 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fuck, you guys are too sinister, aren't you? You are totally inhumane. All players please note that the MVP of this game is player number 11. Just when everyone was discussing, the system prompt sounded again. Ren Fan is the MVP, and all good people have no objection, especially player number 10, who thinks that Ren Fan deserves the title of MVP. But player number 1 was very dissatisfied. He thought that the MVP should be given to him. Wasn't it all his credit that the wolves won? First, he took the risk of stabbing himself and succeeded. Secondly, he successfully killed player number 8 and alienated the Gravekeeper and player number 9. Player number 2 was just following him and was purely a tool. In the end, he survived until the final round and led the Wolves to victory. And how could Ren Fan, who didn't even live to the next day, win the MVP? Player number 1 thought that the MVP of this game was in his pocket, but he was snatched away by Ren Fan, which made him very angry. But the system is objective and will not favor Ren Fan. One was only thinking about his contribution to the Wolves, and didn't think that it was he who chopped the gargoyle with a knife. I just thought that he survived to the end, and didn't think that his speech was actually mediocre. On the first day, he almost pushed the big brother Ren Fan out. His words and actions were not good, but he was protected by Yinshui's halo, so good people didn't doubt him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to the end. On the other hand, Ren Fan managed to snatch the police badge and even pushed the prophet out of the game. 12. The hunter was dragged into the water by him and his identity was revealed on the first day. He identified the witch and a police badge forced 3 to take a photo of his identity. As a gargoyle, Ren Fan died a little early, but his contribution to the Wolves was enormous. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the system giving him the MVP. It is not the case that whoever survives to the end will be the MVP, regardless of whether player number 1 accepts it or not. Since the system has given the MVP to Ren Fan, he has to accept the reality and hold back. Exit the game room. Ren Fan glanced at the time. 10:20. There were less than 10 minutes left before his appointment with Xiao Huai. The comments in the live broadcast room were still urging him to start the next game. Keep going. It's quite interesting to watch you play games. Let's play one more game. You're not going to end the stream, are you, brother? I feel like the anchor has a pretty good temper. He didn't even curse when he was stabbed by Xiaolang. Didn't the New Star Club say that the anchor has a terrible temper and spits shit at every turn? That's right. If I were the big brother, even if I won, I would still scold player 1. The anchor didn't say anything, but he still has a bad temper. It's not just this round, it was the same in the previous round as well. The host was very polite throughout the whole process, but we kept scolding him, which was really uncultured. Are you elementary school students who haven't graduated yet? How can you be so naive? He has to establish a persona when he broadcasts live. That's right. I can tell at a glance that he is pretending. How dare he curse in front of so many people in the live broadcast room? He dares to curse even on Weibo, but he is so cowardly in the live broadcast room. The other side. Ren Fan sent a message to Xiao Huai on his mobile phone, asking him if he was live streaming, as his super popularity was already thirsty. As long as you curse yourself in the live broadcast room, you will become super popular in minutes, and you will be super popular every day from now on. In short, the cake is particularly large and smells particularly good. To this end, he got 2 pictures from the internet and simply edited them to make them his own. Now he is the big brother, with more than 1 million RMB quietly lying in his account. Xiao Huai replied to him quickly. He said the live broadcast will be a little later tonight. He is busy now, the club's manager is next to him, and he is being influenced and whipped by his ideals. When Ren Fan heard the word ideal, he instantly thought of the fat woman's sincere teachings to him before, which almost tricked him into bed. Xiao Huai, it seems like you have become the ox plowing the field again. This saline alkali land is really difficult to plow. Most people simply can't bear it unless they have ideals. Ren Fan asked him when the show would start airing, and if he didn't, he would give all his money to Ren Fan. Xiao Huai immediately became anxious when he heard this, and promised solemnly that it would be opened in half an hour, and repeatedly reminded him not to give gifts to the shameless Ren Fan. Finally, Ren Fan reluctantly agreed to wait for him for another half an hour. At the same time, he was gloating over his misfortune. For half an hour, he didn't know whether Xiao Huai could survive this half-hour storm. But since Xiao Huai's broadcast will not start for another half an hour, he can play another game. Brothers, what board do you want to see? Squeak and I'll play the one with the most comments. Since it's a live broadcast, Ren Fan can't always play the basic boards of those games. What's more, his points should already be first, with a total of 48 points. Why do you say it should be done? Because Ren Fan didn't dare to open the scoreboard, so as not to expose his ID. When he was broadcasting live, he was always in anchor mode, and the audience in the live broadcast room had no idea what his ID was. But it would be different if he checked the points ranking. His ID would definitely be exposed, and then someone might snipe him. Before the show started, his total score was 44. He won 2 games, and the MVP in 2 games means 4 points. Now he has 48 points. At that time, the first place only had 46 points, so Ren Fan felt that he should be first. I want to watch something more complex and brain-burning. Don't anchors like to show off their skills? I want to watch Awakening the Prophet. This board is my favorite. I want to see the animal dreams. Can I give you a rocket? 1 rocket? The guy who wanted to see the gargoyle just now swung a super fire. I'm afraid your 1 rocket is not enough. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Didn't he say that he would spawn another super popular one after the fight? How come he's gone? Did he run away? Ha ha ha, you believe what they say on the internet? I told you I have 100 million at home, do you believe me? I guess he was just pretending to be awesome. He got super angry when he got excited, but regretted it after he calmed down. However, at this moment, 3 super fires rose slowly. When I looked at the ID, it was the brother from before, whose nickname was Werewolf, not human. These three were super popular, and I spent 30,000 yuan on them. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room was filled with 666. The person who just laughed at werewolves are not human and ran away was instantly slapped in the face. This time I want to see the board of Wolf King Dreamcatcher. Is there any problem? Seeing 3 super fires rising into the air in the live broadcast room, Ren Fan's little heart was so excited. Damn, this is all money. As for the financial sponsors' requirements, they must naturally be met immediately. The only question is whether you will still order the board in the next game. You don't need 3 super hot ones, just 1 will do. Thanks to the werewolf for being so popular. You may not believe it, but we are destined to be together. Last time you wanted to see the gargoyle, and I planned to play the gargoyle. This time we have the same idea again. The Wolf King is the dream catcher, right? Let's get started. Having said that, Ren Fan clicked on the game match. This time it's not a competition board, but an ordinary match. His account is at the maximum level, so he will definitely not be matched with a scammer, unless the other party is a scumbag who bought the account, then there is nothing he can do. It didn't take long and the game was successfully matched. All players please note that this game is a 12-player Wolf King Dreamcatcher. Board configuration. Good Guy Camp, Seer plus Witch plus Hunter plus Dreamcatcher plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, Wolf King plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a police chief, who has the right to return votes, and has 0.5 more votes and 30 seconds to speak. The Wolf King is the Dreamcatcher. There is no need to say much about the Wolf King. He is similar to the Hunter. If he is pushed out of the game, he can shoot and lead people, but if he is poisoned, he cannot shoot. But the Dreamcatcher is more complicated. Its skill is that it can choose a player to become a sleepwalker every night, and the sleepwalker will be immune to all night damage that night. Note: it was all the harm of the night, not just the wolf's knife, but also the witch's poison. Suppose a player is chosen by the Dreamcatcher to become a sleepwalker. Even if the witch poisons him that night, he will not turn over the cards when he wakes up the next day. It's like the witch's poison has been swallowed. Besides, if a player is chosen by the Dreamcatcher to become a sleepwalker for 2 consecutive nights, the renamed player will die directly, commonly known as death in a dream or death by dream. The most important thing is that after being chosen by the Dreamcatcher to become a sleepwalker, if the Dreamcatcher dies at night, the sleepwalker will die with him. Suppose player 1 is the Dreamcatcher and took a picture of player 2 at night. If the wolf knife or the witch's poison falls on the Dreamcatcher will die, and player number 2 will also die at the same time. In this case, if person 2 is the Wolf King or the Hunter, they will not be able to shoot, and the person being captured in the dream will die, which has the same effect as taking poison. But if player 1 does not die from the wolf's knife or poison, but is pushed back during the day, the sleepwalker will not die with him. The Dreamcatcher cannot capture nothing, and must choose a player to become the sleepwalker every night. If the Dreamcatcher does not actively choose, the system will randomly help the Dreamcatcher select a player to become the sleepwalker. Of course, whether it is active or passive, the sleepwalker himself does not know that he is a sleepwalker. This information is only known by the person who captures the dream. In fact, the Dreamcatcher is an enhanced version of the guard or a guard with a knife. But guards can only guard people, while Dreamcatchers can not only guard people, but also kill people. This is where the Dreamcatcher's power lies. All in all, the character of Dreamcatcher is really powerful. Anyone who knows how to play it will be a nightmare for the wolves. But if the Dreamcatcher doesn't know how to play, he can still bring down the good guys. For example, the Dreamcatcher captured the witch, and that night he was stabbed by a wolf. This time, both the Dreamcatcher and the witch are in trouble, and the good guys have nothing to lose. And this situation is not uncommon. The Dreamcatcher captured the prophet eating the knife, the Dreamcatcher captured the hunter eating the knife. Ren Fan has seen too many of them. It was originally in an advantageous position, but it collapsed due to the operation of the Dreamcatcher. Therefore, it is really scary to meet a Dreamcatcher who doesn't know how to play. From this point of view, Dreamcatcher is a double-edged sword. If you play it well, the wolves will be in trouble. If you play it badly, the good guys will be in trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. The trick is on again. Players, please check your identity cards. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, Prophet, Witch, Dreamcatcher, Wolf King, it quickly passed in front of Ren Fan. Finally it stopped on the Hunter. Ren Fan was still quite satisfied. Although he didn't get the Dreamcatcher, the Hunter was not bad either. With a gun in hand, everyone, human or ghost, has to follow me. Hunter, a universal team leader card. In some boards without a prophet, it is basically the Hunter who comes out with the police badge to lead the team. In the early days of Werewolf, there were 2 prophets jumping towards each other on the field, and the Hunter also came out to take the badge to ensure that the badge was in the hands of a good person. Therefore, most people have a special liking for the Hunter card, and so does Ren Fan. Players, please confirm your identity cards. Ren Fan glanced at his seat number 6 number. Brothers, this game should be stable. Ren Fan said to the audience in the live broadcast room. You are so arrogant. Do you think you can be safe if you get a Hunter? It's a sure win, a sure loss. It's outrageous. How can it be stable? The dream catcher and the witch, neither of them can't control you. How can it be stable? Just waiting to be slapped in the face. You dare to say it's a sure thing before it even starts. Don't turn around and play word games. You're definitely going to lose, right? I still like to play witch. If anyone dares to talk too much to me, I will feed him coke at night. I feel confident as soon as I pat my head. I don't know where this confidence comes from. I just wait for the witch to be hit by the first knife and the dream catcher to poison her. The dream catcher will take away the hunter in one go. You know what? I've encountered something similar before. The witch got poisoned after taking the first hit, the dream catcher got poisoned and took away the profit, and then the hunter chose to hand in his cards. Looking at the comments in the live broadcast room, Ren Fan said with a smile, "You guys know nothing. According to the law of good omens, it's safe to get number 6. What law? The law of good omens? Why have I never heard of it? Neither have I. Am I ignorant? What is the law of good omens? Can you explain it to me? Besides number 6, are there any other numbers? Don't listen to his nonsense. Where does the law of good omens come from? I've been playing Werewolf for 10 years and have never heard of it. It's pure bullshit. 638912214510711. What a stupid novel. There are 12 positions in total, and they are all good omens. Isn't that the same as having no omens at all? Wrong? To be precise, it's the number the protagonist gets that's a good omen. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. Hunters don't open their eyes at night. Of course. This is an online killing. If it is an in-person killing, the person must keep his eyes open so that the judge can confirm his identity and be informed of his shooting status every night. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, it is the familiar stage of calling the police. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. Ren Fan must have chosen to join the police without hesitation. For him, this was not a multiple-choice question, but a compulsory question with only one answer. What's more, he is a hunter in this game. There are not many hunters who would hide under the police. It would be so comfortable to go to the police to check and kill. It didn't take long for the police report to come out. 14567101114. Player number 4, please speak. It feels like there aren't that many people on the police force this time, only 7. There were always more than 10 people on the police force before. I suddenly have an idea. Is it that a lone wolf is on the police force and the other 3 are playing tricks or trying to steal the police badge? I suggest that the Prophet's police badge flow should prioritize opening the police, and good people should focus on listening to the words of the players under the police. Really, I think it is not normal that so few people are on the police. Let me make a bold guess. It's very likely that the wolf team had discussed it last night. 3 wolves are under the police, and they will charge or hook depending on the situation. Good guys basically don't open so many werewolves under the police. Player number 4 was the first to speak. He could have just been there to do nothing but idle away. A good guy who just closed his eyes couldn't come up with anything useful to say. But he was unwilling to slack off, and he said right away that he suspected that in this game, the lone wolf was on guard, and the 3 wolves were below the guard. Once these words were spoken, he would definitely offend the 5 police officers. According to player number 4, if the 5 people under the police start with 3 wolves, the bandit area of each of them will become very large, and if one of them fails to communicate well, he will be beaten by the wolf. No one would be happy to be suspected of being a wolf for no reason. They will definitely have a great aversion to player number 4, and even suspect that number 4 is leading the pace and drawing the eyes and attention of the good people to the police. This means that the speaker may not mean it but the listener may take it seriously. Maybe 4 just had a flash of inspiration in his mind and talked about it without thinking. However, the police officers are likely to have many associations and doubts because of his remarks. Player 4 can talk casually, but they can't listen casually. I know that talking like this will make the police officers hostile to me, but this is the thought that comes to my mind. How should I put it? I'm a straightforward person. I can't hide anything in my heart. I don't have any scheming. I feel like I'm not suitable for playing this game, but I just like it. Sometimes I think this is a style. I say what I want to say, and I don't lie. I tell you I'm a good person, and you just believe me. People should have more trust in each other. I said I was a good person, but you insisted on suspecting that I was a wolf. Isn't that just arguing? The people under the police, or even behind the police, may beat me up because I mentioned this. But it doesn't matter. The one who beats me may not be a wolf, and the one who doesn't beat me may not be a good person either. No matter what, I believe that no good person would label me a wolf because of this. If there is, he is probably not a good person. I have used my body to lure the wolf into the trap. No matter if he is a police officer or a non-police officer, if someone beats me severely and is determined to make me look like a wolf, then his identity is very suspicious and needs to be paid special attention by good people. Player number 4 will take advantage of the situation and retreat to advance. You can hit him, but you can't beat him to death. People with this mentality are not good people. Once such remarks come out, who would dare to criticize him too harshly? As long as you don't hammer too hard, it's the same as not hammering at all. Simply put, player no 4's remarks put some pressure on those who wanted to beat him up. Under this pressure, no matter whether they were wolves or good guys, they didn't dare to beat him too hard, otherwise, they would easily get themselves into trouble. It doesn't matter unless you have a trump card, for example, hunters and witches are not affected. That's all I have to say on the police station. Actually, my original intention of coming to the police station was to comment on the prophet, but since it was the turn of the first person to speak, I had no choice but to talk about my personal thoughts. If you think what I said makes sense, then recognize me. If you think it doesn't make sense, don't hit me. If I were a wolf, I would have left the field long ago. After all, there is a saying that goes, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. It's better not to say anything or do anything. I understand the truth, but I said I am a straightforward person. If I have offended you, I hope you will forgive me. That's it. It's over. After listening to player No 4's speech, Ren Fan defined his identity as being more of a good person, but he did not rule out the possibility that he was a pretentious werewolf. There may be 3 wolves under the warning, which means that 4 subjectively wants to find wolves. This mentality should be good, at least that's how Ren Fan feels. However, some wolves like to talk about some mysterious or mentally positive things when speaking in the first position in order to win the favor of the good people in the external position. Therefore, player 4 can only temporarily state his identity preference and cannot fully acknowledge it. But then again, if player 4 is really a good guy in this round, maybe he will guess it right in a flash of inspiration. It is not uncommon to see a lone wolf pretending to be a police officer, 3 wolves selling out their teammates to make a backhanded move, or rushing to get a police badge. What's more, this was the Wolf King's board. The Wolf King jumped and lost the check, the little wolf hooked, and the Wolf King was out and shot away the prophet. In this situation, if they played a deep push, it can't be said that the wolf team will win for sure, but at least there is more than 80% chance of winning. Player number 5, please speak. Police badge flow double pressure police play 3, 9 is verified. I am a prophet. I turned over the cards to kill player 6 last night. The first words from player 5 lifted the spirits of the good people on the field. It is good to have checking and it is more exciting. If the 2 prophets give the same information about gold and water, it would be a bit boring. When Ren Fan heard that he was being investigated and killed, his lips curled up and his brows were raised with joy. This kill is a good one. Using a hunter to take over the kill is so comfortable. I hope player number 5 is not an imposter, otherwise his happiness will be in vain. I'm the second one to speak. I'm starting from a high position, so I may not be able to explain the logic. I'm giving you a heads up in advance. I hope you can be more tolerant. I will make sure to explain the logic clearly when I'm off duty. Let's see if player number 6 will jump with me. If he jumps, I guess my kill will be detected on the Wolf King. If he doesn't jump, but takes a photo of the identity card, he should be Xiaolang. Of course, it is possible that he is the Wolf King pretending to be a dream catcher or witch. Once he is pushed out, he can take the witch or the dream catcher away with him. It is a huge profit. Anyway, I will judge whether he is the Wolf King or the little wolf based on what player 6 said. Let's put it this way, although he is my flop check, I may not play him today. Maybe my talk will make some people think that our 5th and 6th wolves are playing the wolf-on-wolf format. I want to kill my wolf teammates to improve my profit level, but I don't want to kill my wolf teammates. Instead, I want to resist the good guys in the outside position. It's normal for you to have such thoughts and doubts, but I can say that I am definitely not playing against player 6 in a wolf-on-wolf situation. He was my flop check last night. I said I might not kill him because I'm afraid he's the Wolf King. In that case, even if we kill him, the good guys won't gain any advantage. Instead, we'll be at a disadvantage. Especially when he jumps on the witch or the dream catcher. If the dream catcher or the witch jumps out to shoot him, it's like walking into the muzzle of a gun. If he doesn't jump, he won't be able to give the good guy a correct perspective. It's quite difficult. I'm talking like this to reassure the witch or the dream catcher. If player 6 really tries to use these 2 magic cards, he won't have to worry about being shot. We need to learn to be flexible and adaptable. It doesn't mean that we have to investigate and kill people on the first day. Listening to the speech of player number 5, Ren Fan had to admit that this kid was really courageous and dared to say anything. He was 5's flop check, but 5 said he might not appear today. Although there is nothing wrong with this statement, it will definitely make good people think of 5 or 6 wolves stepping on each other and beating each other with a stick. This isn't something he can simply explain and the good guys won't take it to heart. Who knows if he is playing hard to get, giving you a heads up, or is he really talking like this because he's afraid of getting the Wolf King? All I can say is that player number 5 overestimated the tolerance of good people towards him, or he underestimated the sensitivity of good people to his conversation. Since player number 5 dug a hole for himself, Ren Fan had to cooperate with him. It's just a matter of one wolf stepping on another and then being beaten with a stick. This is acceptable. Originally, Ren Fan was planning to jump directly into the hunter and kill player number 5, but now he wanted to show off his skills. It depends on whether the dream capturer is capable enough. If the dream catcher has a higher level of logic, his operation will be amazing. If the dream catcher is more straightforward and lacks the ability to think, we will talk about it later. There are quite a few people working under the police in this bureau, 2, 3, 8, 9, and 12. I am a police officer with a double badge just to canvass votes. There is nothing to hide about this. Some people hit the police badge flow, it's obviously to canvass votes, but they pretend to be setting the pattern. It's quite hypocritical. I don't like it. Player number 4 in the front position said that in this game, there might be 3 wolves under the police, and the lone wolf will jump on the police. I don't quite agree with this statement. I think there is a high probability that there will be only 2 wolves under the police, and 2 wolves above the police. One will jump and the other can be used to deal with emergencies. It will depend on whether player 6 will jump with me. If he does, it will be like a lone wolf going to the police. 2, 3, 8, 9, 12. I don't know which one of you 5 is a wolf and which one is a good guy, but no matter if you are in my police badge stream or not, I hope you can vote for me. I'm going to make this clear. As long as you give me votes, I will definitely not call you wolves on the first day, except for the spiral explosion. If all 5 of you give me votes, I will dare to call 4 of you wolves as police officers. But then again, if you guys vote for the bandits, don't blame me for pointing you into the wolf's den. Oh, by the way, if player number 6 jumps from the same spot as me, if any of you vote for him, I will not only lead him into a wolf's den, but I will kill him directly. I have no tolerance for this issue. If someone from the outside position tries to get player number 6 by jumping into my shoes, I can still understand if you guys use bandit votes, but it is absolutely not okay for number 6 to jump into my shoes. Player number 5 is trying hard to get votes from the players below him, and even promises that whoever votes for him, he will not call the other party a wolf. To be honest, this sentence is quite tempting to the police. Although they also know that player number 5 said this just to canvass votes, there is nothing wrong with it. A prophet who cannot canvass votes is not a good prophet. What's more, 5's attitude is very sincere, and the police officers should have a good impression of him. Of course, a prophet has a humble side and a stern side. He cannot appear too timid. After all, he is a prophet and he has the power to detect and kill. Being too timid will lower the impression of a good person. Player number 5 should also understand this, so in conversations 2, 3, 8, 9, and 12, as long as Ren Fan and he jump on the spot, no one is allowed to get a bandit ticket, and anyone who gets a bandit ticket will be marked as a wolf and beaten. This shows his strength as a prophet. That's all I can talk about on the police station. There's no logic to it. It's just my thoughts. I know that what I said may not satisfy you, but I am truly a prophet, and what I just said is from the bottom of my heart. I hope you can accept me as a prophet. If someone in the back position calls me a tough guy, please try to explain the reasons and logic clearly so that I can explain it to you. Don't say things like I don't think you are a prophet or I don't think you are good at talking. This will make me feel very uncomfortable. I think player 4 is most likely a good guy, that's why I didn't use the police badge on him. Although his definition of the pattern under the police is different from mine, I think it is unlikely that a wolf would start a 3-wolf fight under the police. This would offend 5 people under the police at once, which is completely unnecessary. In fact, he was speaking in the first position and he didn't do anything. I felt like he was a good person. I will temporarily accept player number 4 and see how he stands on the side of the police. If he joins the wolf team, I may not recognize him and may even send him to the wolf pit. Of course, I won't click on him if I can. After all, I have a good impression of him and his listening skills are good. Unless he talks like a wolf, I will think he is a good person. Okay, that's all I have to say about the police. I'll repeat it one last time. Player number 6 checked and killed, and the badge flow 3 and 9 were verified. It was purely for canvassing votes. There was no other reason. That's it. It's passed? Player number 6 please speak. You've hit a wall, brother. I'm a dream catcher. I caught you last night. You don't have to die today, but you will die tonight. Ren Fan did not change his identity to Hunter. If he changed his identity to Hunter, what if player number 5 said that he was cheating? The most important thing is, if 5 was the little wolf who jumped into the trap instead of the Wolf King, he might have been killed by a double explosion and swallowed the police badge. The hunter can't fight back, but if Ren Fan jumps out as the dream catcher, 5's mentality won't collapse too much. Dream catcher, isn't that just a stronger version of the guard? How does the saying go? Since ancient times, guards have been detected and killed. If a dream catcher is detected after a detection, the good people in the external position may not be able to trust it. As long as the good guys have doubts about Ren Fan's identity, he will have the opportunity to push Ren Fan out. At least you don't have to self-destruct. As for why Ren Fan said the number 5 player photographed last night, it was very simple. He just wanted to use such remarks to make the good people in the external position think that he might be protecting number 5. After all, he said that if 5 is captured, the good guys can't go out to get 5 today, and the witch can't go to poison 5 at night. Isn't this equivalent to protecting 5 in disguise? It would be fine if he really was a dream catcher, but if he was a wolf, who wouldn't be suspicious? What's more, player number 5 also said that Ren Fan might not appear today. Combining the two people's remarks, it is thought-provoking. Maybe if I jump into the dreamer in this situation, you will think I am a wolf who jumps into clothes and avoids pushes, just like the guards who have been checked out since ancient times. But there's nothing I can do. My trump card is indeed that of a dream photographer. I can't just avoid suspicion and not take photos, right? Luckily I photographed player number 5 last night. If player number 5 turns upside down tomorrow, does that prove that I am the dream photographer? If I were a wolf and dream catcher was in an outfield position, he would definitely protect player number 5 at night, right? I saved 5. When I woke up the next day, 5 was still alive. That was enough to prove that I am a wolf. So, today, neither I nor player 5 can be eliminated. Otherwise, we won't be able to give the good guys a proper perspective. And if player number 5 comes to the police and tries to get away from the check, there is a % chance that he is the Wolf King. If he shows up, he will definitely take me away. It will be a huge loss for the good guys. If I have to send someone out, I'll send someone in the back position who can jump and shoot the dreamer with me, or send someone in the outer position who speaks more like a wolf. It doesn't matter even if it's a civilian, because I need a knight to prove my identity. Ren Fan was apparently attacking player number 5, but the more he spoke, the more it sounded like he was protecting player number 5, which was very strange. But can you say that Ren Fan's speech is problematic? It seems not. As a dream catcher, it is normal for him to be the Wolf King in Disc 5. There is a board for the Wolf King, and most of the people who come out to play are the Wolf King. When the Wolf King tries to jump out of the trap, he will usually be thrown behind the police for investigation and killing. Player number 5 completely fits this characteristic. There was nothing wrong with what Ren Fan said, but it sounded a bit like he was protecting player number 5. And this is exactly the effect Ren Fan wanted. Why do we need to see whether the dream catcher has a high level of logic? This is the reason. If he can get 5 or 6 double wolves to hit the board, the wolf's goal is to force the dreamer to jump out, and then the Wolf King will deliberately talk and explode under the police, and shoot him away, so he won't jump out stupidly. If the dream catcher is a bit stupid and wants to jump out and confront someone when he sees them wearing his clothes, that's fine. Good guys won't easily resist the dream catcher. They will just let the dream catchers catch each other until they kill each other, just like they are fighting against witches and letting them solve their own problems at night. At night, the dream catcher came to capture Ren Fan. He was very happy and didn't care. The next day, he took off his clothes and danced as a hunter. This way, he would not be captured to death by the dream catcher for 2 consecutive nights. Unless he was destined to fail, and by coincidence the dream catcher captured him on the first night, then there would be nothing that could be done. This is also the only thing that Ren Fan is worried about, but there is no risk in showing off operations. Player number 5 threw a check at the police queen, obviously aiming for the profit. This does not rule out the possibility that the police queen will have multiple wolves, especially the possibility that players number 5 and number 7 will have double wolves. Although he is the Wolf King, even if the police queen doesn't have his wolf teammates, he will still want to fight the profit. But we can't just ignore the police queen and open more wolves because of this. No matter what, the actions of player 5 make me doubt whether there are multiple wolves after the police, and I have to doubt whether 5 and 7 have double wolves. These logics must be discussed, whether they are right or not is another matter. If I hadn't questioned the police and possibly opened multiple wolves, and hadn't suspected 5 or 7 pairs of wolves, I'm afraid someone would say my perspective was wrong. Player number 4 first said that this round might be a lone wolf on the police, and 3 wolves under the police, but my current thinking is exactly the opposite. This round might be a 4 wolf on the police. At least from my perspective, I do have this idea, although the possibility is very low. We'll see what the ticket looks like later. Maybe the 3 wolves are really waiting under the police, and 5 is the Wolf King who is on the police to sneak up and kill them. But at the moment, I don't really want to do this, unless the vote pattern and the statements made by their police officers make me feel that the police officers will open 3 wolves. Otherwise, I would rather find the wolf after the police or focus on the police. Ren Fan's speech was not very good, and he knew it was not good, but he had to talk about it this way. Otherwise, how could the dream catcher have 5 or 6 pairs of wolves hitting the board to trick the dream catcher? Ren Fan just wanted to make the dream catcher feel that he was deliberately talking nonsense and act like a high-level prophet. In order to make the dream photographer feel that he is the Wolf King, after the police officer was pushed out of the team, he shot and took away the dream photographer who took the photo of him. This is the information that Ren Fan wants the dream catcher to get. It is difficult to tell the truth. This is not simply chatting like a wolf. If you are too aggressive, you might be kicked out on the first day. If there are enough good people to confirm that you are not a dream catcher, that would be embarrassing. It has to be explosive, but not too explosive. He also has to have some similarities to the dream catcher so that the good guys don't dare to directly put their votes on him. At the same time, the dream catcher has to feel that he is pretending to be a high-level prophet, rather than being really checked and killed by the prophet, pretending to be the dream catcher. If Ren Fan wants to show off his skills, he must achieve such an effect without any mistakes. As for the difficulty, let's just say that she is like a man who is handsome and rich, tall and funny, family-oriented and romantic, considerate and loyal, who doesn't smoke or drink, play games, or spend money. Hell difficulty, everything in the dream is there. So, a friendly reminder, you can only play like this unless you are extremely confident in your level and the players you match with are of high enough configuration. Otherwise, don't do any fancy moves, or you will fail in minutes. What should I say about player 4's statement? I'm not sure now. He could be a wolf or a good guy. Normally speaking, a wolf leader who is in a position to speak is unlikely to start 3 wolves under the warning. This makes him the focus all of a sudden, which does not conform to the behavior logic of a werewolf. If he dares to talk like this, he is most likely a good person. But sometimes, wolves don't like to play by the rules, especially in a situation like ours, where we are well versed in the art of identity. Those who sound biased in their speech and identity may not necessarily be good people. In fact, if you want to recognize a person more accurately, you need to verify it from many angles and aspects, and only when there are no problems can you let it go. For example, if he speaks well, you also need to look at his behavior and mentality, supplemented by the relationship between the two sides and some details. In this way, you can basically not go wrong in identifying a good person. If you simply identify someone because of a certain point, such as speech, side, logic, or common side relationship, it is easy to fail. I have said so much just to tell good people that the first position of player number 4 is a preference, but this does not mean that he is a good person. Please be more careful. That's all my tricks for the police. I'll emphasize again that my trump card is Dreamcatcher, 5 is Iron Wolf, and the Prophet, Inspector, and Police badge must be used quickly. It's better to report the person first. I'm afraid they will just double explode and swallow the police badge. If that's the case, the police badge flow will be useless. The person verification last night is the key. Pass. Player number 7 please speak. Well, I'm half believing and half doubting this Dreamcatcher. There are parts of his speech that make me think he is a good person. For example, he saw that player number 5 is the Wolf King. Good people cannot play number 5 today. For example, no matter whether there are multiple wolves after the police, from his perspective, we must talk about it. Especially his comments on player number 4, I think they are very accurate. No 4's comments are not slacking, and he opened 3 wolves under the warning. He has the mentality of looking for wolves. If you don't think too deeply, you can recognize him, but if you think a little more, you dare not say that he is a good person. Player number 6 said that we should verify whether a person is a good person from multiple angles. I particularly agree with this statement. This is where he is like a dream catcher. But he kept emphasizing that we can't play number 5 today, and we can't play him either. It made me wonder if number 5 and number 6 are double wolves. He said he had filmed player 5 last night, and my subconscious reaction was that it was such a coincidence, and something was wrong. Especially when player 5 is in the front position and talking to the good guy, even though 6 is his flop check, he may not play 6. The attitudes these two people have towards each other and the thoughts they show make me think that they really might be a wolf-killing wolf-beating game. Ren Fan was very satisfied with player No 7's speech. Isn't this the effect he wanted? There are places where it is made into a dream catcher, but I always feel that 5 and may 6th be 2 wolves hitting the board. 7 is not the dream catcher, so perhaps he is not so sensitive. If 7 is the dream catcher, after listening to his speech, the feeling of being beaten by the double wolves 5 and 6 would be even stronger. Because in the eyes of the dream catcher, Ren Fan is definitely a wolf. A wolf pretended to be a dream catcher and said that he had captured the Prophet last night, so he must not touch the Prophet today and had to go to an external position. It seemed that his mentality was not right. Even if you are afraid that player number 5 is the Wolf King and will be shot, there is no need to repeatedly talk to the good guy. You can't touch player number 5, right? The dream catcher will definitely think that 5 and may 6th be double wolves, and then it depends on his choice. It is better to play more ruthlessly, just lie low and wait for the good people to push back player number 5. It's better to jump out and give the good guys a correct perspective. The latter is a stupid move, only the former is the choice of a skilled player. I don't really want to take sides now. 5 has the Prophet side, 6 has the dream catcher side, and 5 and may 6th become 2 wolves hitting the board. I'm confused and don't know what to choose. Let's listen to see how the late position Prophet talks. Maybe by the end of the conversation, player number 6 will be the only one on the field to jump into the dream capture. If that's the case, then it means that player number 5 must be the Wolf King, and the little wolf sold out his teammates and hit the hook. Then we have to go out in the outside position. We must not take the risk of resisting player 5. Didn't player 6 say that he shot player 5 last night? Then let him shoot player 5 to death overnight. I can only say that the comments of player number 4 are relatively benign, but whether he is a good person or not depends on the side and logic of the police. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. I'm a good guy and I don't take sides. I want to hear more. That's it. It's over. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. I feel like I need to kill 4 wolves in 1 round. Player number 10 please speak. 9 checks and kills, 2 police badges, 12 successful inspections. Player number 10 stood up and reported the information about the inspection and the police badge at the fastest speed. Just as Ren Fan said, he was afraid that the werewolf would suddenly explode and swallow his tester, so he did not dare to hesitate at all. Now that all the information that needs to be reported has been reported, the werewolf can just blow himself up. If he doesn't, he can talk slowly. There are 5 people in this game. I think 2 wolves should be cast. 9 has been revealed. In this case, we have to find another wolf among 2, 3, 8, and 12. Player number 3 can be recognized. Although I haven't seen his ticket pattern or heard his speech, judging from the badge style played by player number 5, 3, and 5 should not meet. Player 5 comes out to attack. It's impossible for him to use the badge flow on his wolf teammates, right? He has 3 and 9 in order. I will check and kill 9. Player 3 must be put down. In this way, a wolf will appear among 2, 8, and 12. I will use the police badge flow to hit 2 and 12 to determine the situation. I will prioritize clearing out the police. Player 6 on the police team was dumped by the wolf and then jumped to the dream catcher. Although he was the reverse gold and his speech was not bad, to be honest, I didn't think he was definitely the dream catcher. I even vaguely felt that 5 and 6 were 2 wolves hitting the board. 7 5 6, 5 6, 6. Impeccable reason. As for player number 6, the dream photographer said he happened to have filmed player number 5 last night. If he is given one more night, he will be able to prove his identity tomorrow and give the good guys a clear perspective. If he is out, the good guys will be in trouble. If player number 5 is out, he will be shot and taken away, and the good guys will suffer a great loss. It sounds like an impeccable reason. It's impossible to vote for either of them. But if you think about their statements carefully, it feels like they were carefully planned. Player 5 has reasons not to play 6, and player 6 has reasons not to play 5. Isn't this actually another kind of mutual protection? So, it's no wonder that player number 7 doubted the 5th and 6th duo wolves. Even I doubted them. I've said so much just to talk to the dream catcher. If player 6 is really a wolf, you can play 5 and 6 as wolves. Anyway, I don't know player 6. And if there are 5 or 6 pairs of wolves, it's obvious that they are trying to trick the dream catcher into jumping out and getting shot. The 6th one is most likely the wolf king. As long as the dream catcher jumps out and shoots him, he will talk a little harder and let the good guys kill him. Werewolves like to play this kind of trick. While acting as a prophet for their high-ranking teammates, they can also find the divine card. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone and is extremely profitable. Player number 10 did not recognize Ren Fan just because he was a reverse gold. On the contrary, he was quite wary and suspicious of Ren Fan. The reason is nothing more than that Ren Fan's speech complements player no 5's speech, and the more he thinks about it, the more it seems like a routine that the two of them had discussed in advance. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Player number 5 checked and killed Ren Fan, and Ren Fan was a dream catcher who also captured player number 5. It would have been a coincidence just in their behaviors, but their thoughts were also very similar, and it made people feel that they were not trying to get rid of each other. Both the behavior and the thoughts are intriguing, much like a pair of wolves beating a stick. Is this all just a coincidence? The possibility is too low. This is why good people are suspicious of 5 or 6 double wolves hitting the board. In fact, normally, such coincidences would rarely occur. They were all carefully designed by Ren Fan. The good guy was mumbling in his heart, while the werewolf was speechless, wondering how this dream catcher could talk so well. It was clearly a relationship between a wolf and a dream catcher, but how did he turn it into a relationship between wolves and wolves? Will his wolf teammates still jump in this way? If they jump, it seems difficult to directly trick Ren Fan into being pushed out of the game. If they don't jump, they will be sold out and hit by a hook. The key point is that player number 9 was checked and killed, and the situation of the wolves is a bit bad. Of course, although I suspect that 5 and 6 are double wolves, it does not mean that as long as someone jumps against player 6, I will bet that 6 is a wolf. I still need to listen to the specific speech. Actually, apart from the unclear relationship between him and player 5, he was pretty good in other aspects. For example, the definition of player 4's identity, and his statement that one should verify a person's statement from multiple angles. As for how many wolves he opened after the police, and even 5 or 7 pairs of wolves, I don't really agree with that. The Wolf King jumped hard and lost the kill, so why would he care how many wolves you had after the police? So I didn't play the police badge flow at all. After listening to the speech of player number 7, I directly recognized him. 5 and 7 can't be a double wolf in my position, because 7's speech is consistent with the mentality and perspective of a blind-eyed good guy. He said 5 has the aspect of a prophet, 6 has the aspect of a dream catcher, and 5 and 6 have the possibility of being hit by 2 wolves. He was confused and didn't know how to choose. I think this sentence should be a psychological portrayal of most blind-eyed good guys. There are still 2 players in the back position, 1 and 11, who haven't spoken yet. I feel like one of them might be a wolf, because I have acknowledged the 7th player, and 4 has a preference for speaking. Although preference doesn't mean he is a good person, I don't want to bet on him as a wolf for now. The police will use 2 wolves to fight, unless 5 and 6 are really 2 wolves fighting on the board. Otherwise, one of 1 and 11 must be used. Finally, I'd like to talk to my fellow police officers. I hope you can all vote for me. As long as I get the police badge, I'm basically guaranteed to win this round. On the first day, at least 5 and 9 were on the table. Player 6 jumped to dream catcher. He is dream catcher. If the wolf team wants to hold on, they have to send someone to jump with 6. 9 is definitely not an option. If 9 jumps to dream catcher, it's no different from recognizing wolves. Someone in the external position jumps to 6, and 3 wolves are found on the first day. Dreamcatcher can always take away 1 wolf, and the witch can chase for a round. The police push ahead, so how can the wolves win? Life advice: in this situation, if you can fight back against the remaining 2 wolves, then do so. If you charge, you will lose. That's all I have to say about the police. Police badge flow 2, 12 are tested, player number 9 checks and kills, that's it, passed. Player number 11 please speak. My trump card is not Dreamcatcher. Let's see if player 1 will play Dreamcatcher. If player 1 is not the Dreamcatcher either, the badge can only be given to player 10 first. We can't force player 6 to be the wolf pretending to be the Dreamcatcher, right? Actually, regardless of whether or not player 6 is a Dreamcatcher, regarding the comments of players 5 and 10, I think player 10 is better than player 5, and much better. He didn't insist on opening multiple wolves at the police post just because the number 5 player threw a check to the police post. He opened 2 wolves at 5 and 7, and especially didn't check 7, which was very good. If he said he suspected 5 and 7 might be twin wolves, and the first badge flow went to check 7, then I wouldn't be able to recognize him. 7's speech was clearly well prepared, and it fits the perspective of a good person who closes his eyes. 10 was able to openly acknowledge 7 and was not led astray by the speech of player 6. This established his image as a prophet in my mind. Also, he played with 5 and 6 wolves hitting the board and talked to the dream catcher. Don't think he is a tough guy just because 6 is a wolf. If that's all, I would think that player 10 might be trying to distance himself from his wolf teammates. After all, some wolves are afraid that their wolf teammates who are being checked and killed will implicate them. But player 10 finally said that he only suspected the 5th and 6th duo of wolves, which doesn't mean that he will believe the back position as long as someone jumps to the dream shooter with player 6. We still need to listen to what the two have to say. Once such a statement came out, I became more convinced that 10 was a prophet. If he was a wolf, he would not say such a thing, which would easily cause disgust among the real dream catchers. Even when he recognized player 3 as a good guy, I felt that his perspective and logic were very correct. In general, 10 fits my idea of a prophet. After listening to him, I have the urge to side with him. Player No 11's speech was full of his praise and recognition for player number 10. According to him, there were two areas in the 10 conversation that made him particularly satisfied. One is that he did not follow the logic of player number 6. After the alarm, he opened multiple wolves, and there were double wolves at 5 and 7. Instead, he recognized 7, which was a big plus. The second one had 5 or 6 pairs of wolves, but he did not blindly believe that the one who jumped against Ren Fan was the real dream captor just because of his doubts. He still had to listen to the speeches of both sides. With this kind of mentality, what else could he be but a prophet? As for other aspects, for example, 10 recognized player 5 based on the police badge flow played by player 3, and he threw a check to player 9 under the police. These are actually where 10 is like a prophet. On the other hand, although player No 5's speech did not have any highlights, it was far behind player number 10 who had many highlights. If you don't play double wolves on 5 and 6, and the police play double wolves, then between 1 and 4, I think player 7 is a good guy, at least I think so now, but it's hard to say whether he will change in the future. 2 wolves open under the police, right between 2, 8, and 12. Player 3 will definitely be able to put it down. 10 is right. It is impossible for 5 to beat both wolf teammates into the police badge flow. After a pause, player 11 continued, although I particularly prefer to side with player 10, I won't kill player 5. After all, he started from a high position, so I have to give him some tolerance. And it would definitely be inappropriate for the police to take a stand in the last round of speeches. Then someone will say that I don't have a good attitude. So, I have to leave myself some wiggle room. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if 10 is a wolf who speaks like a prophet? To recognize a good person, you need to verify and analyze from multiple angles, and this is even more true when it comes to standing on the side. I gave the police a full score of 10 for their speech. I am not afraid that he will be proud. The rest will depend on the relationship between the two sides and other details. Today, player number 9 will definitely appear first, which just happens to fulfill everyone's wish. Player 5 turns over to check for 6, but he doesn't have to play 6 because he's afraid that 6 is the Wolf King. 6 is also afraid that 5 is the Wolf King and will be eliminated and taken away. Player 10 checks for 9, so he will definitely play 9. In this way, everyone is satisfied with the direct release of player 9. The only person who may object is player 9, but there is nothing you can do. If you don't play, there will be no more suitable position to resist the push. Why don't you just play the witch instead of the dream catcher? I definitely won't believe you and player 6 playing the dream catcher. Although I also have doubts about player 6 as the dream catcher, I can only believe 6 if you play it. After listening to the speech of player number 11, Ren Fan felt that the situation on the field was very good. The Prophet 10 has been recognized, and 9 is turned over to check and kill him. But 9 cannot jump to the dream catcher against him. Jumping is tantamount to recognizing the wolf. How could it be such a coincidence? Ren Fan took over the task of investigating and killing the dream catcher who pretended to be the dream catcher, and 10, as his wolf teammate, came out to pretend to be the dream catcher and was able to investigate and kill the real dream catcher. Anyone who insists on doing this is either out of his mind or cheating and knows the identity of the person, otherwise it would be impossible. Now the speeches of 7 and 11 are preferred, and we will listen to what player 1 has to say later. If number 1 is also a good guy, it is possible that 3 wolves will appear under the police in this game, and no 4's words will come true. Player number 1, please speak. I'm not a dream catcher either, but to be honest, even if I were, I wouldn't jump out and shoot player 6. Players 5 and 6 are like 2 wolves playing together. It's not worth it to jump out and get yourself involved. Besides, didn't player 6 swear that he can prove his identity? Let's wait for him to correct his perspective. If player number 6 is not the dream catcher, and the real dream catcher is in the external position, you will shield player number 5 at night. The next day, as long as number 5 doesn't fall, number 6 will be the Iron Wolf. Conversely, if number 6 is the dream catcher, he will definitely kill number 5. There is no other choice. Today, player number 9 will make the transition. If he jumps into dream catcher, no one will accept it, unless he jumps into witch. If anyone under number 9 dares to jump into witch, I will be the transition. As soon as player 1 said this, his reputation instantly increased. How can you beat him with this mentality? He is a wolf? Logically speaking, since things have come to this point, I should at least acknowledge him as my good friend for the time being. The most important thing is, if his trump card is wolf, he should be in the last position to compete with Ren Fan to shoot the dream. As long as he jumps, player number 5 has a chance to get the police badge, and if he doesn't jump, player number 10 will definitely get the police badge. From this point, it can be seen that 1 is most likely not in the wolves. In fact, even if he jumps to Shaman, it doesn't matter if the good guys can't stand by the wolf teammates. Don't the good guys think that there are 5 or 6 pairs of wolves? If they can lead the rhythm and directly push back Ren Fan, the wolves will make a lot of money. Although this possibility is very small, it is not realistic to directly push Ren Fan out of the game under the current circumstances, but there is a saying that goes, everything depends on human efforts, and maybe it will succeed. In short, since player number 1 did not fight against Ren Fan, he has a lot of good relationships with others. What's more, he also said that if the witch jumps out under 9 police, he can be used to resist the transition. Which wolf would talk like this? Unless this guy is very pretentious and is very good at finding opportunities to create an identity for himself and win the favor of good people, there is nothing we can do. But there is no need to think badly of people on the first day. If there is a problem with the speech or logic of player number 1 later, Ren Fan might consider that player number 1 is a werewolf who takes advantage of the opportunity to give himself an identity. In fact, not only player 1, but also players 7 and 11 are just identity preferences. It is another matter whether we will continue to regard them as good people in the future. I feel like the wolves may not jump against player 6, because player 6 said he captured the dream of player 5 last night. As long as player 6 is the dream capturer, he will be able to prove his identity tomorrow. There is no benefit for the wolves to jump against him. Unless the wolves are confident that they can push player 6 out of the game after using the dream catcher, otherwise, it would be like selling a wolf for nothing. But it's unrealistic to push player 6 on the first day. It's true that the good guys are a little suspicious of the 5th and 6th wolves, but suspicion is suspicion. If you really ask them to vote for 6, do you think they will be willing? No way, at least that's how I see it. So, as long as the wolves don't get carried away and don't play the desperate game, they can't jump to Dreamcatcher with player 6. The police divided the case into 2 wolves. I think it's 4 and 5. As for 7 and 11, their speeches don't sound like wolves. Player No 7's logic was very correct. He pointed out the problems with players 5 and 6 right away, suspecting that they might be playing a double game. This is the perspective of a good person. Maybe he's a wolf, simulating the perspective and mentality of a good guy, but it can't be like this on the first day, right? Player 11's definition of 7's identity, his comments on the relationship between 5 and 6, and his side are all the same as mine. I definitely can't call him a wolf. And his last speech made it impossible for me to play 9 and 11 double wolves. He said that players 5 and 6 didn't want to rashly vote for the other party to be eliminated, and wanted to find a position to resist the push in the outside position. Player 10 checked and killed 9, so he must want to play 9. Good people don't dare to vote directly between 5 and 6, so they should also want to play in the outside position. Let's see the correct perspective of player 6 tomorrow. In this case, player number 9 is the most suitable. I should say that except for player number 9, no one else would have any objection. It is a perfect choice. Can the 11th player say something like that and still play the 9th and 11th wolves? It's impossible. Unless the 9th player is a good guy, I can't beat the 11th player. So, from my perspective, both 7 and 11 have to go out, and the police will open the double wolves. Player 4 must enter the wolf pit, or he can only play the lone wolf and the police. Player number 4, I really have no choice but to put you in the wolf pit. If you put a lone wolf on top of the police, it seems a bit weird. Relatively speaking, it is more reliable to put 2 wolves above the police and 2 wolves below the police. Of course, if you speak well under the police and make me sound like a wolf, like 7 to 11, I will definitely call the police to open 3 wolves. My bottom card is a good person. If your bottom card is a good person, then we should not be too hostile to each other. We can have appropriate suspicion. There is no problem with that. Player number 3 is likely to be recognized, and number 9 is for checking and killing. The remaining number 2, number 8, and number 12 are all possible for 1 or 2 wolves to appear. It's hard to say now since I haven't heard the speech. Let's wait and see after we hear it. Alright, that's all I want to say on police. Stand by player 10, and you, the police, please vote. Pass. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. As soon as player number 1 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. At the same time, 238912. Player 5 or player 10. Although no one in the police department has tried to disguise themselves as the dream catcher to shoot Ren Fan, this does not mean that Ren Fan is the dream catcher, so it is still possible for 5 to become the prophet. It is possible that there is a clever person who has a trump card and is not the dream catcher. He thinks that the dream catcher is under the police, and Ren Fan is a wolf pretending to be the dream catcher, and 5 is the prophet, and then he goes to vote for 5. There are many people like this who think they are the only one sober while everyone else is drunk, and it is precisely these idiots who increase the difficulty of the game for the good guys. Ren Fan was very relieved that no one on the police team jumped to take pictures of him. In this situation, as player number 1 said, unless Wolf is crazy, he will let anyone jump and shoot the dreamer. Otherwise, he can only sell out his teammates and use a hook. Because the person Ren Fan photographed last night was none other than player number 5. When he wakes up tomorrow, he will be able to see the correct angle of view. How can this be correct? The dreamer kept talking to the good guy Ren Fan? Isn't that a guilty conscience? But after jumping out, if you don't push Ren Fan out, and let Ren Fan kill player number 5 tomorrow to correct the perspective, wouldn't that be sending a wolf away for nothing? The wolves could think of this, so they couldn't make a bold move. If the person Ren Fan photographed last night was not player number 5, but someone else, the wolves would definitely compete with Ren Fan to photograph the person. This is where Ren Fan is so smart. The wolf can't pretend to be the dream catcher, but the one who can pretend to be the dream catcher and take pictures of him is most likely the real dream catcher. But as long as the real dream photographer is not stupid, he will not jump out to shoot him rashly, but will just quietly shoot player number 5 at night. No matter whether player no 5's trump card is a wolf or a good guy, as long as player number 5 is not killed, the good guys will know that Ren Fan is a tough guy wearing clothes, and the real dream photographer is just hiding and not coming out. The next day, the good guy was going to take action, but he was not afraid at all. After all, he had a gun in his hand, not a fire poker. By then, as long as he explains the operation and benefits of wearing the dream catcher's clothes on the police, the good guys will recognize him in minutes, and the wolves will be almost collapsed. At the same time, Ren Fan's live broadcast room. This is outrageous. Why does he like to strip other people's clothes? If it were me, wouldn't I feel uncomfortable killing player 5 as soon as the hunter appears? It's really useless to perform such a ferocious operation. It would be much better to jump to the hunter and directly face the camera. It's obviously a simple thing, but why make it so complicated? Watching him perform really smoothly, his trump card was not Dreamcatcher, yet no one was dancing against him, no one was filming him, even the wolf and Dreamcatcher were silent. It was really amazing. Directly jump to hunter, the wolf team will double explode and swallow the police badge. Although it is still the advantage of the good guys, double explosion and double swords, 2 wolves for 2 gods, is not particularly cost-effective. Jumping to Dreamcatcher is different. The wolf will not explode, but the police badge profit can get it. This is the difference. If I were the Dreamcatcher in this game, I guarantee that the anchor wouldn't even recognize his mother. If you dare to wear my clothes, I'm sorry, women and clothes are not allowed to be loaned out. That's why you're wasting your data watching his live broadcast, and the reason why his live broadcast is so popular is because of your level. I learned a lot today. When the prophet is out, recognize the gargoyle. When the hunter takes over the kill, jump to the Dreamcatcher. Similarly, can the civilian take over the kill and jump to the Dreamcatcher? Brother, don't draw inferences from this. The hunter can jump because he can shoot his gun the next day. You, a civilian, are going to prove yourself with your head. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 2381210. 9 chooses to vote for player 5. The voting pattern was as expected. Except for player number 9 who was checked and killed, everyone voted for player number 10 for the police badge. Not to mention that no one on the police team can jump to shoot the dreamer and shoot Ren Fan. Even if there is, you can still play 5 or 6 double wolves and stand on the side with 10. Ren Fan was very satisfied with the result. Under his operation, the prophet got the police badge almost effortlessly. Otherwise, player number 10 might not get the police badge, or even have the chance to speak, and the wolf would just explode. If this is the case, the prophet will have no gaming experience at all, and Ren Fan will be similar. If he jumps to the hunter, the wolf will directly self-destruct. Who will he take with him when he is stabbed and shot? At that time, only players 4 and 5 spoke, and player 5 was still a wolf. He didn't listen to any of the speeches after that. He might have brought the Dreamcatcher or the witch along. This is also one of the reasons why Ren Fan, the police officer, did not jump into the hunter's clothes and snatch the dreamer's clothes. Player number 10 was elected sheriff, Christmas Eve last night. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 9 please speak. If I say I'm a Dreamcatcher, no one will believe me. But wolves hope I'm a Dreamcatcher the most, because if I pretend to be a Dreamcatcher, no one will believe me at all. The good guys will just mark me as a wolf and beat me up without any hesitation. What they fear most is that I will play the witch. But in this game, I am the witch. Yinshui is player number 11, number 10 is definitely a tough player, and number 5 is the prophet. As soon as player number 9 stood up, a witch jumped out. It seemed that the wolf was determined to fight the good guys. There is no way. Player number 9 knows very well that there is no difference between him jumping into the dream capturer and recognizing the wolf. Police 1 and 11 have talked about it. If you jump to the civilian position, no matter how good the surface water is, you will definitely have to eat the anti-push. Just like 11 said, he is the perfect anti-push position reached by mutual compromise among all parties. If not him, who will? Therefore, if he wants to survive, he can only pretend to be a witch, otherwise he will surely die. Although you will still die if you jump into the witch's trap, at least you can eat the poison and find the witch, so your death is not in vain and you can make a contribution to the wolf team. Player 1 on the police said that if I jump out of the witch, he will be the one to play. What does one say now? Brother, you sound like a good person, but don't say such frank words in the future. It's easy to get yourself into trouble. Today I wanted to bring out player number 10. When I followed up with the check, I didn't jump out of the spot, but instead I shot a dream catcher. I guess the Wolf King wanted to force the dream catcher out. You will definitely not believe me if I say Dreamcatcher didn't jump, but from my perspective, Dreamcatcher didn't jump. The reason is simply that he was misled by the words of player number 6 and thought that players 5 and 6 were two wolves hitting the board. In fact, this is not the case at all. Originally, this was a simple case of the Prophet checking and killing the Wolf King. The Wolf King was afraid that he would jump from the spot, and the good guys didn't do it, so he jumped from the Dreamcatcher. You guys made it so complicated that even 5 or 6 double wolves hit the board. Can we sort out the positive logic on the first day? Let's take a step back and say, even if you have 5 or 6 wolves playing together, shouldn't you still send out player number 6 first? The Dreamcatcher didn't even jump. I think you are a little too timid. No one on the police jumped to the Dreamcatcher to shoot player number 6. I thought the Dreamcatcher was under the police, but I didn't expect that except for me. Everyone's votes were hung on player no 10. I won't talk about the other good guys who closed their eyes. It's understandable that they stood on the wrong side and voted on the wrong ticket, but why did you, the Dream Capturer, get the bandit ticket? I said the same thing. You can play 5 or 6 double wolves to hit the board, but you have to jump out when you need to. You can't let player 6 become the only dream catcher on the field. This is definitely not okay. Many people didn't think of the 5th and 6th duos in the first place, but they stood with 6th only because 10th player was the only dream catcher on the field. If the dream catcher jumped out and told them that 6th player was not a dream catcher, I believe there would be many good people standing with 5th player. After saying so much, I just want to tell Dreamcatcher, don't be so cowardly. Not to mention that 5 and 6 are not two wolves hitting the board, even if they are, you have to jump out. Don't be afraid of death and don't take anything. Listening to the speech of player number 9, Ren Fan gloated and observed a 3-second silence for player number 4. 9. This speech sells perspective. The 4 sold is a wolf. From 9's perspective, neither 1 nor 11 jumped to Dreamcatcher, which means that neither 1 nor 11 should be Dreamcatcher. Except for him, the police also voted for player number 10, and it seems that Dreamcatcher will not appear either. At this time, his first reaction was definitely not to say that the Dreamcatcher did not jump, but to tell the good guys that player number 4 was the Dreamcatcher. But 9 had no such awareness at all. His first reaction was that the Dreamcatcher did not jump, which meant that 4 was a wolf in his perspective. If 4 is a good person in his perspective, why doesn't he first consider 4 to be a Dreamcatcher? In this way, the two wolves on guard are now together, player number 4 and player number 5. The one under the police is player number 9, and there is another wolf whose identity is not yet known, but he is probably among 2, 8, and 12. Ren Fan was not far from killing the 4 wolves in one round. Player 6 and 10 on the police are definitely the 2 wolves, and player 11 is my silver water. Although he is on the wrong side, I won't suspect that he is a self-killing wolf just because of this. I just hope 11 can turn back and stop thinking about 5 and 6 double wolves. Many times, good people lose because they complicate simple problems. Player 1, you can say that I will play you when I play the witch. I feel that you are not capable of holding the wolf card. Otherwise, I will definitely play you as a charge wolf. Player number 4 did a pretty good job in his speech. I didn't hear any banditry, so I played the game as if it was 2 wolves. 238121003. At least one of 2 and 12 must be a wolf. 10 is unlikely to use the police badge flow on the wolf teammate, so 2 and 12 cannot be 2 wolves, and they cannot both be good people. Otherwise, the police and wolves will not be in the same position. In this way, player number 8 will be the werewolf who is squeezed out. Player number 3 will be eliminated. Players number 2 and number 12 cannot form a pair of wolves, so number 8 will be the Iron Wolf. Although I haven't heard his speech yet, the logic is that this is the case. 6810212. Today, player number 10 will appear. He must be a little wolf. If he is the Wolf King, player number 6 is a little wolf. Player number 6 will jump from death to death. He will be poisoned at night and will not jump from the dream catcher. He jumped onto the dream catcher for only one purpose, to find the dream catcher, then get out and shoot the dream catcher away. I hope that the good people will turn around after listening to my speech, especially the dream catcher. It's time to jump out and correct the good people's perspective and let them know that 6 is not the dream catcher. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Caesarean section to remove powder, death to prove innocence. Player number 8 please speak. There are 2 reasons for voting for player number 10. One is that player number 6 played Dreamcatcher on the alert, but no one voted for him. And my whole card is not Dreamcatcher, so I can't vote for player no 5. Unless I insist on having the Dreamcatcher under the police, player 6 is just lucky. He was able to put on his clothes and jump into the Dreamcatcher before the police. I can't shoot him, but thinking like that is too malicious. When you combine the comments of 5 and 6 on the police, it sounds a bit like 2 wolves fighting each other, but in fact, there is nothing wrong with what they said. 5 is worried that 6 is the Wolf King, so he dare not send 6 out rashly. Similarly, 6 is afraid that he will be shot by the Wolf King and wants to send him out in the outside position. It's all normal. So, player 6 has the Dreamcatcher face, and player 5 has the Prophet face. The one with the matching jump is another matter, but the one without the matching jump can only accept it temporarily. For example, for player 6, there is no one to fight against the Dreamcatcher, so I can't just attack him as a wolf. The second reason for voting for player 10 is that I am very satisfied with his speech and logic. He talked about the definition of the relationship between 5 and 6 just right. There is one sentence that I remember very clearly. He said that even if 5 and 6 are like two wolves playing the board, you can't call 6 a wolf just because someone jumps to Dream Photographer in the back position. You still have to listen to the opinions of the two people. Player 10 said this very well. His mentality perfectly matches the idea of a prophet in my mind. 3735757. After reading the entire speech, there was not a single thing that player 10 said that I was dissatisfied with. For a prophet like him, who else should I vote for but him? Player number 8 stood up and talked about the reasons why he voted for number 10. Judging from his meaning and tone, he probably won't turn back to side with player number 5 in this game, because every word of player number 10 touched his heart and his logic was almost perfect. How could he still believe that player number 5 was the prophet? Unless player number 10 reveals himself to be the wolf, there is no chance of player number 8 turning back. Now we can be sure that 5 and 9 are double wolves. I actually doubted that 5 and 6 were double wolves, but seeing this ticket pattern, I feel that we are overthinking it. 6 might really be the Dreamcatcher. It's just a coincidence that the player number 5 he photographed last night reported this information, which made us have bad associations. Of course, it is not ruled out that the Dreamcatcher is hiding and doesn't want to jump. Just like player 1 said, if the Dreamcatcher thinks that players 5 and 6 are two wolves hitting the board, he can just play dead. If player 6 can't kill player 5 tomorrow, the good guys will naturally understand what's going on. But the possibility of this happening is very small. I think most people don't have the patience to do this. After all, if someone takes over my clothes, how can I tolerate this? I have to jump out and fight him. So, I am more inclined to believe that the wolves sold their teammates to play hook shots, and 5 and 9 are double wolves. As for player no 9's witch trick, I don't believe it in a single word, oh no, not even a single punctuation mark. He jumped the witch under the guard, just to avoid being pushed and let the good guys resist the push of player 5. It would be better if he could force the witch out. The police are playing according to the two wolves. It feels like two wolves will appear among 4, 5, and 7. It is true that the 7th player made a good speech on the police, but he cannot let it go completely. Maybe he felt that the number 5 player's jump was blocked, and the Dreamcatcher number 6 couldn't jump back. He caught number 5 last night, which was equivalent to holding the wolves' Achilles heel. In this situation, selling out teammates and hooking is undoubtedly the wisest choice. As long as a wolf is determined to hook, he can talk like a good person, or even better than a good person. So, player number 7 is my suspect, and his turn is after player no 4. The 4 policemen were in the first position to speak, and their behavior of not slacking off was quite good. The policemen might have opened 3 wolves, which made them look like good people. It's just that their talk about not lying and killing werewolves was a bit contrived. We are all old foxes, so stop touting yourself as innocent. You say you don't lie and that people should have more trust in each other, but the key is, are you a human being? I feel like you are a wolf. The funniest thing is, you say you are a good person, so you are a good person. Do you really think we are 3-year-old children? To me, sincerity is not a killer move, it is just pretense. But I won't beat you to death. After all, 1 round of speeches cannot determine a person's identity. It's safer to listen to 2 more rounds. But it's inevitable that you will fall into the wolf's pit. 1 and 11 are most likely good guys, especially player 11. From what the police said, we can tell that they can't be on the same side with player 9. His attitude and comments about player 10 are exactly the same as what I thought. In addition, player 9 threw silver water at him after he turned into a witch. I don't think the wolf who turned into a witch would throw silver water at his teammates. Player number 1 on the police team is at the end of the game and stands by player number 10. He also votes for him. His logic and speech are both good. He is most likely a good person. But we cannot rule out the possibility that player 1 is a hook, because many of his statements and logic follow those of player 11. On the first day, we won't make it so complicated. As long as one's behavior and speech are good, we will temporarily recognize him. 2 wolves appear under the police. Player 9 doesn't need to be mentioned. Player 3 can be temporarily eliminated. That means players 2 and 12. You don't need to doubt my identity, just recognize me. It's a waste of time and expression to question me. Anyway, you will know why I said so when the time comes. Let's put out player number 9 today. He must be a wolf pretending to be a witch to avoid being pushed, so that the good guys will be afraid to act rashly and can only return the votes to the outside position or put out player no 5. But you must not touch 5 today. He is the wolf king, and 9 is definitely a little wolf under the police. Good people must not jump the witch because of 9, fearing that the witch will not release him if something goes wrong. Anyway, my vote will definitely go to 9, so that's it, I'll pass. Player number 7 listens to the speech. You suspect I'm a wolf, player 8. This is the only part of your entire speech that makes me dissatisfied. Everything else was good. Although your logic of siding with player 10 sounds very sufficient and reasonable, it is actually just rehashing old ideas that have been discussed by others. Your highlight is that you showed the mental journey and benefits of player No 9's role as a witch. I think you are absolutely right about this. Player 9 must be Little Wolf pretending to be a witch to avoid being pushed. Maybe his biggest goal is to make the good guys afraid of the pressure of playing the witch, so they can only play player 5. But as long as you put the ticket on 5, the Wolf King will be out. No matter if he brings the dream catcher or the witch, it will be a huge profit. If the Wolf King is out, I will definitely give priority to the dream catcher. The witch is nothing more than a bottle of poison. Killing the dream catcher first is the wisest choice. This is also one of the important reasons why I think 5 and 6 are 2 wolves hitting the board. If 5 and 6 are 2 wolves, their purpose of playing this way is not to become a high-level prophet, but to force the dream catcher out. 1 wolf for 1 dream catcher. This is what the wolves want to see. In fact, if player 6 had used the witch as the same comment, I wouldn't have been so suspicious of player 5 and player 6's pair of wolves. Player number 7 did not fight back aggressively just because 8 entered the wolf pit. On the contrary, he felt that 8 chatted well and seemed like a good person overall. Especially 8's speculation and analysis about 9 jumping which coincided with his, which was the highlight of 8's speech. The moment the police officer told player number 9 to pretend to be a witch, he felt that number 9 was a wolf, and it must be the little wolf who pretended to be a witch. The Wolf King usually goes to the police to show off his power and will not stay under the police. Player 8, even though you beat me, I think you are probably a good person. You are just too suspicious and accused me of selling out my teammates. To be honest, if I were the wolf in this game, I would definitely jump to Dream Shooter with 6. Unfortunately, I am not one of them, so I can only talk about my thoughts. 5 and 6 are more like 2 wolves hitting each other with a board. This is my reminder to good people, and even more so to the prophets in the later positions. Player number 10 is very smart. He defined the identities of players 5 and 6 in a way that I like, especially the fact that he recognized me. This is a statement that only a true prophet would make. I told the police that 5 has the aspect of a prophet, 6 has the aspect of a dream catcher, and 5 and 6 could also be 2 wolves hitting each other with a board. Now I can eliminate one possibility. 5 can only be a tough guy in my opinion, because I believe 10 is a prophet. As for 6, the dream catcher, there is still a question mark. Although no one on the police jumped out to shoot him, and the police's ticket also showed that there was no dream catcher, even so, it is still possible that the dream catcher deliberately hid and did not jump out. Didn't player 1 say that if he was the dream catcher, he wouldn't jump out? Jumping out would have no meaning except getting stabbed at night. A good guy can't go straight to player 6. In that case, we might as well stay here. Anyway, we won't be able to get the number 5 player today. As long as we can keep number 5 alive tonight, the good guys will naturally understand what happened when we wake up the next day. That means the real dream catcher may not want to reveal his identity, so even if only 6 people jumped into the dream catcher trap today, he may not be the real dream catcher. Listening to the speech of player number 7, Ren Fan raised his eyebrows, thinking that this guy should be a good person. If the 7th card is the wolf, then you will know for sure that he is the dream catcher. After all, he is a good guy in the eyes of the wolf team. A good guy takes the check and kills and jumps to the dream catcher, and no one jumps back. If the wolf does not believe him, who will he believe in? If Wolf knew that he was the dream catcher, would he still rush to say that even if he was the only one dancing the dream catcher on the field, it could not be ruled out that it was Wolf? I guess they won't talk like this. The wolf will only use logic to acknowledge him and win his favor. He won't talk about this kind of thing and arouse the hostility of the dream catcher. The fact that player number 7 dared to talk like this shows that he has a blind eye perspective and mentality of a good guy. In addition, the speech of police officer number 7 was also good, so Ren Fan has completely recognized number 7. The police opened 2 wolves, no more than 2 and 12. I think 3 and 8 can be temporarily recognized, especially player 3. He entered the first police badge flow of 5, and he should be canvassing for votes. As for identity, the second badge flow of 5 was used to hit 9 to create an identity. It was just their bad luck. Player 9 was found and killed on the first night. 45561111. Whether it's their speeches, their sides, or anything else, neither of them can hold the wolf card. Maybe there are wolves who made good speeches among 1 and 11, but that's not what we need to consider today. When we have sorted out 4, 5, and 6, we can discuss the Deepwater Hook Wolf. 45291129. The witch should jump when she needs to, jump out to get in perspective, so that player 5 won't start to yell that there's only one witch, player 9, on the field, and why shouldn't the good guys believe him? Don't jump, dream catcher. It's useless. If you jump, the good guys won't come out with level 6. If you don't jump, the good guys still won't come out with level 6. So just stay there for 1 round and go shield player number 5 at night. Alright, that's all I want to say, officer. I'm a good player with a good bottom card. I'm on the side of player 10. Today I played 9, so I passed. Player number 6 please speak. It's my turn to speak again. After a round of discussion, no one has challenged me to jump to the dream photographer. I just want to give the wolves 2 words, follow your heart, from top to bottom. Player number 9 is under the police and he jumps to the witch. Brother, please forgive me for being blunt. You have sold the perspective and talked so hard, but in the end, no one in the front position has played your explosive point. In that case, let me tell you. On the police call, I accepted the call from player number 5 to kill the Dreamcatcher, right? After the police call, players number 1, 7, and 11 did not kill me. 2381210. In this situation, what should be the first reaction of player number 9? He must tell the good guy that player number 4 is the Dreamcatcher. From his perspective, since the police officers couldn't find the Dreamcatcher, there was only one possibility: 4 was the Dreamcatcher, not that the Dreamcatcher was hiding on purpose. Think about this carefully, isn't it? Did player 9 sell out his perspective? I am now basically certain that 4 and 9 are the two wolves. Because 4 is on the wolf team, 9 didn't think about 4 being the Dreamcatcher. He subconsciously ignored his wolf teammates. Listening to Ren Fan's speech, the eyes of all the good people on the scene lit up. It seemed to be the truth. Player number 9 did ignore 4. Even if his whole card was wolf, he should have talked about 4 instead of letting 4 disappear from his perspective. This is abnormal. As Ren Fan said, there is only one possibility: 4 and 9 are both wolves. Player 9 subconsciously does not have the concept that 4 is the Dreamcatcher, because 4 is his wolf teammate. When Ren Fan came up with this logic, it was like a revelation to good people, and they instantly felt clear-headed. 4, 5, and 9 are 3 wolves, and you only need to find one more wolf for the external position. The most important thing is that if Ren Fan can talk about this, he can hardly hold the wolf card. When the police are on the top, you can play 5 and 6 double wolves to hit the board, but you can't play like this anymore when the police are under the top. Just recognize him as the Dreamcatcher. Unless tomorrow when you wake up, the number 5 player has not turned over the cards, which means that Ren Fan is a wolf, 6 and 10 are double wolves, and you can't play 5 and 6 double wolves anymore. How about this? Is this the explosive point of player 9? Did player 9 accidentally sell the perspective? None of you in the front row mentioned this. Am I more observant and listening more carefully? Ren Fan's words were somewhat arrogant, but they had to admit that he did talk about important logic that they were not aware of. This logic can not only prove that player number 9 is not a witch, but also help to identify the double wolves at 4 and 9. It can be said that this is the most valuable statement among all the ones made by the police. Player number 7 was originally my main suspect. Regardless of whether player number 5 was a wolf king or not, as long as I accepted the check, I would have to speculate that player number 5 and player number 7 might be a pair of wolves that killed me. But after 2 rounds of speeches by the police, 7 used logic to tell me that he is not a wolf. He can get to 5 or 6 on the police. It may be a double wolf hitting the board. This is the perspective of the good guy. Not to mention him, even I feel that I and player number 5 are like wolf teammates. I know I don't dare to play 5, but you can say I don't dare, or I don't want to. In addition, player 5 said I was checking for a kill, but I may not play it, which can easily lead to misunderstandings and associations among good people. Player 7 is a good person with good logic, but he is still a little bit behind me. In this round under the police, he played 4 and 5 double wolves, which also shows that he and player number 4 did not meet. Not to mention player 11, who kept saying dirty things and even brought out player 9 to liven up the atmosphere. Once such remarks are made, players 9 and 11 will definitely not meet. What can I say about player 1? Forget it, let's not talk about him. Judging from what he said, he seems to be a good person. Ren Fan didn't want to talk much about player 1, because he felt that player 1 was most likely a Dreamcatcher, a typical person who was talking to himself. He said that if he were a Dreamcatcher, he would not jump at all, as there would be no benefit in jumping out. The person who could talk like this was most likely a Dreamcatcher, because he thought 5 and 6 were double wolves, so he would not jump. Even if 5 and 6 are not the twin wolves, and 5 is the prophet, can he lead the team to push Ren Fan out of the game? Impossible. When Ren Fan said that he was a Dreamcatcher and had photographed player number 5 last night, this became an unsolvable problem for the wolves and the Dreamcatcher. The Dreamcatcher jumped out but couldn't stop Ren Fan, so a good guy would definitely keep him in a positive perspective. In this case, as long as the Dreamcatcher has a sound mind, he will stay hidden and take pictures of player number 5 at night. This can also be considered a positive perspective. If Ren Fan didn't kill player number 5, the good guys would know that he was not the Dreamcatcher. Isn't this an alternative positive perspective? As for the wolves, they wanted to jump against Ren Fan, but it was useless. Even the real Dream Capturer couldn't deal with Ren Fan, let alone them. From the wolf's perspective, Ren Fan was the Dreamcatcher who captured player number 5 on the first night. When player number 5 turns over the cards tomorrow, the situation will be clear. What else can the wolf who is facing Ren Fan as the Dreamcatcher do except to self-destruct? The 2 wolves above the police are players 4 and 5, and the 2 wolves below the police are probably players 8 and 9, I think. At first glance, there is nothing wrong with player 8's speech this round. His logic for standing with player 10 is very sound, and it doesn't seem like a hook forcing him to stand with the player. But no matter it is for player 1 or player 7, he has left a little hook. If he wants, he can put 1 or 7 into the wolf pit at any time. Although he said that player no 4's turn should be before player no 7's, he can easily find a good reason to overturn his statement and say that player number 7 has a bigger chance of being a bad player than player no 4. In other words, the comments made by player 8 in this round seem like he was holding back, perhaps paving the way for the hook in the next 4 sets 1 and 7. Like player number 7, his speech was very clear and straightforward, and he killed 4 or 5 pairs of wolves directly. It seemed to me that he had no ulterior motives or any other tricks. Even though he might be a good hooker in the 8th round, he didn't fight back. This is a real good person. Of course, 8 and 9 are a pair of wolves. This is just my preliminary judgment. After all, I haven't heard the speeches of 2, 3, and 12 yet. Maybe the 3 of them talk more like wolves. If that's the case, then I'm overthinking it and it's my problem, but before that, the wolf pit I ordered was 4, 5, 8, and 9. There is nothing wrong with the number 9 player today. If the witch wants to jump, she can jump. If she doesn't want to jump, she can just lie low. It doesn't matter. As long as the good people know what's going on, that's fine. Player number 5, please speak. It would be fine if player 4 was the dream catcher, but he was the first to speak on the police station, so he couldn't take 6, and he couldn't use the police badge ticket to prove his identity. That's why it looks like 6 is the only dream catcher on the field. But if 4 is not the dream catcher, and the real dream catcher didn't jump because of the 2 wolves on discs 5 and 6, then I can only say that you are a talent. Player number 6 was assigned to investigate and kill the swindler who was wearing clothes. If you don't come out to take a straight look, it's obvious that you are gambling with the success or failure of the entire good team. If you bet right, it's really amazing. 5 or 6 wolves hit the board, but you didn't jump out and successfully crushed the wolves' conspiracy. But what if you bet wrong? The witch was pushed out on the first day, and the good guys collapsed. Even if the good guys realize that they are on the wrong side tomorrow, what's the use? If they fall behind in rounds, they can't catch up. I hope that player number 4 is the dream catcher. If he jumps out to correct the perspective today, we will send out player no 6. Just now, player 6 was still fooling the good guys, saying that the witch didn't need to jump. How ridiculous? Player 9 was checking and killing the witch wearing witch's clothes. Why didn't the witch jump out of the external position? Are you so afraid of death when playing the god card? The dream catcher doesn't jump, and the witch doesn't jump. In the final analysis, it's because you wolves don't dare to fight against the witch of player number 9. You are reluctant to even sell an extra wolf. You just want to lead the pace and trick the good guys into resisting the push to number 9. I don't know where you get your confidence from. But I think what's even more outrageous is that the people in the front row are actually saying that 9 is a wolf pretending to be a witch. He can't pick up the witch card. I just want to ask a question. Why can't he pick up the witch card? What's wrong with his statement? No matter what, today, the good guy's votes cannot be placed on player 9, because he is a witch. Once he is pushed back on the first day, the good guys will collapse. 645944. If I tell you who I am, you will definitely not want me to be recognized. You will also think that I am the Wolf King. Besides, I don't want to be eliminated so early. I still want to stay on the field and debate with the arrogant wolf. From your perspective, there are 3 wolves on the board, 4, 5, and 9. Player 4 must be a little wolf. He can't take down the Wolf King, right? From my perspective, player 4 is definitely a good guy. Why do I say that if he doesn't jump to Dreamcatcher, the good guys should choose him instead of player 9? It's very simple. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. They are both good people, but one is a civilian and the other is a witch. I can only sell the civilian to protect the witch. After all, the witch has a bottle of poison and can chase the round, but the civilian does not. Reality is so cruel. I can only use this method to minimize the losses of the good guys. When the good guys wake up tomorrow, they will know that 6 is not the dream catcher, and this game will be revived. If any good person gets carried away today and follows the wolf to vote for player number 9, then they will be gone forever. Player 5's remarks immediately caused the good guy to frown. Ren Fan played with 4 and 5 wolves, but looking at what player number 5 said, he was forcing player 4 to jump to dream catcher. If they didn't jump to dream catcher, they would have to suffer the resistance. Can this be a wolf teammate? What's more, what player number 5 said makes sense. Player 9 took over the check and killed the witch, so why wouldn't the witch jump out to shoot him? You know, even if the good guys tend to side with 10 and resist the only witch on the field, the psychological pressure is very high. Therefore, it would be best if the witch came out and stopped hiding. Even the wolves dare to wear clothes, but the real witch is hiding like a villain. What a shame. I know it's going to be hard to resist the push of player 6 today, so what I'm thinking about now is how to reduce the losses of the good guys, and how to catch up with them tomorrow after I get my perspective right. After thinking about it, I can only sacrifice player number 4. There is no other way. He is not a dream catcher. I can only let him eat the resistance. This way, the good people of the Diamond Wolf team can accept it. After all, from their perspective, we, 4, 5, and 9, are the 3 wolves. We can only say that player 6 has a good rhythm and can turn player 9's speech into a selling perspective. I am a very self-aware person. In this situation, it is unlikely that I can change the good guy's logic. So I can only save him in a roundabout way. This is my greatest effort as a prophet. The 2 wolves on the police are undoubtedly players 6 and 10. Player 11 is not available. He is a silver water. Self-killing wolves are not considered in this round of testing. Player 1 was in the last position and was crazy about voting for player 10 to incite him. He even told the Dreamcatcher not to jump and kept saying that players 5 and 6 were double wolves hitting the board. With such comments and mentality, I labeled him a wolf. If there are 3 wolves on the police, that is, 1, 6, and 10, and another wolf is released under the police, player 8 can accept it, because 6 is very hostile to 8, and it seems that he wants to set the pace and use 8 to resist the push. Today's match against player number 8 was just a prelude, and he will definitely continue to lead the pace later. One of the remaining 2, 3, or 12 will be a wolf. It's hard to say who it will be. We have to listen to their speeches first. Of course, I will go check them out tonight. Today, we will follow the method I mentioned. Good guys must not play number 9, even if there is someone in the back position who can jump to number 9. If you want to play number 4, if he is not the dream catcher. If he is the dream catcher, we can only look at the good people's choices, stand on the right side and vote for the right person. If player number 6 is eliminated, we will most likely win. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. As a prophet, I have said everything I should say and considered everything I should consider. I have done my best. If a good person still stands on the wrong side, it is his own fault. It is over. Player number 4, please speak. It was really an unexpected disaster. I was pushed into the wolf's pit for no apparent reason. If it's any more inexplicable, I'll be pushed back if I'm not a dream catcher. 5 and 6 are opposites, right? They are both targeting me. They might really be a pair of wolves. As for whether my trump card is the dream catcher, no, I am just a civilian. Player 5 used a lot of logic and interests to come up with a plan for me to transition. Although I reject it in my heart, if I think about it objectively, if he is a prophet, this is the only way to save the witch. In fact, compared to player 5, I am more disgusted by player 6. He is talking nonsense in a serious manner, saying that player 9 sold the perspective. How did he sell the perspective? Assuming that the 9 card is the wolf, from his perspective, you 6 are the dream catcher. Isn't it normal that he subconsciously ignores me? You can suspect 9 and 4 because player 9 didn't expect me to be the dream catcher, but you absolutely can't condemn me. To put it bluntly, how do you know that this wasn't a flaw that player 9 deliberately left out to taint my identity? There are obvious problems with the comments made by player 6 this round. It feels to me like he's forcing the logic board to use 2 wolves at 4 and 9 to form a wolf pit. Originally I was inclined to side with player 10, but after player 6's comments came out, I can only side with player 5. At least I can more or less understand 5's speech, but I can't understand 6 at all. If they are not 2 wolves hitting the board, then they are the good guys on the wrong side. 5 is a prophet. The reason why no one on the field jumped against the dream catcher with player number 6 is because the real dream catcher believed in the 5th and 6th pairs of wolves and hid himself and didn't jump. If no one in the back position is playing witch against player 9, then the good guys can't rashly put their ticket on player 9. If something goes wrong, the game will collapse. Even if there are witches jumping against you, don't be impulsive. You can get rid of me. I am a civilian and I can be eliminated at any time. The main thing is to see the dream catcher's perspective tomorrow. Witches poison each other at night. Although good people don't make any money, they don't lose money either. It's barely acceptable. The wolves won't start to slaughter civilians at night just because the civilians were eliminated on the first day. After all, witches and dream catchers can chase rounds, and slaughtering civilians is not a wise choice. Besides, the hunters haven't jumped out yet. If they rashly slaughter civilians, they might get into trouble. I'm not sure who is the prophet between 5 and 10. I can only say that I tend to side with 5. But player 6 is definitely the wolf. Even if no one is fighting against him, I dare say he is the wolf because he can't be called a good guy in this round of speech. 64595. 5. Finally, I want to say that player 5 and I have never met or known each other. The reason why I am willing to resist this round is because I am afraid that player 5 is really a prophet and the silly dream photographer will not jump out to shoot player 6. If player 6 is really the dream catcher and player 5 is the wolf, I will perform a laparotomy to extract the powder and prove my innocence. I am telling player 6 not to be too confident. You think you have found the werewolf's explosive point, but maybe this is what they want you to get. I won't click on the wolf pit, because it doesn't make any sense. From my perspective, plate 5 is something that a prophet can predict, and plate 10 is something that a prophet can predict. It's just the opposite of logic. But player number 6 can't be a good guy in my opinion. If he is really a dream catcher, I can only say that it's my bad luck. Okay, that's all I want to say about this round. For the civilian cards, if there is a witch in the back position, I will play as the transition player. If there is no witch, I will play player number 6. That's it. It's over. End of this chapter. Chapter 60. The dream catcher is the 5th wolf. Player number 3 please speak. Player number 9 then checked and killed the witch, and player number 6 then checked and killed the dream catcher. Until now, no one has jumped against them. If the back position speaks up and no one plays number 9, and there is only one witch on the field, then I think we can use number 4 to make a transition. It is not a wise choice to rashly resist no 9. Although I don't quite believe that he is a witch, for the sake of safety, we should try not to touch him as much as possible. I think the comment from player 4 just now is very good. It's a card that has a big picture view. Assuming that player 5 is the prophet and player 4 is a civilian, after he is pushed out, player 9 can live until night to start the poisoning. The dream catcher can shield player 5 from view, and when the next day comes, all the good guys can stand on the opposite side. Once the good guys find the profit and determine the correct logical basis and perspective, it doesn't matter even if the wolf leads by 4 rounds on the first day. The good guys can definitely catch up. After all, the witch's poison can kill a wolf. If player 5 is a wolf, then 4, 5, and 9 should be 3 wolves. Let's play player 4 first today. Tonight, player 6 will be killed by 5 shots. Then the witch will poison player 9, and the wolf team will be out of luck. So, no matter who the prophet is, it is the wisest choice to play number 4 as a transition player today. Even if someone in the back position jumps to 9, it's best to play 4 first, unless player 11 jumps to witch, then I think you can play 9 directly. Otherwise, it's safest to play 4. Player number 3 was not in a hurry to say who he would stand on, but was talking to the good guy about what would be the wisest and safest way to vote today. In the current situation, 5 and 6 must not be moved. The 2 of them are the key to the correct perspective tomorrow, and one of them cannot be missing. What's more, the Wolf King is most likely among them, and the Witch and the Dreamcatcher are both stuck in the table. Wouldn't it be crazy to move the Wolf King? Player number 10 cannot move. From the current perspective, he should be the prophet, at least the prophet's side is much larger than that of number 5. It is absolutely not okay to come up with 10. Although player number 9 doesn't look like a witch, if he is really the only witch on the field, he will be worried about the good guys coming out. What if something goes wrong? After all, there are many players who don't speak well, and who can guarantee that player number 9 is not one of them. Therefore, it is best to play player number 4. Even if he makes a mistake, he is just a civilian. As for the side, I still tend to side with player number 10, but I think number 6 is not the Dreamcatcher, and number 5 and number 6 are likely to be the twin wolves. Actually, after listening to the speech of player 4, I think he should be a good person. Players 5 and 6 both focus on player 4. Is this another coincidence? From the top police officers to the bottom police officers, there are too many coincidences between these two people. Originally I didn't really want to play 5 and 6 double wolves, but now it seems that I have no choice but to play. 5 and 6 are probably really double wolves hitting the board, trying to trick the Dreamcatcher, but the Dreamcatcher was smart and didn't jump out. Although I think player 4 is a good person, there is no other way. I have to get rid of him because players 5, 6, 9, and 10 cannot be moved. Only by getting player 4 out first and then letting the Dreamcatcher see straight at night can the good people reach a consensus. 569212. 561711. There's no need to talk about player 11. There's nothing wrong with his speech, logic, perspective, or mentality. Player number 7 was the first to start playing 5 and 6 double wolves. In a sense, I was following his lead. I definitely couldn't point to him as a wolf. Player 1 did a good job on the alert, stood by 10, helped 10 in the last position to play the incitement number ticket, and acknowledged 7 and 11. These are all ways that he acts like a good person. Player 8 was trapped by player 6. Players 6 and 8 should not share the same side. Of course, in theory, it is not ruled out that player 6 deliberately stepped on player 8 to pull the opposite side, but there is no need to do so on the first day. Player number 3 did not recognize Ren Fan as the Dreamcatcher. In his opinion, this game was most likely a wolf-killing wolf, tricking the Dreamcatcher into jumping out, and then the Wolf King was eliminated and shot the Dreamcatcher away. The speeches of player number 5 and Ren Fan on police duty had such a flavor, and they both focused on player number 4 at the same time. Is all this a coincidence? Once is a coincidence, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a problem. Player 10, although I stand on your side, I may not listen to your vote. As a prophet, you must vote for 9, and as a good person who closes his eyes, I am afraid of making a mistake, so I would rather vote for player 4. I hope you can understand. If you think I might be a wolf by chatting like this, and am looking for an excuse not to fight against my wolf teammates, then come and test me. Besides, you are a prophet. Player 4 is in the wolf's pit. If the police don't attack him as a wolf, who should they attack? You can't predict any of 1, 7, or 11. It's impossible for them to get a turn before player 4. So, it's good for you to play player number 4. After all, it's your card in the wolf pit. As for why I stand with 10, and play 5 and 6 as a pair of wolves, but not 6 and 10 as a pair of wolves, it's very simple. 10's speech and logic are better than 5's, and much better. In many places, the conversation makes me want to stand with him. You have already discussed the details, more than once, so I won't repeat myself. But there was one thing that really touched me, which was that player number 10 recognized me because of the police badge flow of player number 5. He said that it was impossible for a wolf to beat all his wolf teammates into the police badge flow. Since player number 9 was confirmed to be a wolf, I could let it go. Once such a statement came out, how could I not stand with him? After listening to the speech of player number 3, Ren Fan couldn't help but shook his head. This player number 3 was still too young, too simple. Player number 4 said that he could be used for transition, so he is a good person? This is a board with the Wolf King on it. Maybe number 4 is the Wolf King. Even if 4 is not the Wolf King, it is not ruled out that he wants to retreat in order to advance and create an identity for himself. Including player no 5's decision to play number 4, in Ren Fan's opinion, it was just a temporary opposition, just to make his wolf pit look not so reasonable. Player number 2 please speak. It's not impossible to play player number 4, but it's actually not necessary, because player number 9 basically can't pick up the witch card. First of all, there are very few witches who stay under the police. I can't say there are none, but there are definitely fewer. Most of them will just go to the police to have a chat. I have a big question mark about 9 being investigated and killed by the police. Of course, I also know that whether or not to go to the police depends on personal habits and ideas. I can't judge others by myself. It's not appropriate to criticize 9 for this, but I have to say that this is one of the reasons why I don't think 9 is a witch. Secondly, isn't the speech of player number 10 a perfect prophet? His definition of the relationship between players number 5 and number 6, his attitude towards player number 6, his idea of if someone jumps to the back position to shoot player number 6, and his recognition of player number 5 based on the badge of player number 3, I think all aspects are good. After listening to him talk, I know he is a prophet, and I will be fine if I stand by his side. Thirdly, I think there is something wrong with the speech of player 5 this round. Player 6 was in the position before him and said 4 and 9 were double wolves, but player 5 still wanted to play 4. This doesn't seem like the mentality of a prophet. Even though he kept explaining why he did this, and it seemed quite reasonable, as if he was forced to do it, I still felt there was something wrong. If I am player number 5, even if it is unrealistic to play player number 10, and playing player number 6 is unworkable and can only return the ticket in the outside position, I will still play player no 3. 986688. In this case, isn't the police opening wolf among 2, 3, and 12? Player 3 is in his first police badge flow, but he went to vote for 10. Isn't this behavior a typical vote rush? If player 5 wants to play in the outside position, he must play player 3 on the ticket, not 4. He said playing 4 is more like compromising with the wolf pit of 10. Because plate 10 is the prophet, and plate 4 is in the wolf pit, but the prophet will never, and should not, have the mentality to compromise and bow down to the wolf. It does not exist. Having said so much, I just want to make one point. Player 5 has a problem with his mentality. He can't pick up the prophet card. 6495445465646454. I am definitely more inclined to the latter. 6 hit 4 wrongly, which gave 5 the idea of doing something bad, and also forced player 4 to give up his identity. This way, it will be easier for the wolves to seduce the hunters at night. I heard the speeches of players 5 and 6 on the police and it felt like a two-wolf fight. That is, I was not on the police. If I were on the police, I would have put on my clothes and jumped into the dream shooter with player 6. But after listening to SIX's speech, I can say with certainty that if 6 and 9 don't meet, they will never be able to become teammates. If 6 and 9 were two wolves, player 6 would definitely not talk about 9 selling perspective. This is not something a wolf would think of. Either player 9 is really a witch, and player 6 and 10 are both wolves, or player 9 is a wolf and player 6 is a dream catcher. We have been overthinking this whole time, and player 5 and 6 are not wolves, they are checking and killing the wolves and hitting the board. Player number 2 started by talking about the reasons and justifications for not standing on the side of player 5. The first two were quite standard and nothing special, but the third one reflects his unique thinking and perspective. Player number 5 is going to play 4 this round, which is not a prophet's mentality. He talked a lot about this. From 2's point of view, if 5's bottom card is the prophet, he will not think of playing 4. After all, 4 and 6 obviously don't meet. Why would he play 4 when he knows that he is a good guy? The reason why 5 said he had no choice was because he had to compromise with the wolf pit of player number 10. But as a prophet, why should he compromise with the wolf? Even if you want to play in an external position, you must play player number 3 to transition, and play number 4 to make it explode. 269695656. If player number 9 is a witch, Ren Fan is an iron wolf, and player number 5 must be a prophet. Anyone who does not fully analyze the speeches and logic on the field and insists on playing 5 and 6 as two wolves is either stupid or evil. Either there is something wrong with the cards or there is something wrong with the brain. 5 and 9 are double wolves. The witch hasn't jumped out to attack player 9 yet, which means the witch is still behind. In this case, the dream catcher can choose not to jump out to attack player 6, but the witch can't choose not to jump out to attack player 9. If after this round of speeches, no one wants to challenge player number 9 to play the witch, I will directly put my vote on player no 6. Although logic tells me that 9 cannot hold the witch card, but no one jumps to it, he is the witch. In this game, the trump card suppresses everything, and logic must give way to the trump card. 9 if it was a wolf, and the witch didn't jump out to take a straight-on shot of him, then there was something wrong with the witch's play. That's all I want to say about this round. The bottom card is a good guy. No witch jumped in the back position, so I believe 9 is the witch. I just think my logic is wrong. A witch jumped out to hit player 9. I'm going to put my vote on 9. It's okay to play player number 4, but it depends on the situation. If 10 is in the last position and the conversation is not as good as the one on the police, I might choose to play player number 4 to be safe. But if he is still as good as the one on the police, I will play player number 9 directly. Don't think too much about it. Just let it go. Player number 1 please speak. This is interesting. I'm not a witch. Only 11 and 12 are left without a word. If they don't jump into witch, my vote will have to go to player 6. We don't need to go out in the outer positions today. There are 4 focus positions right in front of us. We still have to go out in the outer positions to return the votes. Isn't this nonsense? Some people are worried that the witch didn't jump, but she doesn't exist. Police Officer 6 received a call from the Dreamcatcher and said that he had captured Player 5 last night. Once this information comes out, the next day, the good guys can see if Player 5 is the Dreamcatcher by seeing if Player 6 has fallen down or not. In this case, the Dreamcatcher can stay hidden and not jump. Anyway, Players 5, 6, and 10 won't be pushed back, so Player 9 is the most suitable candidate for the pushback. As a result, the witch at 9 jumped and kept talking to the good guys. 6 and 10 were 2 wolves. Player 6 appeared today, which meant that the real witch couldn't just hide and not jump like the Dreamcatcher. If the Dreamcatcher doesn't jump, can he prove his identity the next day? Obviously not. This kind of thing is not something you can draw inferences from. The witch must jump out and shoot player number 9 in this round today. Otherwise, how can the good guys dare to play number 9 so easily? It's impossible for a witch not to understand this truth. It's not like he hasn't taken advantage of the people before. He can't think from the perspective of a good person with closed eyes. That's why I said, as long as 11 and 12 don't jump to the witch, I will vote for player 6, even if 10 chats out a flower in the last position. It's useless. Player 1 disagrees with returning the ticket in the outside position today. Either one of 11 or 12 will play the witch, and then you can send out player number 9 depending on the situation, or just send out Ren Fan directly. He didn't believe that there was any stupid witch who would just lie there and not jump in such a situation, unless she was crazy and a complete idiot. Since no one is fighting against player 9 on the witch right now, from player 1's perspective, player 9 is the witch and Ren Fan is the wolf. 106105694969. 94969. If 6 and 9 don't meet, how can we play the double wolves 5 and 6? They could only let any wolf take over and kill the dream photographer, because the conversation was too much like a wolf checking and killing a wolf, which gave the good guys the illusion that there were 5 or 6 pairs of wolves. This is the reason why identities are different and mental states are different. As a dream catcher, player 1 knows that Ren Fan must be a wolf, regardless of whether there is anyone to fight against player 9's witch. If not, he can just lead the rhythm and release Ren Fan. If there is, he will slow down and take a photo of player 5 from a straight angle at night. Anyway, he can accept it. To be honest, I'm leaning towards player 5 now. Player 9 might really be a witch. On the police, I'm on player 10's side. He's really good at chatting. Even if I say now that I want to go back to player 5's side, I can't deny that player 10 is better at chatting than player 5, and much better. But no one in the front position jumped the witch to hit player number 9, and my whole card is not the witch. The back position only has 11 and 12 left. I can't insist that the witch opened between the two of them. Perhaps we were wrong from the beginning. 5 and 6 were not wolves checking and killing wolves. Because too many people were looking in that direction, and the statements of 5 and 6 sounded like those of wolf teammates, we had the illusion that 5 and 6 were a pair of wolves. After listening to the officer's speech, I think it's time to turn back. There are 2 wolves at 6 and 10, and there are 2 wolves at the outside position, so it should be 2 and 8. Although player 6 pointed out that player 8 should go to the wolf pit during this round of speaking, and was quite hostile to player 8, the two of them did not look like they had met, but I felt that player 6 was deliberately attacking player 8 to create an antagonistic relationship. Because tomorrow, player 6 will know that his identity will be exposed. Before that, won't he have to help his teammates with their identities? In fact, it's not just player 8. I also have some doubts about player 4 being a wolf teammate of player 6. But he was recognized while lying down. He doesn't have a strong desire to survive and his mentality doesn't look like a wolf. So let's put him aside for now and give priority to players 2 and 8. From what player 2 said, I can tell that he really wants to play 9. But when player 3 said that they could play 4 first to be safe, he wasn't so happy about it. But he couldn't object directly, so he said 4 was fine. It sounds very reluctant, isn't it? It's definitely not normal for a good man to be so hostile to the only witch on the field. And when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. It makes sense that Pan is a wolf. I hope all good people can rethink their logic in their hearts and stop dwelling on the comments of the 5th and 6th police officers. They have already warned their brothers. 695699610. Go for 6. Anyway, my vote will depend on 6. Unless 11 jumps to be a witch, I don't believe it. After listening to player no one's speech, Ren Fan was already certain that player number 1 was the dream catcher. Before, he just thought that 1 was talking like a dream catcher, but after listening to the police's speech, he was sure of it. Why did player 1's side change so drastically? It's simple, because of his subordinate's remarks. From the perspective of player 1, Ren Fan and 9 cannot be wolf teammates, but Ren Fan must be a wolf. In this way, doesn't it prove that 9 is a good person? If a good guy dances like a witch, what else can he be but a witch? Moreover, no one has filmed him yet. Originally he thought that 5 and 6 were most likely a double wolves beating him with a stick to trick him into jumping out, and then shooting him away, but now it seems that this is not the case. He thought too much. It was estimated that Ren Fan was just trying to avoid being pushed by the dream catcher. 5 was a real prophet, and 10 was a werewolf who was very good at speaking. This is why he stands on side 10 when on guard and turns back to stand on side 5 when off guard. Only the Dreamcatcher with perspective will have such a change of mindset. No other card will have this change. For example, player number 3 is still thinking about using number 4 for transition, and player number 2 is still convinced that number 10 is a prophet. These are both short-sighted perspectives. Player number 12, please speak. I'm a witch. Last night, the knife was not on player 11, but on player 7. Finally, the witch jumped out. 12 is a witch. Now Ren Fan's perspective is clear. But player 1 probably doesn't believe that player 12 is a witch. He thinks that player 12 is a wolf who is trying to forcefully resist player 9. Because at this time his bat has already tilted to the side of player 5, and people are only willing to believe what they want to believe, such as the double wolves at 6 and 10, and if 12 jumps out as a witch at this time, one will definitely think of the worst. But player number 1 can't change anything. He opens the perspective, and the good guy in the external position doesn't open the perspective. As long as someone jumps to the witch, player number 9 is finished. In fact, up to now, the wolves are a bit collapsed. Player number 5 bravely jumped into the iron wall of Ren Fan. It would have been fine if he was just a hunter, but the key point was that he also did some showy moves. 10. This prophet is very powerful. Not only did he detect and kill the enemy on the first night, but he also chatted in a way that made all the good guys want to stand on his side. Under such circumstances, it is almost impossible for wolves to win. Today is just the appetizer. Tomorrow, when Ren Fan reverses the cards and starts shooting, it will be the moment of despair for the wolves. For me, this game is just like a primary school student standing on the side. Just follow player number 10 and that's it. Stop 5 of you and pick me out. There are 4 left. Number 9 is the wolf. Among 2, 3, and 8, if there is still a wolf, it can only be player number 8. Because 2's speech this time, he was thinking of 9's intentions, which shows that he has never met 9. We can't insist that he was thinking of using his wolf teammates as an identity for himself, right? Player number 3 is more like a blind-eyed good guy. He doesn't dare to play 9 directly, so he wants to play 4 as a transition and wait for the Dreamcatcher to correct his perspective tomorrow. But player 1 is different. He stood beside player 10 very enthusiastically, with a lot of logic, and even recognized player 7 and player 11. The police officer turned back to stand on the side of player 5. From what he said, he wanted to admit that 9 was a witch, not because no one jumped out to shoot 9, so he believed that 9 was a witch. In other words, he has already started to play 6 or 10 double wolves, and he is not still hesitating. If we play the game with 2 wolves on the top, I'm afraid it will be 1 and 5, and then 8 and 9 under the bottom. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that player number 6 is a wolf, and that players number 5 and number 6 are both wolves hitting the board. As for player 4, judging from the fact that player 5 is going to play player 4 this round and is using his identity card to exploit player 4, 4 and 5 cannot be a pair of wolves. Player 4 should be the good guy. 6949. 9449. As a good person, I often miss some players and don't get them. According to your logic, isn't this selling perspective? Player number 7 is Silver Water, so I won't say he is a self-defeating wolf. His speech was well prepared. I listened to him for 2 rounds and I didn't hear any hint of him being a self-defeating wolf. How about this, player 10, go check 7 tonight. It's better to be safe than sorry. Although I don't want player 7 to be a self-defeating wolf, I still have some doubts in my heart. Because player 5 immediately checked 6, is it possible that he was afraid that 6 would use the prophet to check 7, so he took the initiative to suppress 6? For the wolf, as long as 7 does not take the check, he will be invincible. After all, it's quite difficult to deal with Zidao Lang. Unless he's really bad at chatting, Yinshui will definitely be the one who survives to the end. I'm afraid of this situation, so player number 10, you go check number 7 at night. If it turns out to be gold and water, the wolf pit in the external position is clear at a glance, which is 1, 5, 8, and 9. The margin of error lies with player no 6. 11 should be a good guy. Although 9 pretended to be a witch and threw silver water at him, I don't think 9 and 11 can be a pair of wolves. 11's speech was very good, and 9 didn't need to draw the witch's attention to his wolf teammates. This is illogical. I guess 9 threw silver water at 11 just to win favor and votes. Anyway, it's hard to get 9 and 11 together now. What's more, player 11 said on the police that he would play player 9 first to help liven up the atmosphere. Except for player 9 himself, everyone else should be happy with it. With such a statement, how can it be said that he and player 9 are wolf teammates? 121195610. Police officer number 1 was chatting nicely and standing by player number 10 happily, but the attitude of the police officer no took a degree turn, which was obviously abnormal. Even if no one jumps to the witch in the front position, don't he and player 11 still have the back position? Why is he so impatient to turn back and stand with player 5? In 12's opinion, there must be something wrong with the mentality of player number 1. The policeman 1 stood next to 10 probably to make a hook, and the policeman felt that there was a chance to eliminate the Dreamcatcher, so he couldn't help but charge his wolf teammates. After all, for the wolves, if they don't charge, they will lose this game. The prophet has a police badge, the Dreamcatcher can kill player number 5, and the witch has poison. This is a desperate situation. Only by burning your boats and fooling good people into resisting the dream shooting talents can you hope to win. It's a pity that one acted too hastily. If he can be patient and keep hooking, the good guys may not be able to catch him. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. For the witch card, player number 7 is Silver Water. Although I don't think player number 7 is a self-saber wolf, for the sake of safety, I strongly recommend that player number 10 check player number 7 at night. Don't worry about the people in the external position. 9565569. Player number 11 please speak. 569125969949. Of course, I'm not saying this to recognize player 9 as a witch. I just want to tell player 12 that the good guys can't play the 5th and 6th wolves now. Either 5 and 9 are wolves, or 6 and 10 are wolves. I stand on the side of 10 when on duty, and I will remain the same when off duty. Even if 9 reports that I am Silver Water, I will not believe that he is a witch. Player number 11 had good composure and was not shaken by player no 9 Silver Water in his stance. Most people might want to go back and stand on the side of player 5. Firstly, player number 12 is still playing with the 2 wolves 5 and 6, which is wrong. Secondly, after receiving the Silver Water from 9, he will naturally be more inclined towards 9 psychologically. This is human nature. Player number 11 was able to withstand these negative factors that made him doubt that player number 10 was a prophet, and he firmly chose to stand on the side of player number 10. This shows his level. Now the wolf pits are actually very obvious, they are 1, 5, 8, and 9. I had already accepted player 1. His speech on the police line was very good, but he became distorted in this round. He became distorted severely. He wanted to turn around and support player 5 without even listening to the whole speech. I can't understand it. 5, 4, 4664. In this case, just like player 2 said, even if it is an outside position, it is 3. How can it be 4? Player 3 went to vote for 10 in his first badge flow, but he showed almost no hostility towards 3. This is not the mentality a prophet should have. If it were me, I would talk to the good guy. I can leave 6 and 10 alone today, but I absolutely cannot play player 9. I have to play a card in the outer position to transition to player 3. How can I say 4? Knowing that 4 is a good person, he still wants to pick 4. What's the point of having such a prophet? Oh, by the way, in this round of speaking, player 5 also clicked 1 to enter the wolf pit. I thought it was strange at the time. Why did he click 1? Now I understand that clicking 1 is to give 1 an identity. If it was a normal game, he wouldn't have chosen 1 as the wolf. Although 1 was on the side of 10 and helped 10 to vote for the incitement number in the last position, this is consistent with the behavior of a blind good person. If 5 wants to fight, he should fight 7. 6 is on the police and 5 and 7 are probably double wolves. But 7 said he won't take sides with the police for now and even believes that 6 is the dream catcher. Isn't this very suspicious? If it were me, I would rather order 7 than 1. Before player 1 spoke, I thought that there was something wrong with the logic of number 5. Now it seems that it was not his logic that was wrong, but that he deliberately chose 1 to create an opposite side for his wolf teammates before he died. 71275766. It's normal to have such worries and concerns, so let's let 10 go and test 7 at night. But if the test comes out, it must be a good person, because I think there is nothing wrong with the wolf pit I ordered, and there should be no mistake. If there are still good people among 1, 5, 8, and 9, then it really gives the wolves a chance. It can be heard that player number 11 is very confident in the wolf pit he chose, but he is definitely going to fail this time. Because player number 1 is not a wolf, but a dream catcher. The 3 wolves 5, 8, and 9 should be selected correctly, and Ren Fan still thinks that the last wolf is player number 4. The fact that player 5 chooses to play 4 does not mean that player 4 is a good person. On the contrary, the more this happens, the more we should consider why player 5 does not choose to play 3 and has to play 4. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Players 4 and 5 are pairs of wolves, or player number 4 is the wolf king. These are what good people should get. After a pause, player 11 said, I know some people may suspect that player 12 is a wolf, and I am using the witch as the last player in the game to push player 9 out of the game. It's normal to have such worries and concerns, but if you think about it a little more, you will realize that 12 can't be a wolf pretending to be a witch. If 9 is really a witch, it won't be 12's turn to pretend to be a witch. Someone in the previous position must have already pretended to be a witch. After all, for the wolf, the earlier she pretends to be a witch, the easier it will be to lead the rhythm and make 9 look like a wolf. The more time passes, the more suspicious the good guys will be. If 12 plays the witch again, the good people with low logic and little thinking will suspect that he is a wolf. But in fact, it is not the wolf team's turn to play the witch. If he jumped, it means he must be a witch. Even if I don't support player 10, I still believe that player 12 is a witch and player 9 is a wolf who jumped into clothes. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Play player number 9. The wolves have already collapsed. I suggest you surrender your cards tomorrow. Pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 61, almost, flipped over. Player number 10 please speak. Police badge flow 7, 3 shun test. Player number 10 stood up and changed his police badge flow first. Obviously, he took the witch's advice and tested the silver water to be on the safe side. Now the only possibility of the good guys losing is being taken advantage of by the wolves, such as the deep water hook wolf, and player number 7 is the most suspicious one. Although his speech was very good and his logic was fine, it is better to be safe than sorry. If the good guys didn't have such a big advantage in the situation, the game would naturally not fall to player number 7. The problem is that the good guys now have a big advantage, and the wolves have basically been found. In this case, we can discuss some low probability events. For example, Yinshui is a self-saber wolf, and he speaks very well. He has been selling out his teammates and making counterattacks since he was on the police. Even 4 or 5 pairs of wolves are not ruled out. Or player number 3 is a wolf, and all teammates in the 5-player police badge flow are wolves. Player number 7, I recognized you as soon as I saw the alarm. Your logic and perspective are correct. The 2 wolves hitting the board in plate 5 and 6 completely fit my idea of a good guy. Otherwise, I would not have decisively identified you as a good guy. Your speech is still fine, and there is even a bright spot. Player number 8 suggested that you might be a wolf, but not only did you not have any hostility towards him, you even acknowledged him calmly. Although you made a mistake in admitting 8, but judging from the fact that he secretly set the pace for the 5th and 7th wolves, you are not on the same side with him and you are not on the wolves team. And the reason why I put you in the first police badge stream is not for the purpose of checking and killing. I want to make this clear to you so that you don't have unnecessary misunderstandings about me. I think the witch's suggestion is very good. We have almost found all the wolves in the open. If there are no accidents, then it will be 1, 5, 8, and 9. But I'm afraid of a good guy who makes a mistake. There's a deep water hook wolf in the outside position. Do you understand what I mean, player no 7? In fact, whether you are a prophet or a good person who closes his eyes, you are all very suspicious. For example, if you stand by me now, do you dare to say that you don't doubt that I am a wolf at all? For example, if player number 11 believes that player number 12 is a witch, can you say that you have never doubted that player number 12 is a witch? I'm sure everyone is a little confused. But there is no other way. As long as you don't get stuck in a dead end, you have to selectively ignore these problems and not think about them, because thinking about them is useless and will only add to your troubles. If the situation on the field was not so clear now, if the majority of good people were not on my side, believe me, I am a prophet. Even if I suspect that there may be a barbed wolf among 3 and 7, I would not dare to say it. Why? Because I haven't even established a firm foothold yet. I might have a deep water hook wolf in the 3rd and 7th plates, which would only attract hatred for me. If 3 and 7 go along with player 5 because of my suspicion and I get kicked out, I won't even have a place to cry. And I dare to talk like this now because the witch is on my side, the dream catcher is on my side, and most, or even almost all, of the good people are on the right side. That's why I have the confidence that there might be a deep water hook wolf in discs 3 and 7. Player number 10 is being very realistic. The confidence of the prophet comes from the support of good people and from the fact that he has several divine cards to support him. Like this game, when there were less than 5 or 6 pairs of wolves hitting the board, Ren Fan was the dream catcher in his eyes, and the witch was also standing by his side. The 2 powerful gods followed him unswervingly, and the good people in the external position also believed that he was a prophet, so he naturally had the confidence to talk about some low-probability situations. For example, 5 and 7 are double wolves, and player 7 uses his own knife to hit the hook. For example, player number 5 pretended to be a tough guy and beat his 2 wolf teammates into the police badge flow, just for the sake of identity. If he himself has not been completely recognized by the good guys and has no ability to control the situation, he will definitely not discuss this kind of logic. Only when he is sure that his words can be followed and anyone can do what he wants, will he be qualified to discuss the situation of the deepwater hook wolf. I can't say that the comments made by player 6 in this round were very good. Even his comments about 4 and 9 being double wolves were wrong. But at least his comments proved one thing. He was not on the wolf team, he did not meet with player 9, and 5 and 6 were not double wolves playing against each other. That's enough. In fact, I didn't expect player 6 to be so good at chatting that people would recognize him as a dream catcher and thus improve my reputation as a prophet. This is too difficult for him. After all, his level is limited. This can be heard from his speech on the police station. Hearing this, Ren Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Is his level limited? Player number 10 is really getting too cocky. Just because he was praised by a nice guy for being a good chatterbox, he doesn't even know his last name? I'll shoot him later to show him what a bullshit is. Being good at speaking is nothing. What's really amazing is being able to show off your skills. There are still many explosive points in this round of player number 5. People in the front position have basically talked about them all. His biggest problem is that he doesn't have the spirit of a prophet. Just as player 2 said, even if he plays in the outside position, he will definitely play the cards in his wolf pit, not the cards in my wolf pit. In his perspective, player 4 is a good guy. Not only does he not acknowledge 4, but he also exploits 4's bottom card. He even wants to play 4 if he can't play 4. Can this be the mentality of a prophet? 16102312. Not to mention that there was a problem with him picking player number 1 to go into the wolf pit. The key point is how can 2, 3, and 12 be equal in his eyes? 321233102312. He doesn't have the thinking capacity of a prophet, nor the determination and mentality of a prophet. If this isn't a show-off, then what is it? Let's put out player number 9. Actually, there's no need for me to talk so much about the last position. As long as the good people don't make mistakes, they will definitely put their votes on player number 9. At night, the dream catcher will kill player number 5, and the witch can poison player number 1 or player number 8. That's it. It's over. Toxic player 1? Ren Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the witch really got rid of the poison, it would be fun to watch. Maybe the whole thing would collapse. If player 1 is worried about being stabbed, yes, he will be stabbed. From his perspective, player 12 is not a witch, so he will not be poisoned, but will be stabbed. This means that the wolf may have guessed that he is the dream catcher. In this case, he will not be able to play defense from a frontal perspective, and will be forced to play offense to shoot player number 10. No matter whether 10 is the Wolf King or the Little Wolf, only by killing 10 can the good guys find out that he is the dream catcher who did not jump out. Ren Fan is not a good choice. Ren Fan's cards have fallen. It is not easy for good guys to figure out that he is the dream catcher. Ren Fan's cards have fallen. Player number 10 will also die. At that time, players 1 and 10 will both die. As long as good guys are not stupid, they will quickly understand what is going on. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. After player number 10 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. There should be no suspense in this round of exile voting. After all, most of the good guys are on the right side. The witch has a double jump, but the dream catcher doesn't. In this case, Ren Fan is the only dream catcher on the field. The good guys can only believe that player number 10 put the ticket on player number 9, and it is impossible for him to go directly to Ren Fan. And logically speaking, 10 and 12 cannot form a double wolves. Player number 11 is right. If the wolf team wants to pretend to be a witch, there would have been a wolf in the front position who would have done it long ago. There is no need to wait for 12 to do it. Frankly speaking, he is not suitable to pretend to be a witch. From this point, it can be seen that 10 and 12 cannot become twin wolves, at least with a high probability, and there is nothing we can do if we encounter a small probability situation. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 1345896. 267101129. 6 votes to 6. Seeing this ticket pattern, player number 10 was startled, thinking that it was a close call. The dream catcher was almost pushed out of the game. If that were the case, the good guys would be doomed. Look at the people who voted for Ren Fan. There is player number 3. This guy changed his vote. I guess he is disgusted with his police badge style. However, what player number 10 didn't know was that Ren Fan was even regretting that he was not pushed out of the game. His musket was already thirsty for it. If 10 knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, "You're so shameless. I'm worried about you being eliminated, and you feel regretful that you didn't get eliminated. It's so infuriating." Player number 9 is out. Please leave your last words. I'm wondering, who is the dream catcher? Are you so afraid of death? The werewolf has already worn your clothes, but you are still hiding and not jumping. I don't understand what you are trying to do. Before you heard the speech of the number 6 player, you could still think that 5 and 6 were double wolves and were trying to trick you. But after you heard his speech, it's obvious that 5 and 6 can't be double wolves. Player 6 is a wolf, and player 5 must be a prophet, so I must be a witch, right? Now I'm being pushed out. The good guys won't collapse, but it's almost there. The wolves won't go after player 5 at night because they know that the dream catcher will shield the 5 players from the front view. The wolves can only go after the dream catcher's knife. If the knife hits, the good guys will collapse instantly, and the dream catcher will die with the prophet. If the knife misses, they will self-destruct and continue to cut people, and will not give the 5 reporters another chance. From the ticket pattern, we can tell that the wolves must have rushed for votes. 6, 10, and 12 are the 3 confirmed wolves. The 11th player's speech at the end was really disappointing. If he wasn't a silver player, I would have clicked him into the wolf pit. Throughout his speech, he was crazy about helping the wolf to set the pace. Without him, perhaps more good people would have voted against him. But in this situation, there is definitely no way to use the self-blade. Moreover, there are people who are more wolf-like than him in the external position, such as player 2. In this round of the police, player 2 was trying to get me out. Player 3 said that we could get player 4 first to make a transition and not to rush into pushing me. After all, I am a poison witch. He didn't seem to be happy about it. I felt that he had a problem with his mentality as soon as I heard it. Now that the ticket pattern has come out, it proves that my judgment is correct. Player number 2 should be the wolf. 2, 6, 10, and 12 are the 4 wolves. The outside positions are all out of reach. If 2 can still be a good guy, then I can only say that he has gone far away. The good guy has gone far away completely. Listening to player No 9's last words, Ren Fan really wanted to laugh. What is a dying struggle? This is a dying struggle. He has been pushed out of the game, but he still spares no effort to tell the good people that he is not a wolf. Is it useful? Even though player number 9 keeps talking to the dream catcher about why he doesn't jump out, if he jumps out, the result might not be this. But Ren Fan was sure that this guy didn't know that he was not a dream catcher. He just forced himself into the good guy's perspective and logic. Player number 11, if players number 10 and number 12 are both wolves, then it won't be no 12's turn to pretend to be the witch. Who do you think would be the best to pretend to be the witch? Player number 6 has already pretended to be the dream catcher, and player number 10 has pretended to be the prophet. There are only 2 wolves left in the external position. There is a 12 chance that player No will pretend to be the witch, right? So your logic doesn't make sense at all. I even doubted that you 3 wolves, 10, 11, and 12, but you are a silver water after all, and the words and actions of player 2 are indeed more like a wolf. After saying so much, I don't know if the good guy can turn back and recognize that I'm a witch, but it doesn't matter. Although the situation is very bad now, as long as the Dreamcatcher can keep player 5 alive, when he wakes up tomorrow, the good guy will know that he has chosen the wrong side. Hunters must hide well. I think the wolves may have figured out where the Dreamcatcher is. Now we can only pray that they don't kill the Dreamcatcher tonight. Otherwise, there will be no fun. After listening to the last words of player number 9, Ren Fan had only one thought in his mind. This werewolf is really dedicated and respects his own cards too much. Even though he knew that his last words were useless and that the good people would know he was a wolf the next day, he was still seriously thinking about the logic, which is worthy of praise. If it were someone else, they might have given up on themselves. Anyway, player number 5 would be killed tomorrow. From the werewolf's perspective, Ren Fan must be the Dreamcatcher, so there was no need to pretend anymore. At this point, if the wolves want to win, they can only rely on whether the wolves' teammates in the outside position can survive. If not, they might as well surrender. But 9 was not affected by this kind of negative emotion at all. He gave up and didn't even say a last word or just said a few perfunctory words before going off the stage. He really put himself into the shoes of a witch. Not only his perspective and logic, but also his emotions were expressed very well. Ren Fan really appreciated 10's spirit. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 9 passed the mic, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. This night, it all depends on how the Dreamcatcher operates. If the witch really poisons player 1, and the Dreamcatcher also captures him, making him unable to shoot after his cards are turned over, the game will probably collapse instantly. So the Dreamcatcher is a double-edged sword. Sometimes he is really comparable to the Wolf team's Archmage, and can destroy the good team in minutes. At the same time, Ren Fan's live broadcast room. Who is the Dreamcatcher, brothers? Can anyone tell me? It should be player 1. His attitude towards player 10 changed too quickly. Something is obviously wrong. Just like I thought, he must have realized that 5 and 6 were not the wolf on the wolf, so he turned around and sided with player 5. Oh my god, why didn't he jump out? The police suspected that 5 or 6 wolves were using the board to trick him. It would be fine if he didn't jump out, but he didn't jump out even when he was under the police. He must be a complete lunatic. What's the point of jumping out? Can he resist the push of player 6 by jumping out? According to the logic of the good guys, players 5 and 6 must not be moved today. They must be kept in perspective. Nonsense. Then why does player number 6 have 6 tickets? You still don't believe me when I say you're stupid. 4 of the 6 votes were from the wolf, and 1 was from the Dreamcatcher. That's like only 1 idiot voted for the anchor. Does that conflict with what I just said? Will the wolf not stab the anchor at night? That would really be courting death. Do they have any better options? Compared to a witch who has just spread poison, the Dreamcatcher is definitely a greater threat. If we don't kill him tonight, he can still fight the Dreamcatcher werewolf tomorrow night. But the witch's poison is gone, so is there any need to say who should be killed first? If player 1 is a Dreamcatcher, if he takes the photo of the anchor, and then witch poison 1, then it will be fun to watch. Don't say it, it's really possible. If that's the case, the anchor will be in trouble, ha 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 ha. Please, player 1 must take the anchor away. Player 5 didn't dump the cards the next day. The good guys all joined the wolf team. It's useless for the prophet to kneel down and show his skills, unless he's close to his face. Have the script ready. The witch poisons the Dreamcatcher catches the hunter, and the good guys bleed profusely. Your story is unreliable. 1 will not shoot the anchor. It should be a witch who poisons the Dreamcatcher, and the Dreamcatcher shoots the prophet. When you wake up the next day, 1, 6, and 10 are all dead. Good people are dead. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the players who died last night were player 1, player 2, and player 6. There was no order of death and no last words. 1, 2, 6 3 deaths. Player 5 didn't dump his cards? When seeing this death information, the good people instantly realized that they were on the wrong side. Ren Fan is not a Dreamcatcher. If Ren Fan were a Dreamcatcher, he would definitely kill player number 5. There would be no other choice. Ren Fan is a wolf, and the real Dreamcatcher must be among the people who voted for him yesterday, and player number 1 just meets the requirements. If nothing unexpected happens, 1 is the Dreamcatcher. He was stabbed last night, and he must have guessed that he would get stabbed, so he took Ren Fan's photo, which resulted in the double death of 1 and 6. As for player 2, no, if player number 9 was the witch who left, how could there be 3 deaths on the field? Although player number 5 did not fall down, Ren Fan could not pick up the Dreamcatcher, but the 3 deaths also showed that player number 9 was not a witch. The good guy felt a little dizzy, his mind was in a mess, and he needed to reorganize his thoughts. But Ren Fan's perspective is extremely clear. The wolf knife must have fallen on him last night, the witch poisoned player 1, and the 1ND1 of the 2ST. That's why there are 3 deaths, 1, 2, and 6. Ren Fan felt that the reason why player 1 wanted to kill player 2 was probably because he was trying to hint to the good guys that he was a Dreamcatcher. But this doesn't seem to be in line with common sense. As a Dreamcatcher, one should target player number 10. If his wolf knife falls on player 5, then both 5 and 6 will die, which means that his identity as the dream catcher is confirmed. Then 1 will have no chance of making the good guys believe that he is the dream catcher. Therefore, it is unwise to photograph him and the risk is relatively high. It is right to photograph player number 10, and photographing player number 2 is a bit too radical. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. The system beep sounded again. The good guy didn't care because it was just a routine matter. There would be such a reminder every time someone turned over the cards. However, the next second, Ren Fan fired. Player 4's screen instantly turned black. That's right, the player Ren Fan took away was not player number 5 who was checking him, but player number 4. As for why he did this, it was actually very simple, because 5 was most likely the Wolf King, and 4 and 8 were just little wolves in his eyes. Player number 8 can be defeated by all good people, after all, he has been trapped in the wolf's pit. But player number 4 is considered a good person by all the good people. Yesterday, number 4 made a series of pretentious remarks, and then number 5 wanted to get rid of number 4, giving him an identity. Unless the prophet goes to verify it, otherwise, 4 will probably survive to the end. For the sake of world peace, that's why he let player number 4 go. At the same time, pray that number 4 is not the Wolf King, otherwise, the good guys will lose the game. Because if 4 shoots, he will definitely bring the witch. In this way, there will be only the prophet left on the field, but the wolves still have 2 people, so they can go straight for the kill. Player number 6 chooses to shoot and take away player number 4. Hearing the system's prompt, the good guys and werewolves on the field were stunned. What the hell is going on? Why did the dream catcher shoot? The wolves were confused. The good guys frowned. Ren Fan was shot. Could it be that he, the Wolf King, stabbed himself? But why did he bring player number 4 with him when he was shooting himself? If he had to bring anyone, he should have brought player number 5 so that he couldn't report himself and check people out. This was the biggest benefit of shooting himself. Otherwise, he would be killed by the dream catcher sooner or later and wouldn't even have a chance to shoot. Player number 4 is out. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. Ren Fan's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he silently prayed to player number 4 not to shoot. If this shooting happens, it means the good guys lose. After waiting anxiously for 10 seconds, player number 4 did not fire a gun, and Ren Fan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as 4 is not the Wolf King, the game is safe. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Yesterday, the police badge flow left by player number 10 was 7, 3 in sequence. It depends on how he chooses the order of speaking. Player number 11 please speak. Let me speak first. What I mean is that player number 7 has tested out that it is gold water. This way we don't have to worry about anything. After a pause, player 11 said, a lot of people died last night. I need to sort it out. First of all, player 6 can shoot, and he is leading player 4, which means he is a hunter. He was just showing off yesterday by jumping into the dream catcher. I can only say it's outrageous. The hunter took the kill without shooting the gun and insisted on wearing someone else's clothes. He is really not afraid of destroying the good team. If I'm not mistaken, player 1 is the dream catcher. Now that I think about it, everything can be explained. Why are his statements so different when he's talking to the police and the police? It's all because he was influenced by player 6. He thought 5 and 6 were 2 wolves hitting the board to trick the dream catcher, so he lay low and didn't jump. I still remember that when he stood up, he said that if he was the dream catcher, he wouldn't jump. I thought he was talking to the dream catcher, but he said it was true. The reason why he turned back to support player 5 is definitely because he felt that players 5 and 6 could no longer form a duo of wolves. But he didn't want to directly use his identity to confront player number 6. After all, it would be difficult to push player number 6 out of the game even if he used his identity. Instead, it would expose his identity. It would be better for him to stay alive overnight to protect player number 5 from dying, and then get up the next day to correct his mistake. The witch poisoned him, and he was photographing player 2, so both 1 and 2 died. Don't ask me why player 1 would shoot 2 instead of 6 or 10, or keep 5. Who knows what he was thinking. But one thing is certain now, we are not on the wrong side. 10 is definitely the prophet, because 6 is the hunter, and 5 and 9 are both wolves. Player No 11's mind was as clear as yesterday. He did not consider Ren Fan's killing of player number 4 as the Wolf King, which was illogical. If Ren Fan took away player number 5, he would have the Wolf King take the prophet with him and not give him the chance to report the person, but taking player number 4 meant that Ren Fan must be a hunter and he would have died from the knife. The werewolf obviously mistook him for the dream catcher when he attacked him. Who could have thought that a hunter would jump out to kill the dream catcher? In addition, no one took a picture of Ren Fan yesterday, so from the wolf's perspective, Ren Fan must be the dream catcher. I guess the wolf was dumbfounded the moment Ren Fan fired the gun. 644589. At this point, we have no room for error. We can only send out player number 8, not number 5. If we send out number 5, he will shoot the witch away and kill the prophet at night, and the game will be over. I can only say that it was a huge mistake for the witch to poison player 1 last night. If she was going to poison someone, she should have poisoned player 8. Judging from their comments, the first police officer was chatting quite well and had good reputation, but the police officers were confused, and the comments of the police officers under 1 were problematic. They should have poisoned player 8 first and left player 8 alone. After this was said, player number 12 was quite dissatisfied. Isn't this just hindsight? Although he deserves to be scolded for poisoning the Dreamcatcher, it is nonsense for 11 to say that he should poison 8 first and keep player 1. It is true that the 8th police officer's speech was timid, but his turn should be after first. Because there were abnormal changes in the positions of the first police officer and the next police officer, it looked like a charging wolf, ready to set the pace and push back the dream shooter in one go. 8 is just secretly trying to lead the trend and find a position to resist being pushed on the police. What's more, the police have already found a killer, so does he have to rush to poison 8? It must be poison player 1. The hunter is gone, the Dreamcatcher is gone, and only the prophet and the witch are left. Now we can only pray that 4 is the wolf that left. There are still 2 wolves on the field, and we must make sure that the Wolf King cannot be played today, otherwise we will lose. Player number 3 voted for number 6 yesterday, and number 8 also voted for the bandit. One of them will definitely open a wolf. Will it be number 3 or number 8? It depends on what player number 10 chooses. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Continue to stand by 10 and listen to 10 votes. Pass. Player number 12 please speak. Player number 6 must have brought the right person. If the 4th hole card is not a wolf, there will still be 3 wolves on the field. The hunters and Dreamcatchers are all gone, the wolves can just slash and kill them, there's no need to continue the show. Since the wolf team didn't explode, it means that player 4 is the wolf. Yesterday, player 5 said he wanted to release player 4 and exploited player 4's identity. I'm afraid they were just pretending to make us think that player 4 and player 5 don't share the same side. Player number 6 was able to stick to his idea in this situation and shoot away player number 4 instead of player number 5 or number 8. This shows how high his level is. But then again, his skill level is not high, and he can't pull off such a trick. A proper hunter wouldn't jump into Dreamcatcher when checking and killing. It really shattered my perception. There was a hint of complaint in player no 12's words. Although Ren Fan took the right person when he shot, there were only 2 wolves left on the field, and the initiative was still in the hands of the good guy. As long as he could throw out the remaining little wolf today and then play number 5 tomorrow, he would win. But it's really crazy for the hunter to check and kill the dreamer. He messes around a few times. Can't he just play honestly? If Ren Fan hadn't worn the Dreamcatcher's clothes, he wouldn't have poisoned player number 1. Therefore, he cannot bear the blame for poisoning the Dreamcatcher alone. Ren Fan is responsible, and so is player number 1. Why does he have to stand on the side of player number 5? I wonder if he will be easily poisoned after talking like this? I really want to stand on the side of player number 5. Why don't you show your identity? Otherwise, no one would have thought that you are a Dreamcatcher. Let's play player 8 today. I don't think player 3 is a wolf. If he was a wolf, I wouldn't have suggested playing player 4 first yesterday. It's obvious that player 3 and player 4 don't share the same side. The last 2 wolves are player 5 and player 8. I was the one who poisoned player 1, but I don't think it's all my fault. Don't just look at the results, look at the cause and effect. In that situation, he didn't reveal his identity and insisted on leading the pace to vote out player number 6. I could only think that he was a charging wolf who wanted to fight against the Dreamcatcher in one go. Who would have thought that he was the Dreamcatcher and number 6 was the hunter? Player number 11, don't be so self-righteous and say that I shouldn't poison player 1 first. I should poison player 8 first. Tell me honestly, if you were me, would you really poison player 8 first? The police officer just pushed out a wolf, and I'm going to poison player 8. Is that possible? He will definitely poison player 1 first because he's standing next to him and acting abnormally. But it's meaningless to say all this now. As long as 5 and 8 are 2 wolves, we can win. If 5 and 8 are not 2 wolves, you have to ask player 6 why he used Dreamcatcher when he picked a hunter to check and kill, and why he brought player 4 when the cards were down. Don't say I poisoned the Dreamcatcher. If you lose, blame me. I can't take the blame. Player number 3 please speak. I can only say that the hunter is really good at playing. He better win this game. Otherwise, player 6, hee. My trump card is definitely not the wolf. The reason I changed my vote to vote for player 10 yesterday was because his speech was not as good as the police's. Far worse. The police officer recognized me without even listening to my speech, and the police officer suspected I was a wolf after listening to my speech. I felt at that time that I might be on the wrong side. Using player 12's words, you can't blame me for getting voted on by the bandits. You don't have to doubt my identity. I definitely didn't change my votes to force them, and player number 12 just talked about the logic of why I'm not a wolf. I didn't meet with player 4. Yesterday I wanted to directly make a transition with player 4. I was afraid that if player 9 was really a witch, we would be doomed. I kept him for 1 round so that I wouldn't have any doubts. But no one in the late position wants to play player number 4, so it's meaningless for me to vote for player number 4 alone. But from this point, I can tell that I'm not a wolf, I'm not in the wolf team. Player 5 mentioned 4 to create an opposite side and give 4 an identity. If I were a wolf, I wouldn't follow suit. Don't be embarrassed if the good guy really brings out 4 while you're chatting. I must refute the logic of player 5. The fact that I agree with his idea of playing 4 shows that I am not a wolf. So, let's play player number 8 today and player number 5 tomorrow. I won't talk about the rest. There's no point in talking. We don't have any margin for error to come up with another logic or click on another wolf pit. We can only trust the hunter and believe that 4 was left by a wolf, and 5 and 8 were left by 2 wolves. That's it. Pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 62-12 Miracle Merchants Lucky. Player number 5 please speak. It's really amazing that player number 6 is actually a hunter. I am convinced. Now that things have come to this, I will not pretend anymore. My trump card is indeed the wolf. As for whether I am a little wolf or the wolf king, you can figure it out for yourselves. I originally wanted to speculate that player number 6 was killed by the wolf king himself, but I thought better of it. No one would believe it even if I speculated. It would be a waste of expression, and you would still treat me like a clown. Player number 1 is the dream catcher. We should have thought of this earlier. He mentioned that the dream catcher should not jump when he was on guard. When players number 11 and number 12 hadn't spoken yet, he turned around and stood by me. I sent out player number 6. Isn't this the dream catcher with a perspective? But I just can't figure out why player 1 took a photo of player 2 last night. Wouldn't it have been better if he took a photo of player 6? As long as I can't pull off this shot with 6, and I don't have a card falling, the good guys will naturally come to my side. Or he can shoot player 10, turn over the cards and take player 10 away, and player 6 is eliminated and shot. The dream catcher, prophet, and hunter turn over the cards at the same time, and then we can directly self-destruct the blade witch and win. It's a pity that player number 1 chose to take 2. Alas, we can only say that we were unlucky. When we review the game, we will ask him why he chose to take 2. Player No 5's tone was full of regret and unwillingness. Ren Fan's operation in this game was quite impressive, but the witch and Dreamcatcher played very poorly. The Dreamcatcher was forced into the wolf team by Ren Fan, and the witch foolishly poisoned the Dreamcatcher. If the dream photographer had not photographed player number 2 last night, but Ren Fan or player number 10, the game would have been ruined for the good guys. Logically speaking, one should be between 6 and 10, but he didn't play according to the rules, which is why player number 5 was beating his chest and stamping his feet. On the first day, player number 9 was pushed out and he felt that the wolves were going to collapse. However, after one night, the good guys almost exploded on the spot. It was really like a roller coaster. Until the last moment, no one knew whether the wolves or the good guys would have the last laugh. Player number 7 please speak. Brother, I'm already silver water, and you still come to test me. How worried are you about me? You should have checked player number 8. If you had checked player number 8 last night, wouldn't we have no psychological pressure now? 8 is gold and water, so player number 3 must be the wolf. 8 is check and kill, so the wolves are all there. The wolf hasn't self-destruct yet, which means the hunter must have made the right choice to bring player 4. Otherwise, player 5 wouldn't be so depressed and unwilling to accept the result. If nothing unexpected happens, player 8 is the wolf. Compared to player 3, his bandit side is much bigger. From the perspective of the police badge flow played by the number 5 player on the police team, it seems that number 3 is not on the wolf team, because it is rare for people to put 2 wolf teammates into the police badge flow at the same time. From what the police said, 3 was going to play 4 yesterday. He felt that it was not a good idea to play 9 directly. From this point, it can be seen that 3 and 4 do not share the same side. Since 4 is a wolf, 3 can only be a good guy, so, player 8 can only go in front of player 3. If player 8 is a good person, there's nothing we can do about it. That's enough. Let's see how player 8 performs. Pass. Player number 8 please speak. What am I performing? I can't act anymore. I'm showing my cards. My trump card is indeed a wolf. Brothers, don't blame me for admitting defeat. I just spent a lot of time thinking about how to show my ability and how to make the good guys recognize me and send out player number 3. But no matter how I played, it seemed like I couldn't save the situation. Player 3 couldn't be defeated at all. Not to mention that he and player 4 couldn't be a wolf teammate. The fact that police officer 5 played like a police badge was good enough to make player 3 take over. If 3 hadn't voted for player 6 yesterday, no good person would have doubted him. Player No 8's speech was beyond the good guy's expectation. He originally thought that he was making a last-ditch effort, and he pleaded with the good guy in a sad and earnest manner, saying that he was not a wolf, and forcing logic to beat player number 3. No matter whether good people believe it or not, they have to give it a try anyway, just in case a fool gets fooled. As it turned out, number 8 was frank and directly admitted his mistake. According to him, there was no point in showing off because the status of player number 3 was too high. Even if he talked his mouth off, he could not persuade the good guy to play number 3. In that case, what else is there to say? If you lose, you lose. It doesn't matter. It's not like you haven't lost before. Although I admit to being a wolf, I won't explode myself. Maybe I am the wolf king. Player number 10, why don't you think carefully about who you want to play today? Pass. Player number 10 please speak. It's definitely you, brother. You're the wolf king, so I'll give you the win. I won't say anything else. Pass. Player No 10's speech was very brief, and it can be summed up in 2 words, play 8. As for 8 saying that he might be the wolf king, he didn't believe it at all. If 8 really was the wolf king, then it could only be said that the good guys deserved to lose. There was nothing that could be done about it. Who would have thought that at this time, the one who would jump onto the police and throw the ball behind them to check and kill them was the little wolf, while the one who stayed under the police and hooked them was the wolf king. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. As soon as player number 10 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. In this round of exile voting, good people feel comfortable voting. With Ming Wolf on the field and player number 8 voted, he will most likely win, unless he is so unlucky that he uses the Wolf King to make a hook under the police. It didn't take long for the voting results to be presented to everyone. 3710111128. 5-8 choose to vote for player 5. As expected, player 8 was pushed out. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Although the good guy was certain that player number 8 was the little wolf, he still felt a little nervous when he heard the prompt tone. After all, there are all kinds of people in this game. Hunters can wear Dreamcatcher's clothes when they take over the kill. Is it too much for the Wolf King to hook under the police? 10 seconds passed in a flash, and player number 8 did not fire a gun, which made the good guy secretly relieved. Player number 8 is out. Please leave your last words. Pass. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system immediately announced that the person who died last night was player number 5. Game over, the good guys win. In the end, the Wolf King actually stabbed himself, which was a bit heartbreaking. But not self-killing is also a waste of time. This is not a competition. You need to have a competitive spirit. In an ordinary match, if you lose, just end it quickly and don't waste time. Wouldn't it be better to play one more game if you have the time? Soon, the game settlement page popped up. 45895. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 10, the witch is number 12, the dreamcatcher is number 1, the hunter is number 6, and the others are all civilians. What follows is the specific actions of the night god card and the werewolf. On the first night, the prophet found out that player number 9 was a werewolf, the wolf knife fell on player number 7, the witch used the antidote to pick him up, and the dreamcatcher photographed player number 2. On the second night, the prophet checked that player number 7 was a good person, the wolf stabbed player number 6 with a knife, the dreamcatcher photographed player number 2, and the witch poisoned player number 1. On the third night, the prophet found out that player number 5 was a werewolf, and the wolf killed player number 5. Ren Fan couldn't understand why player 1 wanted to take a picture of player 2. Logically, he should have taken a picture of player 10. The more conventional thing to do was to protect player 5 from death so that he could have a correct view when he woke up the next day. It wasn't until I saw his impressive information on the first night that everything became clear. 126101122. Moreover, by killing player number 2, he can also prove that he is the dream catcher. Otherwise, how can he explain the 2 fallen cards when he wakes up the next day? Player 1, you took me to death 2 nights in a row. Do you really think I'm a wolf? Player number 2 frowned and said, I can only say that it's a good thing that I thought you were a wolf, otherwise I would have shot player number 10, and as long as I shot 10, I would have lost the game. I won't defend 5. Although defending 5 can correct the perspective, once my vote shape and side position are revealed, the wolves may have guessed that I am the dream catcher, especially since I mentioned in the police report that if I were the dream catcher, I would not jump. Such remarks will make the wolves focus on me even more. Player 1 said calmly, but I never expected that I would die at the hands of the witch. At that time, I was thinking that if the wolf didn't kill me, after killing player 2, I would still have a chance to kill player 10. And I think it's highly unlikely that wolf will go after player 5. After all, most dream catchers will kill player 5 to keep him alive, and then get a correct view the next day. In this case, it's very likely that wolf will kill player 5 on Christmas Eve. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't shoot ready player 5. Now that I think about it, if I didn't think too much and just shot ready player 5, it would be fine. But fortunately, we won without any danger. What can I say about this game? I can only say that player 6 really knows how to play. He showed off his skills by himself and kept all of us in the dark. He played too well. I suggest that you don't play like this next time. Player 1 has a bit of a yin-yang Ren Fan vibe. As a hunter, Ren Fan tricked the werewolf into chopping him, and then shot and took the wolf away. He played the role of a hunter quite successfully, and made the contribution that a hunter should make for a good person. Not only that, he also directly pointed at the 4 wolves 4, 5, 8, and 9, showing his master style. But player number 1 always feels a little unhappy. I won, but it wasn't a very satisfying win. They all seemed to win without any effort and had no gaming experience at all, but Ren Fan was having a lot of fun playing by himself. When the check was completed, the hunter did not jump to the dream catcher, and the shooting gave the wolf team a big surprise. The police called 4 wolves, who were extremely handsome. After one round, no matter whether it was the good guys or the wolves, they were all fooled around by Ren Fan. The werewolf was shown off, but he, the dream catcher, was actually killed by Ren Fangzio. Without Ren Fan's amazing move, the witch would never have poisoned him. Therefore, Ren Fan was the only one who had the most fun in this game. The experience for others was just average, and it was boring even if they won. You didn't even jump when you were on guard, and you were still standing next to player 10. Why do you have to turn around and stand next to player 5 when you are off guard? Player 12 asked. Haven't you all figured it out? Because of what player number 6 said, I feel that 6 and 9 will never meet. Since 6 is definitely a wolf in my eyes, 9 must be a witch. Even if there is a werewolf jumping against her, it will be a werewolf. Listening to player no one's words, Ren Fan raised his eyebrows and had to admit that this was a mistake in his speech. At that time, I was only thinking about the wolf pit, and wanted to tell the good guy that player number 9 was selling the perspective, and 4 and 9 were 2 wolves. Without considering that after this logic disc comes out, the Dreamcatcher will turn around and stand on the side of player number 5. If Ren Fan could realize this problem, perhaps player number 1 would not be poisoned. After all, according to his words on the police, as long as he did not stand on the side of player 5, it would not be his turn to be poisoned. This was the only mistake Ren Fan made in the entire game, otherwise it would have been perfect. According to his plan, the Dreamcatcher would shoot player number 5 at night, and when he was stabbed, he would shoot and take away player number 4. After adjusting the perspective, the Dreamcatcher would continue to shoot player number 5 on the third night and kill him. The wolves collapsed immediately. Unfortunately, during this process, he was a little lax in thinking, which led to the Dreamcatcher making a wrong judgment, and then produced a series of reactions that deviated from his expectations. But this really can't be blamed on him. Player number 9 sold the perspective, and the people in the front position didn't get it, so he must have been unable to resist talking about it. If someone had first discussed this logic, player 1 would not have turned around and sided with player 5. Player 6, can you tell us why you are wearing Dreamcatcher's clothes when your trump card is Hunter Check and Kill? At this time, player number 10, who was the prophet, suddenly asked. He thought about 5 or 6 pairs of wolves hitting the board, thought about Ren Fan really being a Dreamcatcher, and even thought about Ren Fan being a civilian who was trying to show off his skills as a Dreamcatcher, but he never thought that Ren Fan could be a hunter. Those who carried guns on their shoulders would press the tough wolves to the ground and rub them hard after receiving the check and kill. However, Ren Fan's brain circuit was different from that of normal people. It was unprecedented and unheard of for a hunter to wear the clothes of a Dreamcatcher. Therefore, he was very curious about Ren Fan's purpose or benefit in doing this. Judging from Ren Fan's remarks and actions, he is definitely not a person who plays around blindly. If he can get Ren Fan's routine, he might be able to put it into practice next time. There are many reasons why I choose Dreamcatcher over Hunter when I take over the police investigation. First, if I jump directly to Hunter, player may 5th retreat, and the police officer may say that he is a fraud, or he may explode and swallow the police badge, if he is not the Wolf King. And if I jump into the Dreamcatcher, he will definitely not retreat, and the wolves will definitely not explode and swallow the police badge. Secondly, when I jumped into the role of Dream Taker, did you all feel that player 5 and I were like 2 wolves fighting each other? It's not that I spoke badly, I did it on purpose. Player number 5 threw a check at me, saying that I might not be the one to appear today, so I jumped into Dream Capture and said that he had been captured and that he couldn't appear today. The combination of our two statements was like a team of wolf teammates fighting and protecting each other. As long as the Dreamcatcher is not stupid and can understand the trick, he won't jump out and shoot me stupidly. In this way, the Prophet will definitely get the police badge, and the Werewolf will have no way to stop him. They can't even jump to Dream Photographer against me, because there is no benefit in jumping, and it will only expose their identities. Finally, the Dreamcatcher went to capture player 5 at night. After I got stabbed and shot him, he could continue to hide and kill player 5 at night. If nothing unexpected happens, the wolves will definitely be defeated by my operation. This is much better than me jumping directly to the hunter on the police, the wolf team self-destructing, and the other little wolves going to fight the hook. It's just that the police said that I made a mistake, or I ignored the feelings of the Dreamcatcher. I didn't think about the consequences of my double wolves at 4 and 9 and the 9th player selling the perspective. But in fact, this logic should not have been brought up by me. If 7 had brought it up, there would have been no accidents later. Upon hearing this, player number 7 was stunned. What Ren Fan said before was all good. He talked about the benefits of hunters wearing Dreamcatcher clothes to show off their skills. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was awesome. Who could think of so much? It's just that police officers shouldn't talk too well, otherwise, the Dreamcatcher would really be sent to the wolves. He was still feeling sorry for Ren Fan, as it was almost a perfect highlight operation, but Ren Fan suddenly changed the subject and actually put the blame on him, leaving him confused. So, player number 6, what you've been saying for a long time is that the fundamental reason why Dreamcatcher was poisoned is that I didn't see player number 9 speak and sell the perspective. Are there 2 wolves at number 4 and no 9? Player 7 was in tears and laughter. Can he blame player 9 for not selling his view? His level was not good enough. He didn't hear the explosive point. If he had thought of anything, he would have talked about it. Ha ha ha, that's not the case. I just feel it's a bit of a pity. If you play 4 and 9 double wolves, and I continue to be a troublemaker under the police, the identity of dirty player number 5, then it would be perfect. Ren Fan smiled. Player number 5, you said to your subordinates that you want to play player number 4 and exploit player no 4's identity. Do you want to give him an identity? Nonsense, could I really have figured him out? At the time, I felt that the identities of player 9 and I had been exposed, and player 6 had a pair of wolves, 4 and 9. I quickly made an identity for player 4, maybe there was still room for recovery. Player 5 said, it turns out that the effect is quite good. No one in the later position played the 4th and 9th wolves again. Instead, they thought that player 6 was overthinking. It turns out that he is a stubborn person. Even though I did this, he still wanted to take player 4 after he turned the cards. There was nothing I could do. It's not that I'm stubborn, it's that you don't do a good job of identifying yourself. Even if I say that player number 4 is the Wolf King and you want to lead the rhythm and have him shoot, I won't believe that number 4 is not a wolf. You want to use this method to trick me into not playing number 4 and number 9 as double wolves? That doesn't exist, brother. Just when they were reviewing the game, the system prompt sounded again. The MVP of this round is player number 6. The good guys were not at all surprised by this. Looking at the performance of this game, the only god cards that are noteworthy are the Prophet and the Hunter Ren Fan. As for the Witch and the Dreamcatcher, I won't say much, it's hard to describe them in a few words. Ren Fan selected 4 wolves in one round and sold the perspective to player number 9, which was a great highlight of his speech throughout the game. He wore the Dreamcatcher's clothes in the police video and cushioned player number 5, which was one of the important reasons why the Prophet was able to get the police badge without any effort. The next day, he shot and took away the player number 4, who had a higher status, leaving the good guys with no choice but to go out of the wolf pit, he pointed out, and finally won. In terms of operation, no one on the field can match him. In terms of contribution to good people, he is absolutely second to none. In terms of pointing out the wolf pit, no one is better than him. It doesn't make sense that he is not the MVP. Exit the game room. I glanced at the time and it was only a few minutes before 11. It was late at night, but the popularity of his live broadcast room remained high, with more than 30,000 online viewers. Although not as many as the big anchors, it was still considered top among the small anchors. Ding! Ren Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Xiaohui. Brother, I've been on the air for 5 minutes, why haven't you come yet? Are you asleep? Xiaohui had just gone through a tough battle and sweat was pouring down his forehead, but in order to become super popular, he still started the show. You just started broadcasting, there aren't many people on it yet. Wait 5 more minutes until more people show up. Then you scold yourself and I'll make you super popular. Ren Fan had a smirk on his face. There is no one more boring than him in this world. There are quite a few people, almost 50,000. Looking at the message sent by Xiaohui, Ren Fan's eyes turned green with envy. Damn, he is worthy of being the top newcomer promoted by the New Star Club. It has only been 5 minutes since the show started and there are almost 50,000 people watching. That's awesome. It's still not enough. I like crowds and excitement. Ren Fan raised his brows. Then you should come earlier. I need your cooperation. I can't just curse myself for no reason, right? When the time comes, you can start by posting a barrage of conditions, saying 1 rocket and asking me to curse myself. I have to refuse first, and then you can increase the money as much as possible. Finally, when it reaches 10 super fires, I will reluctantly agree. Xiaohui really deserves to be the anchor, he knows the routines very well. If he started by scolding himself, the audience would definitely think he was crazy, but if someone wanted to insult him with money, that would be a completely different story. The program is very effective. The key point is that Xiaohui refused at first, but later he bowed down to the 10 super hot celebrities. Far from thinking that he has no bottom line, the audience will think that he is a real person. These days, you can't give up money for the sake of dignity, right? As long as you pay more, you can even curse at yourself or slap yourself in the face. Xiaohui has a good plan. He works hard to improve the show effect on stage and to trick Ren Fan into becoming super popular behind the scenes. It's so comfortable. If it was someone else, he would have made a lot of money, but it was a pity that this person was Ren Fan. There would be fun to watch later. Isn't this not good? If this happens, wouldn't I become your agent? Ren Fan replied. I can't help it. I have to be careful about the impact. If I scold myself without any warning, the consequences will be serious. The club's owner will also be unhappy. Xiaohui explained. How about this? I'll add you to my fan group and give you an administrator position as compensation for you. Okay. All right. When Ren Fan heard the word administrator, the corners of his mouth curled up immediately. He liked authority dogs. Then it's settled. Come to my live studio in 3 minutes and get started. When Xiaohui saw that Ren Fan finally gave in, he was immediately delighted. 10 super hot ones, $100,000. If I can keep this big guy, I will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. The most important thing is that there are millions of virtual currencies in the other person's account, which makes him envious just thinking about it. No, you have to give me the administrator first. I'm afraid you'll fool me. Ren Fan replied. Sure, but you have to get super popular first. Otherwise, it won't work. All my fans in this group have given me at least 1 rocket. If you don't give gifts, you will be put in management directly when you come in, and I won't be able to explain to others. What Xiaohui said was half true and half false. He was also afraid of being fooled by Ren Fan, so he first vied Huo to see his strength. Ren Fan knew that Xiaohui would find a way to test his strength. Although he paints a good picture, it won't work if it's completely empty talk. To fish you need bait, right? So, while playing games, he took some time out of his busy schedule, bought a small account, and recharged 10,000 yuan into it. It was charged by credit card? He didn't have that much money at all and his life was very difficult. Fortunately, after this live broadcast tonight, he can withdraw the money. The anchors in this world have it very comfortable. If they have coins, they can withdraw them immediately and share the profits according to the agreed ratio. People like Ren Fan who have not signed a guild club will split it in half. Let's talk about it later. The small account that Ren Fan bought is not ordinary. It is certified as a minor. The live streaming platform has a rule that if an underage account gives a reward, an unconditional refund can be requested within 48 hours. If you refund after 48 hours, various identity verifications will be required. The most important thing is that the virtual currency that has been charged to the account can also be refunded by the original route. This is why Ren Fan dares to recharge. Otherwise, he will not be a sucker. Brothers, I calculated with my fingers that Xiao Huai will scold himself in the live broadcast room later. Ren Fan said to the audience in his live broadcast room. Xiao Huai? Oh, isn't that a host from the Rising Star Club? I heard that he's quite popular recently. Do you really think you're a prophet? You're even counting on your fingers. You don't want us to help you scold Xiao Huai, do you? Why is he scolding himself? Is he out of his mind? I advise you to just play games and stay out of this mess. After a while, no one will remember the Rising Star Club incident. Actually, this is all hype. They are hired by the new Star Club to create a show effect. You will know when you watch it. As Ren Fan spoke, he used his mobile phone to go to Xiao Huai's live broadcast room. Host, I want to hear you call yourself an idiot, is that okay? Although Ren Fan's barrage was very ordinary, it was still discovered by people with sharp eyes. Xiao Huai responded immediately. Brother, I think you may have forgotten to take your medicine. Take some medicine and then watch my live broadcast. I don't scold my own quirks. Xiao Huai's response drew cheers and praise from the audience in the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha, that's a nice retort. This kind of person is a psychopath and really should take more medicine. There are so many kinds of monsters on the internet. Who knows what kind of people they are in real life? I can only say that there are stupid birds every year, but this year there are especially many. Making a staff. Ren Fan remained calm and sent another barrage. 10 super angry people, scold yourself for 3 minutes, okay. Seeing this barrage, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Fuck, 10 super hot ones, is this a big shot? I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now, big shot, don't mind. What big boss? I said 100 super hot ones. It's so funny. Another braggart. I strongly suggest that bragging should be taxed in the future. Otherwise, some people are really good at talking. 100,000 yuan just to listen to the anchor scolding me? I don't want 100,000, I only want 10,000, to scold myself for 10 minutes, and I can add more time if I'm not satisfied. I'll take 5,000 yuan, and I'll accept the revision. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If you want to hear me scold you, just tell me. Damn it, no involution, you bastards, I only want 1,000. 10 super hits, brother. It's not that I don't believe you, but at least you have to let me see your strength. How about 1 super hit first? If you can really hit 10 super hits, don't blame me for scolding myself for 3 minutes, 5 minutes is fine, no repetition. For money, dignity is nothing. I'm just so realistic. When Xiao Huai said this, it not only did not arouse the audience's disgust, but instead made people feel that he was genuine. 10 super hot guys just scolded themselves for 3 minutes. This is too low a requirement. If they went to the appearance area, it would be enough to invite a few to play cards together. Sure, there are so many people in the live broadcast room, you'd better keep your word. After Ren Fan sent out this barrage, without any hesitation, it became a super hit. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 yuan was gone. At the same time, a super rocket took off into the sky in Xiao Huai's live broadcast room, leaving the audience stunned. No way, what a big shot. Awesome, the world of the big guys is so plain and simple. They do what they say. Now it's the anchor's turn to sell his ass. It's really outrageous. He paid 100,000 yuan just to listen to others scold him. Is he okay? It's great to be rich. When I become rich, I will eat 2 buckets of instant noodles for breakfast. Fuck, brother upstairs, are you so miserable? You don't even eat breakfast? You can't even afford 2 buckets of instant noodles. Seeing that Ren Fan really became very popular in his live broadcast room, Xiao Huai finally let go of his worries. After all, what is in your mouth is the meat. Just showing him the account balance is not fishing. And he was also afraid that Ren Fan might have found a fake picture to fool him, but now this one was so popular that it dispelled all his worries. After that, Xiao Huai started to scold himself in the live broadcast room. Ren Fan felt that it was not satisfying enough and kept asking him to scold him more harshly. Xiao Huai refused at first, but when he thought of the 10 super hot guys and that he had found a big guy, he lost his temper. As long as the boss is happy, he is willing to serve him. The other side. Ren Fan's live broadcast room. So what? I told you that the Nova Club was hyping things up again, right? Do you know why I was fired? It's because I'm a bad boy. From now on, you'll know how disgusting Nova and the manager of the Nova Club are. Listening to Ren Fan's words, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. From what you said, there is a hidden reason why you were expelled from the club. Why do I feel like your expulsion and the new Star Club's banning of you from the circle are all hype? Why don't you tell me what's so disgusting about the Rising Star Club? Don't keep me in suspense. I don't know if there is any hidden truth, but it is confirmed that Xiao Huai hyped it up and hired someone to do the live show effects. It's really disgusting. It's all fake. What the hell? The Rising Star Club will be blacklisted for the rest of its life. +1, I will curse at you when I see the word Rising Star from now on. Please add me to the fan group. I want to be an administrator. At this time, Ren Fan sent another message to Xiaohui. Soon, Ren Fan was pulled into a ball group and then appointed as an administrator. Ren Fan took a look at the fan group. There were more than 2,000 of them. He remembered Xiaohui said that these people had given him at least one rocket, which was 1,000 yuan. More than 2,000 rockets, how much would that cost? Looking back, he will make this group Xiaohui's eternal pain. 5 minutes later, Xiaohui finally finished scolding himself. Brother, enough time has passed. Where are the remaining 9 super fires? Xiaohui was looking forward to the sight of his own live broadcast room, where 9 super hot stars would all take off at the same time. However, after half a minute there was still no response. Fuck, the boss is not going to run away, is he? Just pretend to be a boss and leave. It's still a good deal to have a super hot guy scolding me for a few minutes. Why do I feel like the anchor has been tricked? This can also be considered as being fooled. If so, I guess 99% of the anchors hope to be fooled. Hurry, hurry. Boss, are you charging? I'm ready to record the screen. 9 super hot, a rare and spectacular sight. It's nothing spectacular, isn't this just blatant hype? It's definitely hype. Brother, where's your super fire? Xiaohui sent a message to Ren Fan, but the account on the live broadcast platform kept showing as unread. Xiaohui then sent a private message using Kayaku. I'm being lectured by my dad right now. Wait a minute, my dad said he can't give me 5 million pocket money every month anymore. It will be reduced to 3 million. Woohoo. Ren Fan sent a very Versailles message, which made Xiaohui's heart twitch. 3 million pocket money a month, and you still think it's not enough? Which family's rich son is this? 3 million is not a small amount. Just give me 1/10 of it. Xiaohui replied beautifully. 1/10? Are you looking down on me? From now on, I will give you at least 1 million every month. Just focus on your live broadcast. I'm afraid my dad's scolding won't stop for a while. Well, don't forget my super fire. Xiaohui was helpless and secretly complained in his heart. Why couldn't he scold her at any other time? Why did he have to do it at this time? It was really bad luck. Next, Ren Fan would wait until Xiaohui fell asleep, and then kick all his fans out of the group one by one. The administrator cannot disband the group chat directly, so he can only use the most primitive method. After watching the excitement, Ren Fan withdrew his thoughts and concentrated on his own live broadcast. Anchor, why don't you tell us the details of why you were fired? Don't keep us on suspense. Some time ago, there was an anchor who kept the audience on suspense, and then he was fired. It was like a furnace. It's not appropriate for you to say that. It's not good to be cold, it's better to be broken. I feel like there will be some big news at the Rising Star Club tomorrow. This time it will be fun to watch. I think the anchor must have some evidence to prove his innocence, otherwise he wouldn't be so relaxed and at ease. I just went to see Xiaohui. Damn, he really has no bottom line. The key is that he acted very well. When he was scolding himself, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared to 100,000. It was really outrageous. It's undoubtedly a hype. Expect to be scolded and become a hot topic tomorrow. Doesn't he like being scolded? He will be in trouble then. The new Star Club actually hyped it up in this way, which really crossed the line. Brothers, it's not worth getting angry at a clown. Just continue watching me show off my skills. Ren Fan smiled and said, what board are you playing this time? Are there any big guys who are super popular? If not, let's vote and decide. I waited for more than 10 seconds with great anticipation, but no one posted a super hot post. The big guy must have left. So, Ren Fan started voting. There are 6 options and 6 boards in total. The Miracle Merchant among the last 12 people won first place with a crushing advantage. It seems that everyone likes Miracle Merchant. In that case, I will play Miracle Merchant. Ren Fan said, skillfully opening the game match. Soon, the game was matched successfully. All players please note that this game uses a 12-player Miracle Merchant. Board configuration. Good Camp, Prophet plus Witch plus Guard plus Miracle Merchant plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, Wolf King plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a sheriff. The sheriff has the right to return the vote, and has an extra 0.5 votes and seconds of speaking time. Double explosion swallowing police badge. The essence of the Miracle Merchant's board is naturally the Miracle Merchant. The Miracle Merchant is also called the Black Market Merchant, and is a clergyman in the Good Camp. The Miracle Merchant has 3 powerful skills, Prophet's Check, Witch's Poison, and Guardian's Shield. The Miracle Merchant is the first to act every night. He can randomly choose a player to be the lucky person and give the lucky person one of 3 skills. Note that only one of these 3 skills can be given. If the Prophet's Check is given, then the Witch's Poison and the Guard's Shield will disappear. If the lucky person chosen by the Miracle Merchant is a good person, the Miracle Merchant will not die after dawn. If the lucky person chosen by the Miracle Merchant is a wolf, the Miracle Merchant will die when he wakes up during the day. Based on this characteristic, the Miracle Merchant is equivalent to a prophet. If he is alive, it means that the lucky man is a good person. If he dies, it means that the lucky man is a wolf. At the same time, if the lucky guy is a good person, he will be able to say the skills given to him by the miracle merchant. If the lucky guy is a wolf, he will not know that he has been given skills by the miracle merchant. In addition, after the lucky person obtains the skills of the miracle merchant, he can choose to use them or not. It does not mean that he must use the skills on the same night he obtains them. He can also use them on the second or even third night. All players please check their identity cards. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, various trump cards quickly passed by Ren Fan's eyes. He prayed silently in his heart that the system would be more powerful and give him a miracle merchant to play with. If he could get the miracle merchant, he would be willing to exchange his singleness for 20 years, no, 30 years. Next second, the trump card is revealed. Not a miracle merchant, but a werewolf. Ren Fan's face darkened instantly. To be honest, it is extremely difficult to catch a wolf on this board. Because the good guys have too high a tolerance for mistakes, even if the wolf is given 2 rounds, it may not win. The reason is that the miracle businessman is too perverted. As long as his luck is not too bad and he uses his skills on the wolf on the first night, causing himself to be eliminated, then the wolf basically has no chance of winning this round. A lucky guy and a miracle merchant, this can form 2 pits. The lucky guy gets the inspection skill, and then inspects a gold water. Does the wolf team still have room to survive? End of this chapter. Chapter 63. The tricks continue. In this round, Ren Fan's seat number is 2. This is his lucky number, a good omen. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The miracle merchant's board. After nightfall, the first person to open his eyes is the miracle merchant. As for whether the miracle merchant should choose a lucky person to give skills on the first night, this is a matter of opinion and depends on personal thinking. If you want to get on the highway faster and not be afraid of being shot to death, then just use your skills. Even if you use it on a wolf, it is a life for a life, and you can let the opponent take the blame for you. If you are afraid of death, want to play more steadily, and are not in a hurry, then take your time before giving skills. Don't do anything on the first night. After listening to a day's speeches, on the second night, choose the person you think is a good person and become the lucky one to give skills. This way, the possibility of being killed by the bullet is very small. As for the 3 skills: Prophet's Inspection, Witch's Poison and Guardian's Shield, how to choose depends on the situation on the field. If the good guys need to chase turns, and there is a bright wolf on the field, then of course it is the poison that is bestowed on the lucky witch. But if the situation on the field is unclear and there is a big disagreement on which side the good guys stand on, then of course it is up to the lucky prophet to check. Generally speaking, it is given to these 2 skills, and few people will give it to the guard's shield. Because there are guards on the field, this skill seems a bit useless and is not as deterrent as the prophet's inspection and the witch's poison. If the miracle merchant is going to give the skill on the first night, then there is no better choice than the prophet's check. The lucky guy takes on the inspection skill, and no matter whether he detects gold and water or inspection and killing, it is very uncomfortable for the wolf. By then, combined with the information from the prophet's verification of people, the wolves will not have much room to survive. Unless the wolf can deceive the good guys, grab the police badge, and push the real prophet out, or the wolf team uses some more tricky tactics at night, such as hooking, wolf stepping on wolf to create an identity, or even pretending to be the lucky prophet. In short, the wolves must do everything they can to survive. If they fight the good guys in a conventional way, they are unlikely to win. Another way is to hope that the miracle merchant will give the wolf his skills so that it will be killed. Although this would also result in one wolf being completely exposed, the wolf team would not lose out by exchanging one wolf for one miracle merchant. The worst case scenario is that the miracle merchant gives the human verification skill to a good person, and this good person is a commoner, and the gold and water tested are also commoners. If this is the case, the wolves will not be far from surrendering their cards. There is another situation that the wolves do not want to see, that is the lucky prophet. When you meet a lucky prophet, you can either fight hard and fight the miracle merchant and the prophet, or you can just give in and not jump, or you can jump like the wolf king. Werewolf, please open your eyes. The system prompt sounded in Ren Fan's ears, and he glanced at the screen. Player number 5, player number 8, and player number 9 are his wolf teammates. Among them, player number 9 is the Wolf King. Wolf King, let's go ahead and play Hook. Only Hook can have a chance to win on this board. It'd be better if you can throw a check kill to me. As long as I show better water, there is a high probability that I can be recognized. Player number 8 said. Good people will definitely hunt down wolves and kill them to identify themselves. They are not stupid. Player number 9 curled his lips. The wolf knows how to play to have a chance of winning, and the good guy knows it even better. As long as he throws a check to player number 8, the good guy will immediately target 8. Some prophets who are more ruthless will even go specifically to check the reverse gold. Want to find a loophole? Not to mention the door, there is no window. In fact, it's not just the reverse gold, but also those who stand on the opposite side but whose speeches are not particularly good or whose logic is not particularly brilliant, are all targets that the good guys focus on. There is no way. The tolerance rate of good people on this board is high. If they can get the advantage in rounds and situation in the early stage, they can pass the screening one by one. The lucky guy is half a prophet, the guard can guard people, and the prophet gets the police badge. Just calculate how many positions this can fill. It is no exaggeration to say that this board is a happy place for good people. It's definitely impossible to charge, and the hook also depends on the level of speech. How about we play a routine? Just then, Ren Fan spoke. What's the trick? Could it be that he is pretending to be the lucky prophet? Speaking of routines, the first thing that comes to player No 9's mind is the lucky prophet. This is normal. Pretending to be the lucky prophet has become a tactic that the wolves often use on this board. Either the prophet and the miracle merchant are crushed in one fell swoop, or the wolves collapse. High risk, high return, the main focus is on excitement. That's half right. What I meant is that we can stack buffs. Ren Fan smiled and said, first, player number 9 needs to slash himself and stack the silver water buff. As long as you don't talk too badly, the witch will tend to stand on your side anyway. Secondly, we need to stack the strength buffs. Then we can turn against the police. If there is no chance to turn against the police, we can stack the detection buffs. In short, you must have a strength buff. It's best to turn against the enemy and set up a police officer, then throw a check to the wolf teammate, and then the wolf teammate will use the god card to further make a high 9 prophet face. Finally, there is the lucky prophet buff. We will see who will play the role of the miracle merchant when the time comes. I believe we can all perform these basic coordinations, right? After hearing Ren Fan's words, 5, 8, and 9 all brightened up. This strategy is really based on stacking buffs, and all methods that can improve the prophet's level are used. Silver water. Become a police officer if you betray us. Lose the check and kill. Lucky prophet. If these buffs can be stacked up successfully, it will be difficult for good people to avoid standing on the wrong side. Even if there are 1 or 2 smart ones, they will be attacked by the wolves for not fitting in. What if I stab myself and the witch doesn't prescribe medicine? Player 9 asked with a raised eyebrow. Suppress the gun? If they open fire, we will collapse. Suppressing the gun can at least push the good guys out of the game. The witch will most likely poison the prophet at night, provided that your last words are enough to impress the witch. It all depends on your ability. Ren Fan said with a smile. Okay, let's play it this way. I have no objection. I've played the Lucky Prophet's routine before, but this is the first time I've heard of stacking buffs like this. It's very interesting. Player 9 said. That's okay with me too. Since you are all okay, I can't hold you back. Finally, the wolf knife fell on player number 9. The witch used her own knife to save the dog's life. Generally speaking, the witch is more likely not to prescribe medicine on the first night only in boards where the little wolf does not know the big wolf. Because I was afraid of saving my older brother who was stabbed. If the 4 werewolves know each other, the witch should not even think about not prescribing the medicine. Let's put it this way, the werewolf stabbed himself, and the witch prescribed medicine to save him. He will have a chance to stab himself later, so the initiative is in the hands of the good guys. But if you don't prescribe medicine directly, and the card that falls is some magic card, then there will be no room for recovery. Therefore, the witch should try not to not prescribe medicine, because whether the wolf kills itself or the little wolf kills the big brother, these are both low probability events. And if the witch doesn't prescribe medicine on the first night and it's the god who turns the cards over, then the probability is almost 1 in 20, and you can't walk the tightrope. Why do some people always think of not opening the antidote on the first night when they take a witch? It's because they always like to gamble on small probability situations. For example, in this game the werewolf will hit himself. Or, if there is a big wolf brother with a board, the little wolf will accidentally hit the big brother. In this case, if he does not use the antidote, it will be very impressive. But in fact, this is gambling with the fate of the entire good team. If the one who gets hit is a god card, like in this round, the one who gets hit is the miracle merchant, and the miracle merchant has not given any skills on the first night, are the good guys at a loss? They will lose so much that their mentality will explode. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, it is the familiar stage of calling the police. If it is a face-to-face interview, during this period, you can observe each other's expressions and demeanor, and use this method to preliminarily determine a person's identity, which can be regarded as the first impression. Of course, when the cards are opened, you can also secretly observe other people's reactions when they look at the cards. These are the differences between face-to-face killing and online killing. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. A dialogue box appeared in front of Ren Fan, and he chose to report to the police without hesitation. Since this game involves a beating, you definitely can't stay under the police. It's boring to be under the police's supervision. Not only can you not speak, but you can also be beaten easily. No matter whether you vote right or wrong, you will be the focus of others' attention. In that case, why not go to the police and have a chat? There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 1 2 3 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 5. Seeing this speaking order, Ren Fan was immediately delighted. This speaking order is really good, as it helps player number 8 to cooperate with player number 9 to stack buffs. Player number 5, please speak. I'm the first to speak. First of all, I'm not a prophet, but I'm not a wolf either. I'm a good guy. We should be able to play this board more easily. I wonder if the miracle merchant will give any skills on the first night. If it were me, I would give the skill on the first night. Don't be afraid of death. If you die, you die. At least you can find a wolf, and then the prophet can test people for another day. If you give the right lucky guy the first day, and the lucky guy finds a kill, don't you think that would be great? You can defeat the wolves on the first day. The most important thing is, what if a lucky prophet comes? That will save us a lot of trouble. The guards will protect the prophet, and he will have the police badge in his hands. He will have at least 4 days of information on people. In this case, it will be difficult for the good guys to lose. Listening to player No 5's speech, many people curled their lips. It really doesn't hurt to stand and talk. In other words, he didn't get the miracle merchant. If he had gotten the miracle merchant card, he would probably be more cowardly and cautious than anyone else. It's like a joke. If you were asked if you were willing to donate 1 million, you said yes. Then you were asked if you were willing to donate 100 yuan, you said no, because I really have 100 yuan. This joke is similar to what player number 5 said. He didn't get the miracle merchant, so he said it was easy and that death was fine. But when he really got the miracle merchant, he definitely had a different idea. Of course. I also don't deny that what player number 5 said makes sense. If a lucky prophet really comes, once he gets the police badge, and the guards can guard him for a round, and he can report a person every 4 days, the wolves will really have no chance of winning and can only hand in their cards and admit defeat. But the question is, what if the lucky prophet detects miracle merchants, witches, and other people with identities? This situation is very common. For example, the lucky prophet reported 2 people for verification on the first day, and it turned out that one was a miracle merchant who gave him skills, and the other was a witch, which meant that the 2 days of verification were wasted. I just checked and there are 3 people under the police. I estimate that if there is a wolf, the possibility of 4 wolves on the police is very low. I will start with the pattern of 3 wolves above the police and 1 wolf below the police. It may change later. After all, we can't rule out the possibility that the wolves had a good format last night. The Wolf King took off and the other 3 little wolves all stayed under the guard to hit the hook. At first glance, this idea sounds outrageous. There are only 3 people under the police, and I am plotting against the 3 wolves under the police. But you say it's outrageous. I have really encountered it before. All I can say is that everything is possible, so I hope good people can think as much as possible, have a higher level of logic, and a broader perspective. It will be difficult for the wolves to win this board, but they will not sit still and wait for death. They will definitely find a way to survive. As for what method or tactics to use, it depends on whether we can figure it out. I'm the first speaker, so I don't have any information. I can only talk to you briefly about some things I think are useful, or my thoughts. If you think it makes sense, just listen to it. If you think it doesn't make sense, just pretend I didn't say anything. But my bottom card is definitely that I am a good person. I hope you can accept me. That's it. I'm done. Player number 6, please speak. 5 is not a prophet, and neither am I. I don't know why he came to the police station, but I came to the police station with one purpose, to evaluate and identify the prophets. This is what I must do in every round. Because I think I am quite good at taking sides. Most of the time I can sort out the logic clearly, which can give good people more perspectives and more thinking. So, my comments on the prophet can help good people take sides. Also, I don't like being under police supervision because I talk a lot. I like chatting. If you guys have finished chatting and I haven't said a word, I'll feel uncomfortable. The order of speeches now makes me feel uncomfortable. I have been promoted to police, but it is almost the same as not being promoted to police, because there is no prophet to comment on me. Player number 6 briefly explained the reason why he went to the police. One thing about him is that he is very similar to Ren Fan. He likes to chat with the police and feels uncomfortable when he is under their supervision. As for commenting on the prophet, is there any need to say more? As long as there is a prophet in the front position, everyone will comment on the prophet. With so many eyes watching the prophet's speech, it's no wonder that he was pinned to the ground and rubbed. How should I describe the Miracle Merchant board? Actually, I have always believed that this board is mainly about how the miracle merchant plays. We are all tools and the source of happiness for others, unless we can become a lucky person, which I am not. Maybe the miracle merchant didn't give me any skills last night. I hope I'll have better luck tonight. By the way, let me talk to the miracle merchant. You may not believe this, but I have always been a miserable person. I get stuck in my teeth when I drink cold water, there is no noodles when I buy instant noodles, and there is no knowledge point in the movies I buy. I am so unlucky. I am so unlucky. Now I just want to get a lucky charm to change my luck. I hope the miracle merchant can help me and make me the lucky one. Please, it doesn't matter whether it's testing people or poison. I'm not picky. Maybe an act of kindness from you can brighten up my gloomy life. Listening to player No 6's speech, the good guys rolled their eyes collectively. Oh no, not only the good guys, even Ren Fan and the others felt speechless. Is it that serious? Are you so shameless just to ask the miracle merchant for a lucky guy? He is just playing the victim, as if the lucky guy can really bring good luck. Superstitious, very superstitious. Ren Fan is a person who believes in science, and the law of good omens is science. Player number 5 in the front position talked about whether to give skills to the miracle merchant on the first night. I had the same idea as him, but unfortunately I didn't get this card. It's just bad luck and there's nothing I can do about it. If I were a miracle merchant, I would definitely not be a coward. On the first night, I would just blindly give the skill and nothing else, and just give it to the prophet for inspection. It doesn't matter if I gave it to the wrong person. At least I found a wolf, so it's not too bad. And once I use my skills on the good guy, Lucky will set up a trap. He will check someone in the outside position. Whether it's gold or water, or checking and killing, it's very easy for us to beat this game. The wolf team is not very good at charging in this board. Usually, the wolf king will jump out, the little wolf will hook, or the wolf will jump out with a knife. The wolf will step on the wolf to make an identity. We must pay attention to these. Player number 5 and player number 6 both hope that the miracle merchant will give the skill on the first night. This is good as it will help them to pretend to be the lucky prophet. If the good guys think that the miracle merchant's blind skill on the first night is not good, then the difficulty of pretending to be the lucky prophet will increase sharply. Now the foundation for the lucky prophet has been laid, and the lucky prophet is exactly what the good people expect. In addition, there are so many buff halos, so after player number 9 jumps out, he should be able to trick many good people into standing on the wrong side. There are 3 people under the police. Just as player 5 said, if there are no accidents, 1 wolf should appear. The probability of 2 wolves or no wolf appearing is very small. As for who is a wolf and who is a good guy, it all depends on their speeches and sides. Finally, I want to remind the prophet that there will be a lot of traitors on this board. Those who stand by you may not be good people. Be more careful and don't be too honest. I'll temporarily recognize player number 5 as the good one, because his words and ideas are quite similar to mine, but listen carefully, this is only temporary. If his speech is not good, or his side is different from mine, or his logic is wrong, then I will call him a wolf, without any ambiguity. When the time comes, no one will say that I am inconsistent in my words and deeds, and that I clicked on player number 5 because I couldn't find the wolf pit. If someone leads me in this way, I will click on the wolf pit as well. Okay, that's all I have to say for now. I can only stand aside and wait for the police to leave. I hope a good person can recognize me. That's it. It's over. Player number 7 please speak. It's okay. I think the speeches of player 5 and player 6 are good. Although I dare not say that they are definitely good people, their identities are indeed relatively benign, and I don't have the urge to beat them up like wolves. The most important thing is that the things they talked about were all very valuable. For example, among the 3 people under the police, there is a high probability that 1 wolf will be killed. This is the same as what I thought. The pattern I have set now is that 3 wolves are on top of the police, and 1 wolf is under the police. This may be the so-called good guy perspective. Player number 6 has been reminding the prophet that there are too many hooks on this board, and it is difficult for the wolves to win by charging. They can only play hooks. Such remarks show that he is most likely not on the wolves. As for 5 and 6, both think that it's best to give the miracle merchant skills on the first night. This is a matter of opinion. Everyone has a different way of playing, or everyone has their own different understanding of the board. Whether or not to give skills on the first night, I don't think there is a right or wrong answer. In general, the comments of 5 and 6 are well prepared by main. If I can avoid leading them into a wolf's den, I will do so. But just like what player 6 said, the recognition of the police is only temporary. The key is to see what the police say. This is the key to determining whether a person's identity is good or bad. The police's speech is at most an appetizer. Player number 7 did not jump to the prophet, which made Ren Fan and the others all feel relieved. If 7 jumps to the prophet to kill 8, the routine they discussed last night will be difficult to carry out as planned, and they can only improvise. But it is too easy to make mistakes when improvising, and the wolves cannot make any mistakes on this board. If they are not careful, the entire wolf team may collapse. Therefore, when 6 and 7 were speaking, Ren Fan had been silently repeating in his heart that they must not jump the prophet, and even if they did, they must not lose the check and kill. As long as the wolf teammates did not take the check and kill, everything would be fine. Now the prophet hasn't jumped at 6 or 7, so we really give them a chance. We are just lucky and there is nothing we can do about it. I like to study positions. Although I know it's not good to do so, I just can't help it. For example, now I am a good person, and I do well in positions 5 and 6. Then there is a high probability that a wolf will appear in positions 4 and 8, especially player number 8. If he jumps into the prophet role later, I won't really believe it, because positional science determines that he is in the wolf pit as I expected. This is not logic, I know it very well in my heart, but it is probability. With 12 people on the field, the probability of 4 consecutive good people appearing is very small, so I will focus on the speeches of 4 and 8. Of course, that's how it is. I doubt their identities, but in the end, it all comes down to logic and speech. If player number 8 really jumps to the prophet, I will not kill him and will not stand on his side at all. What if he talks well and fits the image of the prophet in my mind? I can't just stick to learning this position. Ren Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the speech of player number 7. He didn't expect to meet a master of position learning in this game. 7 and 8 might be the wolf, or even 8 might jump. When this was said, he was not a prophet but better than a prophet. I was really fooled by him. In the eyes of people who like to play positional science, having 4 good players in a row and 5 good players in a row are low probability events. Since it is a low probability event, normally speaking, there is a high probability that 1 wolf will appear among the 4 people. Just like player number 7, after he recognizes that players 5 and 6 in the front position are most likely good people, he will then focus on the remarks of players 4 and 8, and even have considerable hostility towards them. In this case, if 4 and 8 don't have a good chat, and there is something that catches his eye, he will definitely point one of 4 and 8 into the wolf pit. This is also the fundamental reason why player number 7 specifically mentioned that he does not believe in the 8 jump prophet. Although position learning is unreliable, player number 7 did get it right this time. Players 5 and 6 are good guys, and player 8 is a wolf. There is a saying that goes, a cat is a good cat whether it is black or white as long as it catches the mouse. As long as player number 7 can get the game right, that's a talent. Don't say that position science is not logic. It doesn't matter whether it is logical or not. What is important is whether you can find the wolf. If you can't find the wolf, no matter how good your logic is, it will be useless. Oh, by the way, I came to the police station differently from player 6. He wanted to comment on and identify the prophet, but I came here purely to evade voting. When I'm under the police station, I have to vote, but I hate voting the most. Whether it's a badge vote or an exile vote, it's a headache for me. I'll avoid it as much as I can, so I'll go to the police when I take good people. Unless I take a wolf, then I'll probably stay under the police and fight back. The good guys are indeed stronger on this board, and we have a lot of room for error, but the wolves should have also discussed the routine. In order to win, to confuse the good guys and disrupt the situation on the field, they will definitely do everything they can, so we must not take it lightly. Especially for miracle merchants, you have to use your skills accurately and don't let them kill you. If you really can't, you can choose me as the lucky one. If you choose me, you will definitely be safe and don't have to worry about being killed. Alright, that's all I have to say on the police. Players 5 and 6 will take the blame for now. Player 8 will throw a water bag. That's it. We passed. Player number 8 please speak. Player number 9. Check and kill. Let's check 7 and 11 in the badge flow. As soon as player number 8 opened his mouth, he threw a check to his wolf teammate. It seemed that he wanted player number 9 to challenge the hell difficulty. He jumped despite the negative buff of the check. It was cruel enough. Before this, Ren Fan thought that player number 8 would take advantage of the situation to throw a gold water to player number 9, and then wait for player number 9 to turn against him and throw a check to the good guy in the outer position. Now that he has done this, if player number 9 wants to try his best, he can only throw gold water to him. The operation of the two of them will definitely make the prophet in the back position and the good guy standing on the side of the prophet in the back position get the double wolves 8 and 9. At that time, player number 8 must explain clearly why the police want to send the fraudulent identity to the police, what are the expected benefits and purposes, and what are the actual benefits and effects. Although it is common to throw a check and kill to fake your identity behind the police, high-end games will not call you a wolf just because you have a jump action on the police, but the prerequisite is that the police can clean themselves up, otherwise, you will still be marked as a wolf. What's more, the good guys have been on guard against the wolves hitting the board. When player number 9 throws gold water to him, after he retreats, he will raise the prophet's side of number 9. Then the good guys will definitely get the double wolves number 8 and number 9 hitting the board. In this case, no matter whether it is player number 8 or player number 9, as long as one of them is hit by the wolf, the other one will be doomed. To put it more simply, the two of them are now tied to the same rope. If they die together. No one can survive alone. Player number 9 didn't have much experience, he just touched the people around him in the random game, and ended up with a handful of wolf hair. Let's see if 9 will jump with me. If he jumps, it means he recognizes the wolf. Don't say that I threw a check to 9 to kill the prophet. That's not true. A check is a check. When I speak before him, he is a check. When I speak after him, he is still a check. All he can do is to fire multiple wolves after the police, or I am the wolf king, just to throw a check to the good guys. If it's thrown to the gods, they will be out and shot. If it's thrown to the people, they will fool the good guys into resisting the other side. With logic like this, just treat him as a wolf and don't believe a single word he says. Of course, if player 9 can really show off enough to be recognized by a good person, that's his ability. I'm not as good as him, but I don't think his speech is good enough. Player no 8's speech was full of vigor and he really sounded like a prophet. It's just that it's hard for him to back off after talking like this. Once he backs off, if the policeman's reasons for lying about his identity aren't convincing enough, the good guy will definitely deal with 8 or 9 pairs of wolves. Tell me why my police badge flow is 7 or 11 percentile. I went to check on player number 7 just to kill him. His speech sounded like a wolf to me. The 7th position theory says that there is a high probability that a wolf will appear between our 4th and 8th positions. If I jump into the prophet position, he will not believe it. Maybe you don't feel anything when you hear him say this, but as a prophet, I have an idea that he has defensive moves against me. 7 and 9 could be twin wolves. Perhaps someone would say that player 7 was speaking in front of me, and he was worried that I was a prophet, so he could just jump first and throw a check on me, without having to calculate the position and secretly force me to jump. That being said, that's only in an ideal situation. In the actual game, he can't just jump whenever he wants. Maybe he's just a little wolf and it's not convenient for him to jump. Maybe the wolf team arranged for someone else last night and he can't take his place. Otherwise, it will completely disrupt their plans. Anyway, I'm talking about this to tell the good guys, don't say 7 and 9 are double wolves. I will most likely take the check and kill. If I don't take the check and kill, 7 should be the good guy. I don't agree with this logic. If someone in the back position uses this to attack me, saying that I don't have the perspective and mentality of a prophet, then he is just trying to set the pace. And the first 3 people who spoke were 5, 6, and 7. It was player 7 who talked the most like a gangster. Even if he didn't learn how to throw water bags at me, I would still use the first badge flow on him. Like player 5, who was the first to speak, did not slack off and tried his best to find wolves. I think this is a good attitude. I believe that most people who have listened to player 5's speech will choose to temporarily accept him and will not say that his speech was bad and that it might be a wolf's. Player number 6 seems to be a better person than player 5. I don't think a wolf can come up with the conversation he had with the miracle merchant. Even a wolf wouldn't think of saying such things. If player 6's whole card is wolf, then he's too contrived. Anyway, I listened to his speech on the police station and didn't think he had any wolfish qualities, so I won't think too much of it. Let's just see what side he takes and what he says when he's not on the police station. If the police officer number 6 player sneaks into the wolf team and does banditry, there is something wrong with his logic. Then I will consider that he is a wolf with pretentious speech, trying to trick the miracle merchant into giving him skills, and then kill the miracle merchant. Now he gives me the impression of a funny guy who wants to be a lucky guy by playing the victim. Player number 8 acknowledged both 5 and 6. As for the logic, it is well reasoned and quite convincing. At least it doesn't make people feel that he just follows the trend and admits the number 5 or 6. From the angle of his speech, it can be seen that 8 has his own unique perspective, which is where he is like a prophet. But then again, no matter how much he resembles the character, it's useless. After all, he's not the one to make a cameo appearance in the end. He's just setting the stage. My second police badge flow to hit player number 11 is naturally to solicit votes. If player number 9 jumps from where I stand, I'll make it clear. All of you under the police will be voted for me. Whoever votes for a bandit will be labeled a wolf and beaten without any tolerance. Unless the number 9 player pretends to be a guard or a witch, and then sells a wolf to save him, otherwise, I will definitely take this badge. 4101111410. As for the reason, there is one thing. I think player 4 is a good person, and I just randomly picked player 10 and 11. I said that player 4 might be a good person. This is related to what player 7 said. He learned to beat me and player 4 based on the position of the board. From this point, it can be seen that player 4 and player 7 are most likely not on the same side. So, I will not play with player number 4 for now, and focus on players number 10 and no 11. But this doesn't mean that I completely accept 4. Who knows if 7 is deliberately stepping on his wolf teammates to gain an identity. In the end, we still have to listen to the speech. The judgments I made as a police officer are preliminary and provisional and do not represent final conclusions. In fact, I found a wolf on the first night of this game. The good guys are basically sure to win. I don't know if the miracle merchant gave me any skills last night. If not, I want to be a lucky prophet. You may not believe me if I can't tell you. I have never been a lucky prophet, so miracle merchant, please. If there is already a lucky guy, he can use his check first. After all, you may not believe that I am a prophet, but you will definitely believe that the lucky guy is the lucky guy. After all, he has his father to protect him. If lucky one tests out gold water, that's fine, just treat it as clearing the pits. And just as player 6 said, lucky one plus lucky one's gold water will clear 2 pits, and if you remove the miracle merchant, the wolves will have no room to survive. Unless the miracle merchant was unlucky and gave the skill to the wolf last night, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. He can choose the lucky one, but he himself might be the unlucky one. Alright, that's all I want to say on the police. I'll emphasize again that I'm a prophet, 9 means check and kill, and the badge flow is 7 and 11. That's it, I've passed. End of this chapter, chapter 64, changes are worse than plans. Player number 9 please speak. 10 check and kill, 11 gold and water, badge flow 5, 2 smooth verification, I am the lucky prophet. Player number 9 did not throw the maximum amount of gold and water to player number 8. He chose to throw the maximum amount of check and kill. This was obviously an attempt to distance himself from player number 8 so as not to implicate himself, or to implicate player number 8. He refused to throw gold water to player number 8. Judging from their words and actions, the two were opposites. Once he throws gold and water to 8, it will be like a grasshopper tied to a rope. The risk is too great, so it is better to pull the opposite side. The disadvantage is that the check and kill he threw at the policeman is not as powerful as the gold and water thrown at 8. Pros and cons. Since player number 9 made this choice, he must have his considerations. Although it is a little different from what was planned last night, player number 8 didn't throw gold water to player number 9 either. Last night, my first check was to see if player number 10 turned over the card to kill. After receiving the skill from the miracle merchant, I checked to see if player number 11 was Jinshui. Luckily I didn't check player number 8, otherwise I would have wasted an opportunity to check people. I guess the reason why player number 8 jumped in the front position is because of the double wolves of number 8 and number 10. He was afraid that I was a prophet, so he took the initiative and threw a check to me. In the end, he was unlucky and actually fought me. But I was luckier because I used the skill of miracle merchant. Otherwise, I would have lost the game. Alert players 4, 10, and 11. There should only be one wolf. Since player 10 has already been checked and killed, I will temporarily accept player 4. 3 wolves are going to be opened on the police. Among those who have spoken in the front position, I think player number 5 is most likely to be the wolf. Of course, it's just compared to 6 and 7. It's not that player 5 is bad at chatting, but if I have to pick one among them, I would definitely test player 5. That's why I used the first badge flow on him. Player number 8 was in the front position. He was quite hostile to player 7 and said that we, players 7 and 9, might be a pair of wolves. This means that players 7 and 8 don't meet. If they were teammates of the wolves, player 8 probably wouldn't comment on player 7 like this. Player number 6 is playing the victim and wants the miracle merchant to give him skills. It doesn't sound like a wolf. I don't think a wolf would be so shameless. But I won't say anything for sure. Let's see how he stands on the sidelines. The second police badge flow hits player number 2 and I just leave it there at random. The police under me don't need to check it. It's enough to check a player number 5 in the front position. If the police queen hasn't spoken yet, I'll just hit player number 2 at random. The police under me will definitely change it. Listening to the speech of player number 9, Ren Fan curled his lips, thinking that this player number 9 was quite good at giving his teammates an identity. In the minds of the good guys, it is rare for the wolves to jump in and use the police badge flow on their wolf teammates at the same time. Either both of them suppress the good guys, or one suppresses the good guys and the other suppresses the wolf. Player number 9 plays the police badge flow in this way definitely to create the illusion that they have never met. Once his identity is exposed, his teammates can use the logic of the police badge flow to prove that they are not on the wolves. This is the fundamental purpose of 9 versus 5, to police badge flow. No one in the front position jumped to Miracle Merchant and reported me as the lucky one, which means Miracle Merchant is still in the back position. Wait for a miracle. As player number 9 was speaking, player number 8 suddenly retreated, which surprised everyone. How can this be withdrawn? What the hell, can it be withdrawn? Perhaps he felt that he couldn't outwit the lucky prophet, so he backed off to save his life? But then again, if player number 8 is a wolf, he should know that it would be difficult for the good guys to recognize him even if he retreats. In that case, why bother retreating? Just fight to the end. Although the lucky prophet is backed by the miracle merchant, the good guys are naturally skeptical of the lucky prophet and always feel that the so-called lucky prophet is a trick of the wolves. Therefore, 8 is a wolf and may not be without a chance of argument. What's more, 9 starts out under the attack. In terms of strength, 8 is not worse than 9, and may even be better. If player number 8 could withdraw his bet in this situation, he was either a good person who was trying to deceive the prophet, or he thought he had deceived the prophet, so he quickly withdrew his bet. Or there could be 8 or 9 pairs of wolves, 2 of them playing tricks. Player number 8, you can still withdraw your money? Don't tell me you are faking your identity. From your speech, I really didn't hear that you were faking your identity. Your jumping action was full and you talked about everything you should talk about. Now you want to withdraw your money. Sorry, I'm afraid you can't withdraw your money. Let's see who jumps against me in the back position. If no one jumps against me, then player number 8 is the original jumper. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Finally, have a conversation with player 4. Please give me a ticket. I need this badge. As long as I get the police badge and the guards protect me for another night, the wolves will have no choice but to surrender, because by then, they will have no room to survive. Of course, if you don't give me a ticket, I won't beat you up like a wolf. I've already said it before. Now I think that I will only fire one wolf. Unless your speech is particularly bad and has obvious wolfish flavor, I will definitely not point you into the wolf pit. Player number 11, you are my Jinshui, you have to vote for me no matter what. If even you don't believe me, then the good people in the external position will be more suspicious of me. I know that the lucky prophet will make you wonder. The wolves like to play this kind of trick, but I am indeed the lucky prophet in this round. If I make a fake one, I will be fined 10 times. Okay, that's all I want to say about the police. 10 is for checking and killing, 11 is for gold and water, and the badge flow is 5 and 2. That's it, I passed. Player number 12 listens to the speech. Now we can only side with player number 9, after all, he is the only one who jumped. Player number 8 has retreated, but whether he is a lucky prophet or not is still debatable. Like he said, wolves like to play the lucky prophet's game. The situation is still unclear, so I won't take sides too strongly. I can only say that he is a big prophet in my opinion, and I have the urge to take his side. It can be heard that player number 12 is quite cautious about taking sides. Although 9 was the only one in the front position who acted as a prophet, and although 9 was very powerful and there were no problems in all aspects of the discussion, he still did not say anything definite out of caution. Years of experience in killing werewolves taught him that he should never be too confident or stubborn, lest he get slapped in the face. Even though he was willing to believe that 9 was a prophet, he still had to leave some room for himself. Although I am still not sure whether 9 is the lucky prophet, I have already marked 8 as a wolf. He can't back down. He can't just get away with it by saying he's lying about his identity. If he was a fake, he wouldn't have chatted so much, and the time he backed out was wrong. If he was a good person, he should have backed out the moment 9 jumped into the lucky prophet, instead of waiting until 9 was halfway through the chat. In my opinion, this is not the mentality of a good person. Unless he jumps into the witch trap, otherwise, just wait in line to eat the anti-push. Oh no, I should suggest the witch to poison player 8 directly at night. He might be the wolf king. After all, he is the one who jumped to the police station. It is better to throw him behind the police station to check and kill him. This little wolf is unlikely to jump like this. If the prophet is in the back position, you can't let go of player 8. On the surface, 8 and 9 don't seem to share the same side, but I think 8 and 9 can potentially become double wolves. 8 is the little wolf throwing a check to the wolf king to pull the opposite side. After the player number 9 shoots, his status will be very high. Having said all this, I just want to tell the good guys that no matter who the prophet is, 8 can hardly hold the good guy card. Player number 12 is very hostile to player 8. In his opinion, player 8 cannot play the nice guy card, no matter who the prophet is. 9 is the prophet. He is the original tough guy. He originally wanted to kill the prophet, and he did succeed, but the lucky prophet is not someone he can mess with. After all, he has the support of the miracle merchant. Even if he dares to jump, his teammates may not necessarily jump to the miracle merchant to cooperate with him. The most important thing is, the wolf teammate pretends to be the miracle businessman. Who should he report as the lucky one? It is definitely not possible to report the good guy, because he is not the lucky one. As soon as he opens his mouth, his lie will be exposed. You can get by for a day by not reporting your luck, but you will still be exposed tomorrow. Therefore, it is normal that no one from the wolves jumps out to cooperate with player number 8. In this case, number 8 chooses to retreat and tells the police that he is faking his identity, which is better than jumping out head-on. From the statements of 7 and 8, it really doesn't seem like they have met, but I don't think we can easily let down player 7. If 8 is the wolf king, he knows that his identity will be exposed sooner or later. Before that, it is normal for him to be an identity for his wolf teammates. So, I don't think that player 7 is a good person. Judging from his comments, he is not as good as player 5 and player 6 in chatting. The fifth speaker was in the first position. He didn't slack off. He talked about his thoughts and opinions on this board. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, he always had a good attitude. Not to mention player number 6, who only wants to be the lucky one and is willing to play the victim for this. Such comments make me feel that he is unlikely to be a wolf. He said that he is very good at taking sides. His comments and analysis on the prophets help the good guys take sides. Then I want to see if his logic is as good as his mouth. For now, let's just treat him as a good guy. I hope player 6 doesn't betray my trust. Player number 9, my suggestion is that you should change your police badge flow and check player number 7. The wolves want to win by playing by their identities. It is almost impossible to win if you play by the rules. And I felt it was strange that player number 8 forced the wolves of number 7 and number 9 to be picked. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that he was deliberately picking player no 7. Although 9 also realized that 7 and 8 might be twin wolves, he obviously didn't take it seriously enough. It felt to me like he just mentioned it casually, which is definitely not okay. I hope that after listening to my speech, player 9 will go check player 7, which is better than checking player 5. Police, 4, 10, and 11. If there are no accidents, only 10 should be fired. 4 can be released temporarily, but only temporarily. We should consider as many small probability situations as possible for this board. Player number 6 also talked about this, such as silver water self-knife, wolf checking and killing wolf as an identity, etc. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. I'm a good guy, and I'll stand on the side of player 9 for now. That's it, it's over. After listening to the speech of player number 12, Ren Fan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Judging from the situation, the prophet's answer was between 1 and 3, and no matter which of these two people was the prophet, he might have verified it last night. If he is really checked and killed, and then the miracle merchant says that he gave the skills to player number 9 last night, I'm afraid the good guys will not believe it. I hope 1 is not a prophet. In this case, he will not be afraid even if 3 is in the last position to check him. Player number 1 please speak. Player number 9 must be a wolf, because I am a miracle merchant and I didn't use any skills at all last night. 5 Everyone talks about how good it is for the miracle merchant to blindly give skills on the first night and what benefits it has, but they don't focus on how much loss it will suffer if the miracle merchant accidentally gives the skill to the wolf. Even though the miracle merchant can drag a werewolf with him when he turns over his cards, it's still a loss. Not to mention that as a god, it's not worth it for him to swap with a wolf. The skills he has are just beyond the reach of a wolf. First, choosing the lucky person is equivalent to a day's inspection. Secondly, giving the lucky person skills is equivalent to a round. In the case of the miracle merchant, it is equivalent to 2 or 3 rounds. The reason why the good guys have such a big advantage on this board is because of the existence of the miracle merchant. If he dies on the first night and swaps places with the werewolves, then the wolf team will have an advantage from then on. Can't you figure this out? If the miracle merchant can be more stable and give the skills the next night, the wolves will be really helpless. By then, the poison can catch up with the rounds, and the test can quickly clear the pits. In addition, the miracle merchant will basically not be killed by bullets, so there is no need to rely on luck. This is what a steady miracle merchant should do. Blindly giving skills on the first night to get a miracle merchant, is it really necessary to be so aggressive? Player number 1 dropped a bombshell as soon as he opened his mouth, saying that he was a miracle merchant, but he did not use any skills last night, so the lucky prophet number 9 was fake. This immediately made the good man feel uneasy. In this situation, player number 1 suddenly plays the role of miracle merchant and says that he did not give the skill last night. Player number 9 is not the lucky prophet at all. He is a wolf pretending to be the miracle merchant to trick the good people not to believe that 9 is the lucky prophet. Or is it the real miracle merchant who came out to set the record straight? If player number 1 also gave a skill last night, it would be great if there was a lucky guy on the field. In this way, the information of the lucky guy and the miracle merchant can verify each other, and the credibility is greatly improved. After all, it is unlikely that the wolf would spend so much money to confront the miracle merchant and the prophet head-on. Unfortunately, player number 1 said that he did not give the skill last night because he did not want to gamble on his luck and he wanted to be safe. After listening to the speech, he gave the skill the next night, which made the good guy a little disappointed. The prophet is between 2 and 3, and there must be a wolf between 2 and 3. Since player number 9 is pretending to be the lucky prophet, there must be a werewolf who cooperates with him and pretends to be the miracle merchant. He can't jump again under the police. The good guys won't believe him if he jumps under the police. A miracle merchant who has been given skills will definitely go to the police, so the wolf under the police can't cooperate with 9. Even the wolf who has spoken in the previous position cannot do that. If the real miracle merchant gives a skill, he will definitely talk to his lucky person. 5, 6, 7, and 8 do not have such operations or speeches, so if there is a wolf among them, they cannot pretend to be the miracle merchant. In this case, only the wolves in 2 and 3 can pretend to be the miracle merchant. If the police queen does not have a wolf teammate, 9 will not pretend to be the lucky prophet. Player 1 got this point quite right. In this situation, the only one who can play the role of miracle merchant and cooperate with player number 9 is Ren Fan. Player 5 is definitely not an option. If he jumps into the miracle merchant, it means he is admitting his guilt. If he really is the miracle merchant, he would have told the good guys that he gave the skill to player 9 last night. If he doesn't report this information, it means he is not the miracle merchant. When player number 1 was able to talk about this, his image as a miracle merchant improved immediately. 9 pretends to be the lucky prophet and throws a check on 10. I think 9 and 10 don't meet each other, so there's no need to use the wolf to check the wolf as an identity. If it's just for identity, 9 can simply jump to the prophet to throw a check to 10, and it won't jump to the lucky prophet. The lucky prophet means selling one more wolf teammate, and 2 wolves hitting the board, just to check and kill the wolf teammate under the police for identity. I can't handle this situation. If the 3 of them can really play that well, then I admire them. I will accept the defeat with all my heart. So, from my perspective, players 9 and 10 will never be teammates with the wolves. Player 10 is a good guy and the one the wolves want to fight against today. Player number 8 might be a good guy trying to cheat his identity, but he could also be a bad teammate of player number 9. He threw a check and then retreated to player number 9, perhaps just to cheat his identity. Just watch how player 8 talks. If you can't identify him and he doesn't talk very well, then you'll be rejected. It's not that easy to fake your identity. If you don't talk cleanly, you should be prepared to be rejected. 3 wolves appear on the police station. 2 wolves must appear among 2, 3, and 9. If player number 8 is also a wolf, the wolf pit on the police station will be cleared. Player number 10 is definitely a good guy. A wolf will appear between 4 and 11. It's hard to say who it is. After all, no one knows what the wolf is thinking, so guessing is not a good idea. The prophet in the latter position must speak well. I will jump out to report the information and play 9 to pretend to be the lucky prophet. This is the only thing I can do. As for whether the good people believe it or not, I don't know. Fortunately, it's not your turn today. At worst, there's still player number 9 in front of you. If you don't talk well, number 9 will pay with his life. If you talk well, the wolf will collapse. That's all I want to say, police. No matter what, I still hope that good people can recognize me. The wolf between 2 and 3 appears today. You can't touch player 9. He is most likely the wolf king. If he takes me away after appearing, it will be a big loss. Player 2, are you a wolf? If so, start your show. Player number 2, please speak. Don't make a fuss. I found out your jinshui last night. If you have a police badge, just go to 7 to 11 for the test. As soon as Ren Fan said this, the wolves were collectively stunned. What the hell? Where is the agreed cooperation? If Ren Fan doesn't jump to Miracle Merchant and jumps to Prophet, isn't that equivalent to selling out player 9? That's right. Ren Fan had been struggling with whether he should sell his wolf teammate to become a Prophet, or fight player number 1 to become a Miracle Merchant. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he finally decided to pretend to be the Prophet and not to confront player number 1 head-on. This was not a wise choice. Not to mention that player 1's speech was better and his perspective was particularly like that of a Miracle Merchant. Even if the good guys couldn't tell the difference between him and player 1, and who was the Miracle Merchant, he was in trouble at night. Player number 1 will definitely poison the lucky guy, and after the lucky guy receives the poison, he will be dead. When he wakes up the next day and sees the death information, the good guy will know who is the real one and who is the fake one. After much deliberation, Ren Fan decided to sell out his teammates and play the role of the Prophet himself. As for the routine we agreed on last night, it has been torn to pieces. 8 and 9 did not speak as planned, so he didn't bother to smooth things over for them. Player number 9 is definitely Iron Wolf. He pretended to be the lucky prophet. He used such an old trick. To be honest, I laughed as soon as he pretended to be the lucky prophet. Player number 1 is a Miracle Merchant, and he didn't use his skills last night, so the wolves are basically defeated. From my perspective, 3 and 9 are 2 wolves, and player 8 is also likely to be a wolf. I don't believe a good person would throw a check and kill to the police in the middle position to defraud their identity. And did you notice a detail? When 8 stood up to check 9, there was a slight pause. I think this pause was intentional, just to pave the way for his retreat later. Although I shouldn't be so malicious in speculating about player 8, after all, he was there to check for player 9, and judging from his behavior, he and player 9 are unlikely to be good teammates. But both logic and listening experience tell me that 8 and 9 are most likely double wolves, and 8 will step on a group of wolf teammates and pull the opposite side to establish an identity. If you want to sell out your teammates, sell them out completely. Ren Fan not only said that player number 9 was a wolf, but also that player number 8 was a wolf, and he really beat the player to death, otherwise he would not have deducted the details in his speech. You can't blame Ren Fan for being cruel, there's nothing he can do about it. He definitely can't protect player number 8, and he can't show the slightest thought or intention of wanting to raise the number 8, otherwise, even he will be beaten by the Bailang. As for why he didn't throw a check on 3 even though he knew that the 3 in the back position was the prophet, it was actually very simple. It was just to reduce the hostility of the good people towards him. If he throws a check on player 3, what is the first reaction of the good guy? He must know that player 3 is the prophet, so he throws a check on player 3. The good guys will definitely not tend to stand on his side just because he jumps up with a 3 connection check. This may be true in low-end games, but in high-end games, everyone is more concerned and thinks more complicatedly. Therefore, Ren Fan could not throw a check to player number 3. On the contrary, he really hoped that player number 3 would throw a check to him. These are actually not logic, but a kind of psychological game. As a hardcore werewolf player, Ren Fan is well aware of it. These are abilities gained from a large amount of experience and games, which can only be understood, not explained. Player 10 is the reverse gold. What one said is correct. 9 and 10 definitely can't be a double wolf. The lucky prophet has jumped. It can't be to give 10 an identity. It must be to resist pushing 10 to grab the round. In this case, the police wolf is between 4 and 11. It depends on how they vote for the police badge. If they vote for the bandit, it is estimated that the charging wolf will not escape. If I am the one being voted on, I will accept it and play the good guy for now. Player 4, Player 11, if you are good people, vote for me. Player 3 will definitely pretend to be the miracle merchant. Think about what player 1 said, think about his logic and perspective, can he handle the wolf card? As long as you recognize 1 as a miracle merchant, you can recognize me as a prophet. 3 and 9 are twin wolves. Ren Fan is very cunning. Subconsciously, he has been trying to win the favor of player number 1. For example, he throws gold water to 1, or agrees with 1's logic, or says that 1's perspective and logic are good. In short, he secretly ties himself to 1 and makes the good guy subconsciously think that they are in the same camp. At that time, if player number 3 jumps into the role of prophet again, his credibility will naturally be far less than his. This is because of preconceived notions. He is already in a relationship with player number 1, and the one who comes later will be considered a mistress. Although a mistress can get promoted, the difficulty can be imagined. Unless player number 3 is much better at chatting than Ren Fan, otherwise, just go to bed. 389411. The officer may change, or he may not. After all, I don't know what new situation the officer will encounter. Finally, let me talk to player 1. I also want to be a lucky prophet. If possible, please give me a bottle of poison at night. Of course, if you think I might be a wolf and unreliable, then go find a lucky guy in the external position. I'm mainly here to satisfy my addiction as a lucky prophet. Okay, that's all I want to say about the police. I'll say it one last time. Player number 1 is Jinshui, and the police badge flow has 7 and 11 tests. That's it, we passed. Player number 3 please speak. Brothers, don't be confused. I am the prophet. I checked the number 2 player last night. I will check the number 11 and 5 for the badge flow. 3 jumped into the role of a prophet again, and the wolves were not surprised at all. After all, they all knew that 3 was a prophet, but the good guys were a little confused. Shouldn't 1 and 2 be in one camp and 3 and 9 in another camp? Why did the second and third pairs become prophet? Doesn't this mean that player 9 is being sold out? After all, if no one jumps to Miracle Merchant to cooperate with 9, he can't pick up Lucky Prophet and explodes on the spot. 2 who is the wolf in the end? He is so cruel that he actually stands his wolf teammates up. Is he really not afraid of his wolf teammates' mentality exploding and he will just explode and start to criticize them directly? At this time, Ren Fan did not think about whether his wolf teammates would lose their temper because of his behavior. He accepted the check from 3 and felt very happy. After player number 3 jumped the prophet, he threw a check on him, which would make the good guys have a bad impression and hearing of him. Although this little detail will not affect the good guy's stance, if there are more similar details, the situation will be completely different. As long as the good guy is biased towards Ren Fan and tends to stand on his side, it will be difficult to pull the good guy back. The wolves must have discussed it last night. They let 9 pretend to be the lucky prophet, and then 2 pretend to be the miracle merchant to cooperate with him. But player 1 performed very well as miracle merchant, which probably put a lot of psychological pressure on player 2. He felt that he couldn't beat player 1, so he simply sold out his teammates and played as prophet himself, giving player 1 gold to win favor. I originally thought that 9 should be the Wolf King, but player 2 said that 9 cannot be touched today and I should be replaced. This made me feel that 9 might not be a fake Wolf King, and the real Wolf King might be player 2. Although there is a Wolf King board, it is usually the Wolf King who comes out to make a bold move, but sometimes the Wolf team will not play by the rules. They even made a bold move for the Lucky Prophet, so it is not surprising to arrange for the little wolf to make a bold move. To put it bluntly, maybe the Wolf King has used his sword to become a silver water. I have encountered such a routine before. The little wolf is responsible for jumping, and the Wolf King is responsible for self-slashing. If the cards are reversed, shoot with the prophet, or bring a suspected witch miracle merchant in the external position. If you don't turn over the cards and succeed in cheating the medicine, you will try your best to play the reverse hook. If you play like this, as long as the Wolf King's speech is not particularly bad and he doesn't let the prophet to test him, basically no one can push him, and even talk to him. Of course, I don't mean to bring up Yinshui, I just want to get to the point here. Player 3's words really came true. Although he did not fully guess the tactics used by the wolves last night, it was good enough to think of the Wolf King using his own sword as an identity. Player 1, I'm afraid you'll join the wolf team. Why did player 2 throw gold water at you? It's a louse on the top of your head. It's obviously trying to win your favor and votes. From what I've heard from you, I feel like you have a lot of determination and ability. Don't fall for the werewolf's scheme. Especially don't give skills to player 2. As soon as he said this, you should be able to sense his sinister intentions. To put it bluntly, he wants to trick you into giving him skills, and then he'll kill you. 2 is quite hostile to 8 this round. I don't know if he is selling out his teammates or trying to turn 8 into a wolf to resist the push. I feel that may 8 not be in the wolves, but I dare not protect him, or even speak for him. After all, his behavior is not good. If I say he is not a wolf, I am afraid that the good people in the outside position will think that I am trying to save my teammates. Even the 2 sentences I said now will probably make good people think we are 3 or 8 pairs of wolves. But I can't just follow the trend and say 8 is a wolf because I'm afraid of the good guys doing this. His behavior is not good, and that's undeniable. But judging from the way he checked and killed player number 9, and the attitude of player number 2 towards him, I think he has a good side and cannot be condemned with one blow. Player number 5 could be a wolf. If the police start the wolf, I think it's 2, 5, and 9. The margin of error is player no 8. When the police are in the game, you can only play 4 or 11. Player 10 must recognize it. It is quite common for the wolf to check and kill the wolf as an identity, but it is almost impossible to jump to the lucky prophet and check and kill the wolf's teammates. At least I have never seen it. So, player 1 is right. 10 can be completely put down. I used the first police badge flow to hit 11, just to determine who is the wolf. If 11 is found to be gold and water, player 4 will go into the wolf pit. If 11 is found to be the wolf, player 4 can let him go. I've already said that the second police badge flow hit 5, I feel that 5 has a bandit side, 7's speech is okay, I don't think 7 talks like a wolf. Also, player number 2 used the first badge flow on player number 7. From this point of view, I feel that player number 2 and player number 7 do not share the same side. That's enough. I'll just talk about this much on the police force. It would be best if I can get a police badge. If not, I can only say that I didn't talk well enough. Don't blame the good guys. That's it. I'm done. End of this chapter. Chapter 65. Thank the witch for not saving me. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. As soon as player number 3 took the microphone, a dialogue box popped up on the screen of the player below. 4, 10, and 11, these 3 people decide who will ultimately own the police badge. Player number 10 was checked and killed, so he definitely won't vote for number 9. In fact, under the current circumstances, no one would vote for player number 9, and he, the lucky prophet, was very upset. Without the miracle merchant to cooperate with him, the so-called lucky prophet is no different from a wolf. Player number 9 was very depressed. Ren Fan's selling out of his teammates was too outrageous. It was Ren Fan who asked him to stab himself and jump into the role of miracle merchant last night. It was Ren Fan who swore that this was just a small cooperation and it was him who got it like this. Fortunately, he is the Wolf King and can be shot if he is eliminated. If the good guys don't intend to resist pushing him on the first day, then it will depend on who makes the better speech in the second or third round. As for why Ren Fan didn't fight player number 1 to become the miracle merchant in the end, but chose to sell himself and become the prophet, 9 also had a general idea. It's just that I think player no 1's speech as the miracle merchant is very good and I can't match it myself. So I had to settle for the next best thing and throw money at people to win their favor and votes. He could see through Ren Fan's little tricks. Although he was unhappy with Ren Fan's desertion, he had to admit that Ren Fan's choice was wise. He couldn't fight the miracle merchant head on. This guy had skills in his hands, and if he chose a lucky person to poison him at night, the wolf team would collapse. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 410 choose to vote for player 2. 11 choose to abstain. Ren Fan successfully got the police badge, but player number 3 was a bit miserable as he didn't get any votes. Player number 11 simply gave up his vote in the police badge flow between 2 people. He probably thought of not offending either side so that neither side could hit him. On the contrary, he was most likely a good guy. After all, if he was a wolf, he would vote for the wolf teammates. Player number 2 was elected sheriff. The player who died last night was player 9. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. What the hell? The witch didn't use the antidote to rescue the people last night? Is she so cruel? Ren Fan secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had made a very wise choice. If he had not pretended to be the prophet, but cooperated with player number 9 to pretend to be the miracle merchant, he would have gone far in the game. At least he went far. A miracle merchant without any skills is in front of him. Can player 9 suppress the enemy? Definitely not. As long as 9 fires a gun, the good guys will know that he is a wolf and will definitely eat poison at night. The more Ren Fan thought about it, the more he felt that he had foresight, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to see the sun the next day. Now that player number 9 has fallen, he can shoot and take out player number 1 as much as he wants. The witch did a great job in assisting. Ren Fan was thinking that player number 9 had already shot and taken player number 1 away. The wolf team did not lose out by exchanging the wolf king for the miracle merchant. Player number 9 chooses to shoot and take away player number 1. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. 1. It is definitely impossible for a gun to be fired. This is just a routine procedure of the system. After 10 seconds, it enters the last words stage. Those who were killed by a knife or a skill on the first day all had last words. Player number 9, please leave a last message. Thank you for the chance given by the witch, and thank you for not saving me. This is the first time I slash myself and feel lucky that the witch didn't save me. If she had rescued me, how could I live happily with player 1? Shrimp and pork heart. Player no 9's words were like stabbing the witch in the back. He never expected that by not prescribing the antidote, he would indirectly kill the miracle merchant. If he could choose again, he would definitely prescribe medicine to get player number 9, then feed him coke at night and pick him up and drop him off by car. Unfortunately, there is no if. Although the witch was not cheated of the medicine, the loss was greater than if she was cheated of the medicine. And this is the consequence of the witch not prescribing the medicine on the first night. Even if the wolf stabs himself, it will bring huge losses to the good people. Therefore, witches must remember one thing, they must save people on the first night. If they don't, they will be blamed for the loss. Player 1, please give your acceptance speech. Why did you come out here? What's wrong with letting me be the lucky predictor for once? If you don't jump, my wolf teammate will definitely jump out as the miracle merchant to cooperate with me. Once you jump out, he will be scared to death. Listening to what player number 9 said, Ren Fan had a black line on his forehead, thinking that player number 9 really owed a lot of money. After playing Yin Yang Witch, she came to taunt her wolf teammates and rub salt into the wounds of the miracle merchant. She is so hateful. However, as the Wolf King, although he failed to kill himself, he was able to take away the miracle merchant who had not yet activated his skills, which was indeed a prophet. Player number 1, please speak. It's really outrageous. The witch didn't prescribe the medicine on the first night and saved it for the new year. Even if the probability of the wolves stabbing themselves is high, we can't just stop saving people because of fear. After prescribing the medicine, you can do the self-surgery later. If that doesn't work, you can ask the fortune teller to check it. If you don't prescribe the medicine, what if it's the god who messes up the cards? And the one who can cut himself with this board is the Wolf King. If you don't save him, he can still shoot. There's not much benefit for being a good guy, but the risk is very high. Don't you understand this? The first thing player number 1 did was complain about the witch not prescribing the antidote to save people, which was completely expected by everyone. It was definitely wrong for the witch not to prescribe medicine on the first night. Even if the werewolf stabbed himself in this game and he didn't rescue him and wasn't cheated of the medicine, the consequences were hard for the good guys to accept. The miracle merchant died on the first day, and all the advantages of the good guys on this board were gone. The current situation is almost like fighting the Wolf King's guards. Of course, the witch still has a bottle of antidote in her hand, but does he dare to save people casually? What if the wolf team continues to kill themselves? If he didn't save people, wouldn't the antidote in his hand be wasted? It really became what player 1 said, saving it for the new year. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have jumped out, or I would have jumped under the police. Player number 1 sighed deeply, and it was obvious that he was very regretful. If he could do it again, he would choose Levi. When the second and third pairs jump to the prophet, I personally tend to side with player 2, but it's definitely not because he throws gold water at me. I don't have a gold water complex and I won't fall for it. I think the probability of player 2 being a prophet is simply that his speech is worse than player 3's. This can be seen from the votes cast by the police. If he wasn't as good at talking as player 3, he wouldn't have gotten the police badge. If player 2 is a tough guy, he knows that player 3 who has not spoken yet is the prophet, so he should throw a check on player 3 and let player 3 jump out of the check, instead of throwing gold water at me. Although this alone is far from enough to prove that 2 is a prophet, it is indeed a point in which he is like a prophet. Secondly, player 2's perspective and badge flow are pretty good, I'm quite satisfied with them. He played against 8 and 9 double wolves. Player 8 was on guard and threw a check to 9 to create an identity for himself. It was pretty much what I thought. Especially when we were playing against 8, he mentioned a detail. When 8 was checking for 9, there was an obvious pause. I noticed it, and I thought it was weird. He said that 8 did it on purpose to pave the way for retreating. I felt it made sense. Finally, it was his speech that clearly showed that he was hostile to player 9. I don't think 2 and 9 were going to meet. If 2 can do the trick so well that he can fool me and make me think he is not pretending to be hostile to 9, then that is his ability. The most important thing is that he reacted too quickly. The wolves' strategy was obviously the lucky prophet. According to the plan, he should have cooperated with 9 to jump into the miracle merchant, but he jumped into the prophet instead, which felt unrealistic. It is for these reasons that I think 2 is more like a prophet. Of course, I'm not going to take a firm side. I've said so much just to tell good people that 2 is more like a prophet than 3. But whether I'm right or not, and whether 2 is a prophet or not, I still need to listen to their speeches further. 4101141022. Player number 11 abstained from voting. Normally, abstinence is not a good thing to do, but I think that player number 11 abstaining from voting is not worthy of the wolf card in this round. If his trump card is a wolf, he should charge when he should and hook when he should. There is no need for him to abstain from voting. How could he not know that abstaining from voting will lead to being attacked? He abstaining from voting knowing that abstaining from voting will make his status very low, which shows that he is a wolf, because this does not conform to the behavioral logic of a wolf. Player number 1 recognized 11. From his perspective, 11's act of abstention was not a good thing, there is no doubt about that, but when evaluating a person, we cannot just look at the behavior, but also the mentality and benefits. However, 11's abstention from voting does not fit his benefit and behavioral logic of taking the wolf, so 11 is most likely a good person. 11 is not very good at picking up the wolf card, and 9 and 10 can't make a double wolf. So, the only player who can open the wolf card under the police is player 4. Either the 4 wolves are on the police, but the probability of 4 wolves on the police is low, and logically speaking, the possibility of 3 people not opening a wolf under the police is still relatively low. 3 wolves are in the police position. No matter who is the prophet, 8 is in the wolf pit. Unless he can jump out a witch, otherwise, he will be eaten by the resistance. Player number 12 will definitely recognize it. If he is a wolf, he should have jumped into the miracle merchant to cooperate with number 9 long ago after number 9 jumped into the lucky prophet. But he didn't jump, which means 9 and 12 don't share the same side. Player 7 and player 8 appear to be opposites on the surface, but we cannot rule out the possibility that the 7 and 8 wolves step on each other for identity. The speeches of players 5 and 6 are fine, especially player 6. After listening to his speech, I plan to give him skills tonight. After all, he is really miserable. But now I feel that I am even more miserable. I finally got a miracle merchant and endured not using my skills on the first night, but in the end I was shot and taken away by the Wolf King. The more I think about it, the more depressed I get. That's all I have to say. Witch, you must keep the antidote and never use it. You may not believe it, but if you don't use the antidote, you will still be a witch in the next game. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. After player number 1 finished his last words, the system prompt sounded immediately. Player number 3 please speak. Player number 2, you must play number 2 today. If I am eliminated by the wolf, the good guys will almost lose. The witch didn't prescribe medicine last night, which caused the Wolf King to fail in his self-slashing attack. This was a good thing in itself, as it showed off to the werewolf. But it backfired later. Player number 1, a miracle merchant with no skills, jumped out, which was exactly what the Wolf King wanted. But he had to jump. After all, no one expected the Wolf King to kill himself, and the witch hadn't been saved yet. The witch didn't expect that if she didn't prescribe medicine, the Wolf King would really kill himself. And the miracle merchant, who didn't use any skills, jumped out. To put it bluntly, this is fate. The Wolf King was destined to fail in his suicide attempt, and the miracle merchant was destined to die on the first day. There are 3 gods and 3 wolves on the field now. The witch has poison and medicine, and the guard can also shield people. As long as the good guys can stand on the right side and push player number 2 out of the game today, it should not be difficult to win. I'm just afraid that you're all like player 1, thinking that player 2 is the prophet, and then you'll go far away. This is the miracle merchant's board, the good guy's tolerance for error. Even if the Wolf King managed to take away the miracle merchant with useless skills, the advantage is still on the good guys. Both the witch and the guard can chase the rounds, especially the witch. As long as she can survive, 1 Christmas Eve and a bottle of poison is equivalent to 2 rounds. And now the police are in the front, which is equivalent to 3 rounds. It is really difficult for wolves to win. Fortunately, Ren Fan pretended to be the prophet and stole the police badge. Otherwise, Ren Fan could only self-destruct, and then the guards would go to shield the prophet at night. After that, the witch can use the antidote to catch another round of prophets, and then the guards can guard the prophets again. Once the 3-day inspection came out, there was no room for the wolves to survive. In fact, let alone 3-day inspection, even if it was 2 days, the wolves would have no chance to play, and 1-day inspection would be enough. Therefore, Ren Fan really changed the wolves' inevitable loss at the critical moment. Otherwise, if player no 3's identity as a prophet is confirmed, how can players number 5 and number 8 hide? I didn't expect that player 1 would tend to side with player 2 just because he received the gold water from player 2. Can't you see it's so obvious? Player 2 threw gold water to him, just to win favor and votes. During this process, player 2 even wanted to use skills. If I were player 1, I would have known he was a wolf based on this sentence. To be honest, I was quite disappointed with 1's speech. I thought he was a person with strong ability to take sides and should be able to tell who is the prophet between me and 2, but in the end he still joined the wolves. Player number 3 is a typical example of someone who talks without any hesitation. He did not put himself in other people's shoes, but just stood from his own perspective and said that Ren Fan talked like a wolf here and that there were bandits everywhere. However, his so-called breaking point is not a breaking point from the perspective of a good person who closes his eyes. If he was not a prophet in this game, but a good guy who took over the role of the tough wolf Jinshui, he would most likely be a member of the wolf team. There are quite a few people who rebel against water, but after receiving the golden water, most people still have a good impression of the prophet who gave them the golden water. This is human nature. What's more, Ren Fanjing's speech was better than player no 3's. What reason does player number 1 have to turn against him? Just because Ren Fan said that he also wanted to be a lucky prophet? Isn't that nonsense? The police voted for player 4, 10, and 2, but 10 was not available. We can only say that he is a good guy on the wrong side. Player number 11 abstained from voting. If he were a wolf, he would most likely vote for his wolf teammates instead of abstaining from voting, so number 11 has to accept it for now. In this case, the police can only attack player 4 when they start the wolf. I haven't heard what player 4 has to say yet, so I can only click him into the wolf pit and see how he talks to the police. If he talks like a good guy, I will call the police if necessary. At the same time, I also hope that 4 and 10 can rethink their logic and think carefully about whether they are on the wrong side. If my trump card is wolf, why should I check and kill 2 do? Wouldn't it be better if I could use the opportunity to canvass votes for 4 do Jinshui? Or if I check and kill 4 do, as long as he doesn't have an identity, I will have a chance to push him out on the first day. And I just happened to throw a check on player 2. This doesn't fit the logic of the wolf's behavior at all. I don't know how you guys figured out the logic. Can't you figure out these? Player number 12 can be recognized. There is no need to explain this. The logic of player number 1 is very clear. It is exactly what I thought. Player number 8 jumped on the alert, which is definitely not a good behavior, but why I think he might be a good person is mainly because player number 2 hit the 8th and 9th double wolves. It's normal for him to sell player number 9, because number 9 is the wolf king, so he won't be afraid of being beaten by the resistance. But it's not realistic to sell player no 8. So, I think 2 and 8 have a high probability of not meeting each other. 8 is probably a good person. At least I shouldn't follow the trend and call him a wolf. I should give him a chance to be a good person. I heard that player 7 is benign. I don't think he is a wolf. Moreover, player 2 used the first badge flow on player 7. Doesn't this mean that player 2 and player 7 don't share the same side? Among the remaining 5 and 6, the wolf started. Player 6 was seriously playing the victim and asking the miracle merchant for luck. I don't think a wolf would talk like this. Then player number 5 has to go into the wolf pit. If we play with 3 wolves on the field, I think it's 2, 5, and 9. The margin of error lies with player no 8. 4 2 5 8 9. I must push player 2 out today. I hope a good person will recognize me. That's it. I've passed. Player number 4 please speak. I will definitely stand on the side of player number 2. The ticket type is to stand on that side. As for why I stand on the side of player 2, it's simple, because the comments of player 3 are exploding. Player number 9 on the police team is a lucky prophet. Does anyone remember what his police badge style is? It's 5, 2, and it's a smooth experience. Player 2 is a wolf in the eyes of player 3, but he can click player 5 to join the wolf pit. Wow, so all the teammates who play the police badge style on police 9 are wolf teammates? Do you think I believe it? Listening to the speech of player number 4, Ren Fan smiled slightly. The foreshadowing laid by police number 9 is now taking effect. Indeed. Normally speaking, player number 3 should not enter the wolf pit in game 5. After all, it is a small probability that he will pretend to be a wolf and attack 2 wolf teammates at the same time and enter the police badge flow. Since Ren Fan is a wolf in 9's second police badge flow, 5 should have temporarily recognized him. As a result, 3 directly pointed 5 into the wolf pit, which is unreasonable. If I were player 3, I would definitely pick 5. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, the logic is correct. No matter what I do on the first day, I can't pick 2, 5, and 9, which are 3 wolves. 3 can't even figure out this logical relationship. The perspective is wrong. How can I stand on his side? Also, if player number 2 is a wolf, it would be great to throw a check at him and let him jump under the check. Although such a fight would not be very powerful, it would at least make the good guys lean towards player no 2. In the end, 2 didn't let 3 lose the check, and 3 lost the check to 2. No matter how I look at it, I think 3 did it on purpose, just like checking people during the day, just to get rid of 2. There was nothing interesting about player 3's talk this round. He just kept repeating the same old things the police said. He even complained about the miracle merchant not standing on the right side. It was really asking too much. If he talks well and makes people want to take sides, how can one be inclined to take sides with 2? How did the police badge end up in 2's hands? I dare not say that 3 is definitely not a prophet. If he is really a prophet in this game, I suggest he look for the problem in himself instead of blaming others for joining the wolves. Player 1's choice is definitely in line with the choice of most good people, not to mention that he is the gold water of player 2. If he is asked to turn against him, just look at player 3's statement. Only a fool would turn against him. Player number 4 criticized player 3 for nothing. In his opinion, player 3 was just a zombie prophet. His speech was rigid and he didn't talk about the things he should talk about, nor did he use the logic he should use. People who shouldn't have clicked into the wolf pit were pushed into the wolf pit by him, and the good people who should have admitted their mistakes didn't. There are only 4 words to describe player no 3's speech: a mess. Player number 9 is the Wolf King. He is quite good at self-killing. I don't know if this bad idea came from him or if one of his teammates tricked him into self-killing. The witch didn't prescribe the antidote on the first night. As he wished, the werewolf failed in his self-sacrifice. But it seems that the benefits they gained after their failure were greater than their success. Player number 1 died miserably. If it were me, I would have been upset. It's not easy to get a miracle merchant, and it's even harder to endure not using skills on the first night. I was just imagining who to give skills to that night, but ended up getting shot in the throat by the Wolf King. I was a little depressed. Okay, I was quite depressed. I was so depressed. But there is no other way. I have to accept the consequences. Player 2, I suggest you check on player 5 at night. From my perspective, player 5 might be a wolf. It's not that player 5's comments are bad, but player 3 keeps hitting player 5, who he shouldn't hit. It makes me feel like player 3 and player 5 are both wolves, and player 3 is stepping on his wolf teammates to gain recognition. Whether my guess is right or not, there's no harm in testing player 5. Player number 10 under the police is a good person, there is nothing wrong with that. Even if I were under the police, I don't think the wolves would use the lucky prophet to check and kill their teammates. Player number 11 abstained from voting. You can recognize him, but I can't. I may think more than you do, and my speculation about number 11 is also worse than yours. I can't help it. Player 10 is a good guy. The only player I can choose after the police is 11. Otherwise, I can only play 4 wolves and police. But if we can avoid investigating the 4 wolves, then we should do so. After all, it is not easy to investigate. Player number 4 has acknowledged 10. He will definitely not be able to beat 10. If 9 and 10 can still be 2 wolves, then the wolf team would be too inhumane. I have seen wolves checking and killing wolves for their identities, but I have never seen a lucky prophet checking and killing a wolf's teammates. Is it possible for 2 wolves to unite just to resist another wolf? You have to know when to stop being an identity. Being an identity with this intensity is no longer being an identity, but really wanting to kill your teammates. Therefore, 9 and 10 wolves cannot identify themselves by killing wolves. Any thought of this is an insult to werewolves. In this way, the only card that player number 4 can play is 11. Although in the eyes of most people, 11 cannot pick up the wolf card, there is a saying that 4 cannot follow suit. He must think of 11 in the worst possible way, such as abstaining from voting for identity. In fact, there are people who do this. It depends on the situation, time, and place, and taking advantage of every opportunity to create an identity for yourself. It is a compulsory course for those who know how to play the wolf. I can't recognize player number 11, but I can't call him a wolf. Now I can only say that after listening to his speech, I will decide whether to go to the police as Pan SI Wolf, or to abstain from voting as Pan 11 and keep my identity. If you are a good person, player 11, please forgive my hostility towards you. I can't help it. I definitely can't just recognize you. If there are 3 wolves on the police, I prefer 3, 5, and 9. If there are 4 wolves on the police, player 8 should go into the wolf pit. 6 and 7 cannot be played for the time being. Listen carefully, I can't deal with them for the time being. I haven't recognized them. It's just that their turns are relatively late. The only one who can admit defeat now is player 12. He is definitely not in the wolves, otherwise he would have cooperated with player 9 to pretend to be the miracle merchant. The second is player number 6, who has an identity preference. If nothing unexpected happens, he is a good person. Let's go with player number 3 today. I might click the wrong button on the wolf pit, but I don't think I can go wrong on the side. If player number 3 is the prophet, then there's really no winning or losing. Okay, that's all I want to say about this round. Police. Good guy with the bottom card. Player number 3, that's it, passed. Player number 5, please speak. Player number 3 is being attacked by both the police above and below me, saying I am a wolf. What other choice do I have? I can only stand with player no 2. I like to be praised and pampered. I don't like to be treated coldly. And I also hate people who treat me coldly. The other party has already identified you as a wolf, but you still stand by him or think he is a good person. Isn't this what it is? In one word, judge for yourself. 349259. 9 pretends to be the lucky prophet, and puts all the pressure on the wolf teammates. It's impossible to think about it. Such an important logic, but player 3 didn't figure it out in 2 rounds of speeches. You say he is a prophet, but I don't believe it. If he is a prophet, please call me the 5th wolf. As for the 4 and 3 that player number 5 is talking about, they might be 2 wolves. Player number 3 is forcing me to do something for him. I can only say that I am overthinking it. Brother, don't mess with the rhythm. I don't know 3. But you said that it's okay for the prophet to come and test me. I have no objection to this. I'm even happy to do so. After all, he has the police badge in his hand. If he fails, he will have to give me the badge and let me lead the team. Player number 5 chose to charge without hesitation, not because he didn't want to hook, but because he couldn't hook. Player 3 has always been the wolf. In this case, what does it look like for him to stand on side 3? How cheap he looks. He didn't want to play the game in such a frustrating way as he took the wolf. Since the situation on the field was suitable for a charge, he would charge forward and knock the prophet out in one go. By the way, I have to thank player number 4. His logic was so good. It made so much sense for player number 9 to use his police badge to attack player 3. Originally, player number 3 suspected that it was player number 4 who opened the wolf pit under the police. Now that player number 4 is speaking like this, taking such a side, and using such logic, it would be strange if player number 3 didn't point player number 4 into the wolf pit. I originally thought that the player who opened the wolf under the police was player 4, but his speech in this round of standing on the side of player 2 was very good, and his logic was quite correct. Especially the fact that player number 9 used the police badge to attack 3, which really touched my heart. But he wanted to play 3 and 5, which might be double wolves, which lowered my favorability towards him. Otherwise, I would have directly played 4 wolves and police, or abandoned the vote for 11 as the identity. Now I can only say that you should try not to use 4 as a wolf, but if the wolf pit is not enough, you have to use 4 to make up for it. According to his thinking, he can think the worst of people. I can also talk to him about 3 or 5 double wolves, and he wants to set the pace and make me a pushback. I won't click on him now, but I reserve the right to click him into the wolf pit. The police are on top and the wolf is coming. Player 8 will definitely not be able to escape. He is in the middle position and jumps to the prophet to check and kill behind the police. How can he retreat? 8 and 9 should be the 2 wolves. Player 8 wanted to create an identity for himself before player 9 pretended to be the prophet, but his skills were not good enough and he made things worse. Yes, that should be the case. If he is a good guy, he is lying in that position just to make the game more difficult for the good guys. Player number 5 showed no mercy to player 8. He had to hit him when he needed to, without showing any sympathy. In the current situation, it is his ability if he can talk things out clearly. If he fails to do so, he will be resisted and there is no better choice. Speaking of player number 8, I think of another explosive point of player number 3. He said to the police that player number 8 might not be a wolf because number 2 is hostile to number 8. It sounds like he is trying to save his wolf teammates. If he is a prophet, he wouldn't say so easily that 8 might be a good guy. 2 is hostile to 8, maybe he is selling out his teammates? They are 2 wolves, does 2 dare to recognize them? In other words, no matter what the relationship between 2 and 8 is, player 2 must beat 8, but 3 wants to recognize 8 as a good person because of this. There is obviously something wrong with his mentality. 3, 8, and 9 should be the 3 wolves that have not escaped. I guess player 8 will try to jump into the witch's trap. If he wants to jump, let him do it. The witch should not come out to shoot him. Just poison him at night. The guards should guard player 2 at night. Don't worry about him. A witch with 2 medicines can't jump into the prophet's position on the police to kill him. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm a good guy, so don't doubt my identity. I'll stand with player 2 and vote to beat player 3. That's it, we've passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 66, could it be that the Wolf King was penetrated by milk? Player number 6 please speak. I said it would be best to give the miracle merchant skills on the first night. Does player 1 regret it now? If he had given the skills last night, he wouldn't have been so depressed even if he was shot and taken away by the Wolf King. But the witch is really careless for not prescribing medicine on the first night. What if the one who loses the card is the miracle merchant or the guard? How can we fight? The good guys have a huge advantage on this board. As long as they don't do anything fancy and play in a standard way, they can basically win. And the witch didn't open the antidote on the first night, which was obviously a trick. Although there are wolves in this board who like to kill themselves as an identity, we can just pretend that there is no silver water. Why bet on the werewolf killing himself? The miracle merchant was taken away by the Wolf King. The witch should reflect on herself. On the surface, player 1 died at the hands of the Wolf King, but in fact, he died at the hands of the witch. Player number 6 attributed the fundamental reason for the miracle merchant's elimination to the witch's refusal to prescribe the antidote. In his opinion, it was a very stupid move for the witch not to prescribe the antidote. She was afraid that Yinshui would kill himself so that she could trick the opponent into killing himself. Why didn't she just prescribe the antidote? Silver water can be obtained by wolves, and good people have plenty of opportunities to do so. However, because the witch does not prescribe the antidote, a certain god card is killed and eliminated, and that cannot be reversed. Anyone who can distinguish the seriousness of the matter will not withhold the antidote just because they are afraid that the werewolf will kill himself. Therefore, the elimination of the miracle merchant this time was a huge mistake made by the witch. If not for this, the wolves would have collapsed. On the first day, he stood on the opposite side and pushed the tough wolf out of the game. Player number 9 played the lucky prophet, who must be the Wolf King. He was kept until night and poisoned. The prophet holds the police badge, the miracle merchant has skills, and the guards can protect the prophet. What else can the wolves do except hand in their cards? The game was originally going to start off well, but because of the witch's momentary thought, it turned into a disastrous start. If I were to take sides, I would have to take sides with player 2, because player 4 is right. Player 5 has a fatal problem with player 3's identity definition. Player No 9's badge flow is 5, 2, From his perspective, since player number 2 is a wolf, he shouldn't beat player number 5 as a wolf. Besides, there's nothing wrong with what player 5 said. His thoughts and opinions on whether to give skills to miracle merchants on the first night are the same as mine. His guess about the situation under the police is the same as mine. From his remarks, I can sense that he wants to find the wolf, and his mentality is relatively good. As a result, player 3 was alerting everyone, always pointing out that player 5 was a wolf and was hostile to player 5. This was not right. Player number 4 was chatting very well just now. He suspected that players number 3 and number 5 might be the twin wolves. Player number 3 was stepping on player number 5 to gain an identity, but the action was too obvious, making people feel that he had other reasons for attacking player no 5. I think this guess makes sense. Judging from the current situation, there is an 3% chance that it is 3 or 5 pairs of wolves. Player number 6 originally didn't want to click 5, because he felt that the speech on police number 5 was better and didn't look like a bad guy. But player 3's attitude towards player 5 is indeed suspicious and not normal. If 3 was a prophet, he should have realized that 5 was not in the wolves. Player number 9 on the police team played the police badge flow with 5 and 2 going smoothly. It was so obvious, but if 3 ignored it, it would be a huge mistake on his part. Player number 3 is a wolf, so he shouldn't be so hostile to player number 5. It's somewhat targeted at him. In this case, it's most appropriate for Panlang to step on the wolf as his identity. If nothing unexpected happens, 3, 5, and 9 will be 3 wolves, and there will be another wolf in the outer position, most likely player no 11. Before player 4 spoke up, I thought the one who opened the wolf under the police must be him. But after listening to his speech, I think he should be a good person, not a wolf. 9 and 9 are definitely not on the same side. Player 10 admits it. In this way, the one the police can fight is player 10. Otherwise, we have to report the 4 wolves to the police. Well, if it's a hard drive, we can report all 4 wolves to the police. Player 1 is a miracle merchant. Only one wolf is opened between 2 and 3. Player 5 can click into the wolf pit. I think the speech of player 7 is okay. Everyone says he looks like a wolf, but I didn't hear that. 8 and 9 could be double wolves, which means if we have to find 4 wolves on the police, they are 3, 5, 8, and 9. But compared to this wolf pit, I am more inclined to believe that 11 is a wolf who abandoned his vote as an identity. Both prophets used the police badge on him, but he didn't get voted, which was not a good behavior. Maybe he felt that it would be easy to expose his identity if he voted for the election, but he was afraid that the prophet would get the police badge if he voted against the election, so he abstained from voting. Therefore, the identity of player 11 is questionable. It would be best if we could test him. Let's go with player number 3 today. If nothing unexpected happens, my vote will go to him, but I still won't stand on the side to death. After all, we can't beat the 3rd standard wolf just because of 1 point. No one has the time to make mistakes. After listening to player no 6's speech, Ren Fan couldn't help but smile. He remembered that police officer 6 said that he was very good at taking sides and could sort out the logic. Police officer's comments on the prophet helped the good guys take sides. But this was the result? However, it was indeed a mistake by 5 to point out that player number 3 is the wolf. Although he pointed correctly and it is true that the bottom card 5 is the wolf, according to the existing logic, it makes no sense for him to play 5. It is normal for good people to not recognize him as a prophet because of this. Even if player number 4 doesn't talk about this logic, Ren Fan will still talk about it in the last position. The current situation on the field is in favor of the werewolves. Although the initiative is still in the hands of the good guys, the prophet 3 did not talk well and is destined to be resisted. Unless the witch jumps out to lead the team to kill Ren Fan, but the witch is not stupid. He has 2 medicines in his hand and will not jump out at this time. Even if there are guards to protect him, he will not easily reveal his identity. Player number 7 please speak. Player number 9 lost his hand because the witch didn't prescribe medicine last night. Is there a possibility that he was actually killed by the healer? Compared to the witch not prescribing medicine on the first night, I was more inclined to let the werewolf kill himself and the witch prescribe medicine. As luck would have it, the guard guarded player number 9 on the first night. Although this situation is relatively rare, it has happened before. So, is it because the witch didn't prescribe the medicine or the healer didn't do it? We have to wait for the guard to jump out and report the information. And now that things have come to this, no matter if player number 9 killed the witch himself or was killed by the healer, there is no need for good people to talk about this anymore. Player 7's remarks brightened the good guy's eyes. Right. They only thought that player number 9 turned over the cards because the witch did not prescribe medicine on the first night. They did not consider that the witch did prescribe medicine and it was the guard who killed player number 9. If that's the case, then player number 1 is really unlucky. This series of low probability events happening at the same time would lead to his elimination, and he just happened to be in the middle of it. Isn't that what it should be? Player number 7 was able to realize that the witch at level 9 might be killed by the healer when she reached level 9, even though most people thought that she was hopeless. His unique perspective made people feel something at once. Is he a witch? Or is he a guard? If it weren't for these 2 ID cards with eyes open, how could it have been heading towards this steering wheel? After all, the probability of a healer killing someone is extremely small. It is very unlikely that the wolf knife, the witch, and the guard would all use their skills on the same person at the same time. But if player number 9 kills himself, it is much more likely that the witch will not use medicine directly. After all, this is how the board is played with the witch, so as not to let the wolf take advantage of the silver water. Player number 7 said that it is pointless to worry about how player 9 died, but that is not true. For wolf, it is quite meaningful. If the number 9 player is killed by the self-killing witch and there is no hope, then it is the double medicine witch, which is very different from the number 9 player being killed by the healer and the poisonous witch. 2 and 3 are the two pairs of jump prophets. Judging from their speeches and logic, 2 is definitely better. After all, there are no obvious explosive points or problems in the speech of player 2, but the situation is different for player 3. He can click 5 to enter the wolf pit, so there is a problem with the perspective. Everyone in the front position uses this to attack him for not being a prophet. I definitely think so too, but I'm afraid that player 3 is a prophet who accidentally talks poorly and doesn't realize that player 9's badge flow doesn't share the same side as player 2 and player 5. Although as a prophet, this kind of mistake should not occur, I have seen many prophets go awry. So, I still hope that good people will be more cautious and not be too stubborn. You can side with player number 2, but don't stand on that side to the end. I know that when I talk like this, some people might think that I am secretly trying to stir up trouble and deceive good people into thinking that Pan 3 is a bad prophet. But I definitely don't have such intentions. If my trump card is really the wolf, and player 3 and I are teammates of the wolf, then I definitely won't talk like this. Under the current circumstances, it's too late for me to distance myself from 3, let alone give him a hand. I'm really afraid that he's a bad-mouthed prophet. Some people's bottom line and logic are beyond your imagination. What's more, player 3's words are not exaggerated. He just didn't realize that player 9's police badge flow is sold out and 2 or 5 will not meet. Although player number 7 also tends to stand on Ren Fan's side, from his tone and expression, one can clearly feel that he is not sure about his side and doubts Ren Fan's identity. There is something wrong with player no 3's perspective. He should not have clicked on 5 to enter the wolf pit. This is beyond doubt. However, it is a bit hasty to regard player number 3 as a tough wolf based on this alone. It is better to be safe than sorry. Who can guarantee that 3 is not a prophet with problematic remarks? Therefore, he hoped that while good people would stand by Ren Fan, they would also remain suspicious of Ren Fan and not stand by him to death. After all, it was player no 3's fault for talking too much, but he was not the only one who lost. Good people have to prepare for the worst. I definitely don't share the same side with player number 8. That's why I learned a little about the number 8 position. It's not because I have a defensive move against him, but because I think number 8 is in the wolf's pit. To tell you the truth, I am not a pure logic player. I don't just follow logic. I will also consider the position and emotional state as well. I think players 5 and 6 are probably good guys. So the possibility of 4 and 8 being wolves is very high. Player number 8 spoke after me. If he was a wolf preparing to jump in, he might get nervous after listening to my speech, which would cause his logic and speech to become distorted. And I threw a water bag at him, and based on his reaction, I could roughly determine his identity. That's why I learned points 4 and 8 from the upper position. Obviously, the reaction of player 8 is not good enough. He should be the wolf. Anyway, from my perspective, 8 and 9 are two wolves stepping on each other to establish their identities. Player 8 throws a check to 9, and then retreats. It is true that some people use wolves to create identities for themselves, but I feel that player 8 is trying to imitate others and create an identity for himself, but his skills are not good enough and he ended up falling into the wolf's trap. 3, 8, and 9 are 3 wolves. It's hard to say whether the police will open a wolf or not. 4 has a very good logic this round and seems like a good person. 11 abstained from voting and I haven't heard his speech yet, so I won't push him into the wolf pit for now. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I support player 2, but I won't support him to the end. I will listen carefully to what he says. If there is something wrong with what he says in the last position, I may change my vote. Even if I can't vote for him, I can still show my position and attitude. So that's it. It's over. Player number 8, please speak. I didn't expect so many people to attack me. I felt like a hungry wolf encountering its defenseless prey. They all wanted to attack me, right? Why did I give the identity checker to player 9? If you listen carefully to my speech, you will find the answer in it. I didn't intend to use the prophet to cheat my identity. 7's comments in the front position made me feel that 7 and 9 might be the two wolves. His defensive moves against me were too heavy. I was just thinking of throwing a check on player 9 to see how he would react, but player 9 jumped up from the spot and turned into a lucky prophet. Wasn't this a wolf that I tricked out? You all think that the wolves had planned for player number 9 to be the lucky prophet last night. I don't agree. I think he just did it on impulse. He wasn't even the one who did it. It's just that he used his own knife to take over the check, and in order to gain more strength, he jumped into the lucky prophet. In this way, as long as his wolf teammates jump into the miracle merchant to cooperate with him, and the witch supports him, he can completely fool the good guys to stand on his side. In other words, the number 9 player on the police must have taken me as a real prophet, so he pretended to be the lucky prophet to improve his own prophet status. In the end, no one in the audience thought of this. They all said that I was a wolf who was stepping on my teammates to gain an identity. Aren't you looking down on me too much? My level is definitely not what you think it is. Player number 8 stood up and started talking about why he had to use the prophet to check and kill player number 9 to fake his identity. Don't mention it, it really seems to be the case. Ren Fan didn't expect that 8 could come up with such a reason. According to player 8, it was because player 7's speech was a clear defensive move against him, and he suspected that player 7 and player 9 might be two wolves, so he wanted to throw a check and kill to show off his skills. If player 9 was a wolf, wouldn't he have tricked him out? It turns out that 9 is the wolf, and according to 8's logic, 9's self-sabotage is to create an identity for himself, rather than having an agreement to pretend to be the lucky prophet. It was only because he lost a check to 9 that 9 mistakenly thought he was a prophet, and was forced to pretend to be the lucky prophet to gain strength. How should I put it? Player no 8's words do make sense. At least they are logically self-consistent, but they are completely different from what the good guys imagined. For a moment, the good guys were a little confused as to whether 8 was quibbling or really saying what he said. You all stand on the side of player 2, and I stand on the side of player 3. The policeman too has been playing the double wolf 8 and 9, without considering whether I might be a good person who has a fake identity. No matter what, I threw a check to player number 9 and then retreated. The correct logic must be that 8 and 9 don't meet, not that 8 and 9 are both wolves. Player no 2's mentality was extremely bad. His purpose in playing the double wolf in sets 8 and 9 was nothing more than to set the pace and put me in the defensive position. 112289. But I'm definitely not a wolf, and I don't think there's anything wrong with me lying to the police about my identity. After all, I forced 9 to pretend to be the lucky prophet. Player number 2 is probably the original player who was assigned to play as a fake. He did not intend to cooperate with the lucky prophet 9, but played as the miracle merchant. As for the fact that player number 3 was in the wolf pit when both the police and the police were in the same place, there is indeed something wrong with his statement. This cannot be denied. But is it appropriate to call 3 dead based on this alone? Have you ever seen a prophet who made mistakes? There are always things that he accidentally overlooked, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it. 3 is a prophet. His personal comments are problematic. If the good guys keep harping on him and insist on labeling him a wolf, then in the end the entire good team will be in trouble. In other words, the tolerance of good people towards player 3 is to leave room for themselves. As expected, player number 8 and Ren Fan stood on opposite sides. He could only recognize that 3 was a reverse hook by the prophet. In this situation, if he still stood by Ren Fan, he would be letting his teammates down. What's more, his logic cannot prove that Ren Fan is a prophet. He can only prove that 3 is a prophet who made a mistake in speaking. It may be that he did not think enough and ignored the logical line of the 9 police badge flow. What player number 8 said in this round was basically the truth. It depends on whether the good people believe it or not. 2 and 9 are double wolves. If the wolf is opened under the police, it can only be player 4. He just took advantage of the explosive point of player number 3 to charge and set the pace. If you stand on the side of player number 2, you will naturally think that the logic of player number 4 is very good, but if you stand on the side of player number 3, the idea and identity definition will be completely different. He said that player number 11 might be a werewolf who abandoned his vote to become his identity. Isn't this a joke? Abandoning a vote is considered bad by good people. How can one become an identity with bad behavior? If he wants to establish an identity, he must vote against the prophet, not abstain from voting. From the fact that 11 abstained from voting, it can be seen that his trump card is not the wolf, and he is not in the wolf team. Why did 4 want to speculate that 11 might be a wolf who abstained from voting? It is nothing more than laying the groundwork for resisting 11 later. Player number 11, others may not have such feelings, or may not be able to feel the malice of number 4, but as the person involved, you should be able to understand what I said. When player number 4 opened the betting and told you to abstain from voting, that was when the wolf's tail was exposed. So, the policeman opens the wolf, which is 4. He is a wolf. Could he be a hook? Obviously not. 2, 4, 9 3 wolves, plus player 7, these are what I now consider to be the 4 wolves. 7 is still pretending not to kill 3 this round. What if he is a bad prophet? It makes me want to laugh. It's really a case of the cat crying over the rat. I hope good people can listen to my words. What I said is not an excuse. These are the logic I came up with as a good person. If you are sure that I am the wolf, and the police are checking and killing 9 just to establish an identity opposite to 9, then there is no hope. That's all I have to say. After listening to my speech, good and smart people should be able to turn back, but there's nothing I can do about those who are stubborn. Anyway, my vote will go to player 2, so that's it, pass. Player number 10 please speak. First of all, I would like to thank player number 9 for checking and killing me. His actions have made my status infinitely high, and all the good people have recognized me. But to be honest, when he used the lucky prophet to check me, I was really shocked. As a lucky prophet, how can I show my ability to convince good people that I am not a wolf? This was the question that kept on my mind at the time. Fortunately, player number 9 took the shot in the end, otherwise, I might have been pushed back on the first day. When 2 and 3 are facing the prophet, I would rather side with 2. Actually, there is a point you haven't talked about, which is that 3 has the action of protecting player 8. 28932828. Even if he has 2 wolves at 2 and 8, he must hit 8. If he doesn't hit 8, how can he be a prophet? Who will stand by him? 282828. As a prophet, couldn't 3 even think of this? If this is a mistake, then beating player 5 is also a mistake. How can we stand on the side of a prophet who makes so many mistakes? Originally I wanted to beat 3 to death with one blow. He is a prophet, so I just gave in. There is nothing I can do. But after listening to 8's speech just now, I feel that I can't beat 3 to death. Because the logic and mental process of the 8th police officer checking and killing the 9th police officer made me feel that it was quite realistic. If 8 is really a good person who faked his identity, then it is debatable who is the prophet between 2 and 3. Of course, generally speaking, 2 is more likely to become a prophet. I said all this just to tell good people that we really can't just condemn 3 and 8. Player No 8's remarks still had a certain impact on the good guys. Before, everyone thought that he threw a check to player number 9 in order to create an opposing side for his identity, but now after listening to his explanation, we can no longer think that way. We need to think carefully about whether 8 could be a good person who is faking his identity. After all, his mental process and reasons for faking his identity are quite sufficient. It's not that I wanted to cheat on my identity when I was on duty, just to test the reaction and flexibility of the rear position. If that were the case, he would definitely not recognize it. But the reason given by player number 8 really touched him. At least it was logically self-consistent and theoretically possible. Right now, player number 10 is still more inclined to side with Ren Fan, but it's hard to say whether he will vote for player number 3 in the end. Player 2, why don't you go check on player 8? Before I heard his speech, I thought he was a wolf. After I heard his speech, I think he might be a good guy. Although we still cannot rule out the possibility of 8th and 9th players being double wolves, we certainly cannot beat the 8th player too hard. And I have to put some pressure on you. Have a good chat with the last player. If the conversation doesn't go well, I might turn around and side with player No 3. Although 3's speech has many flaws, it doesn't mean he can't play the prophet card anymore. Player number 7 said that 9 was down this round. Maybe he was beaten by the healer. It seems like he was opening the perspective. I don't know if 7 is a witch who used medicine, or a guard who shielded 9. I'm not trying to identify you, brother. It's your own words that are a bit biased. If you were a guard or a witch, you would have used your skills at night. The wolves might have already targeted you. You and player 8 are opposites. If it turns out that player 8 is a good person, you will be trapped in a wolf's den. And your speech this round gives me the feeling that you are either a god or a wolf. Let's see if you can reveal your identity then. The police should open the wolf when they are below them. We can't always focus on the people above them and the 4 wolves above them. If 3 is the prophet, the wolf will be 4 after the police. On the contrary, if 2 is the prophet, the wolf will be 11. Let's hear what player number 11 thinks. Why did he abstain from voting? Did he not vote or did he abstain from voting on purpose? The situation of the wolf pit is actually quite clear now. It all depends on who is the prophet. As long as we find the prophet, the wolves will come out. I am now on the side of player number 2. The wolf pits are naturally 3, 5, 9, and 11. The margin of error lies with player No 8. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm a good guy with a trump card, so I'll stand aside for now. Pass. Player number 11 please speak. Okay, let me first tell you why I abstained from voting. There are 2 main reasons. One is that I can't tell who the prophet is between 2 and 3. I'm afraid that if I vote with the wrong ticket, I'll be considered a charging wolf. The second one is that I want to abandon my vote to establish my identity. 2 and 3 both put the police badge flow on me, which means they all want my vote. If I don't vote, the good guys should be able to recognize me, right? After all, I'm a wolf, so I'll just hook or charge. In the end, even though I gave up my vote to do my identity, some people still called me a wolf. It was really hard for me. Player number 11 was quite frank and admitted that he abstained from voting simply because he was a rookie who couldn't tell who the prophet was and wanted to take the opportunity to create an identity for himself. At first, he was very happy when someone recognized him, but as the situation changed, the situation suddenly changed, which made him unhappy. This pace was set by player number 4, so he didn't have a good impression of number 4. If you ask me to take sides now, I can only take sides with player 2. There is no other way. Although it is said that we cannot kill him with one stick, his speech is problematic. The police protected player number 8, which was illogical. They also picked player number 5, who should not have been picked, and entered the wolf pit. These 2 were explosive points. I only got the first one. Player number 3 can't just play 2 and 8 without seeing each other just because 2 versus 8 is hostile. As for the latter one, I only realized it after listening to player No 4's conversation. Fortunately, I'm not a prophet in this game. If I were a prophet, I would probably end up like player 3, getting pinned to the ground by the good guys. It is precisely because of this that I agree with the point of view of player 10. It is okay to stand on the side of player 2, but you can't be stubborn. If he has something that is not going well in the conversation, or realizes that he has stood on the wrong side, he must turn back in time. Many people are stubborn. They realize that they may have chosen the wrong side, but they still want to gamble that they are not on the wrong side and insist on going all the way. That's definitely wrong. When we say don't beat player 3 to death, we mean don't follow player 2 completely. You still have to be careful. When the police start to play the wolf, I can only say that it is player 4, but I won't kill him because I am on side 2. If I am sure that player 4 is the wolf, I may not want to be on side 2. After all, player 4 is helping player 2 to stir up the rhythm this round, which doesn't feel like a hook, so if player 4's bottom card is a wolf, I will most likely turn around and stand with player 3. If 2 doesn't trust me and thinks I may have abandoned my vote to get my identity checked, you can come and check me at night. It's okay. Player number 8 has a good side in this round of speech. At least I can understand why he gave number 9 a fake identity check. From my perspective, if I stand on the side of player 2, I can only play 4 wolves and put on the police, and the 4 wolves that can be selected on the police are 3, 5, 8, and 9, and the margin of error lies with player 7. As for player number 12, he is definitely not available. No one in the front position is talking about him. It's not because he has been forgotten, but because he doesn't have a miracle merchant as a fake player in the police team and a lucky prophet as a fake player in the 9th team, which means he is most likely not in the wolves. If his trump card is wolf, I believe he will not remain indifferent. After all, 9 is the lucky prophet who stabbed himself to death. There is no reason for him to play dead. I'll listen to what player number 2 is saying in the last position and see if it's worth it for me to put 4 wolves on the alert. If not, I might give up my vote, or just put my vote on player no 2. I can't help it. The wolf pit I can click is too crowded. 3, 5, 8, 9. Player 8 is chatting pretty well this round. I'm a little worried. So player 2, even though you have a police badge, you must have a good chat. Otherwise, I may not be the only one to turn around and side with player 3. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. The bottom card is good, we'll have to wait and see who to vote for. That's it, pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, immediately grasp the momentum. Player number 12 please speak. I didn't expect that player 9 is actually the Wolf King pretending to be the lucky prophet. The most outrageous thing is that he stabbed himself last night. Although it is still unclear whether it was because the witch didn't use the medicine, which led to the failure of 9's self-slash, or because the shield was guarded and 9's healing was penetrated, it is certain that player number 1 died miserably. If I were him, I would be even more depressed than him. I finally got a miracle merchant, but he was taken away by the Wolf King before I could even use his skills. I was going to explode. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about taking sides. After listening to all the speeches, I think may 3rd be the prophet. Player number 12 talked for a long time and finally made clear his side and position. He felt that the good guy must be on the wrong side. Ren Fan was not the prophet, but player number 3 was. This also made all the good guys on the field frown. 12 said at this time that 3 might be the prophet. He was really not afraid of getting into trouble. Although everyone now thinks he is a good person, it does not mean that he can speak without restraint. The reason why the good guys recognized him was mainly because he did not jump into the role of miracle merchant on duty and did not cooperate with 9 in the first place. But if you think about it in a bad way, you can say that the wolf team had arranged for the wolf among 2 and 3 to come out and pretend to be the miracle merchant last night. He didn't jump because it had nothing to do with him. We don't play like this now because there are too many focus cards in the external positions and we don't have the energy to play this kind of situation anymore. But if 12 insists on getting into the wolf's den, we will still hit him. Although I wanted to stand on the side of player 3, I have to admit that he didn't talk very well. Oh no, I can't even say he talked very well, but he was a bit explosive. For example, he shouldn't have hit player 5 and shouldn't have easily recognized player 8. Based on these 2 points alone, 3 is undoubtedly the Iron Wolf, but if I stand on the side of 2, I can't seem to light up the wolf pit. Police officer 10 must be a good guy, right? I won't say more about this. Player 4 was on the side of player 2, and was the first to get the police badge of player 9, pinning player 3 to the ground. Player 4 can't be a wolf teammate of player 3. I won't discuss such extreme situations. If you go too far, you won't recognize a good person. For example, player 10 can say that his wolf teammates just want to pretend to be the lucky prophet and throw him a check to kill him as an identity. Is it theoretically possible? Of course it is, but it's meaningless if you insist on thinking that way. The same goes for the relationship between player 3 and player 4. 3 and 4 can't be twin wolves. Player number 11 abstained from voting. He didn't hide it and directly said that he abstained from voting because he wanted to gain an identity. He was very frank. When I heard this statement, I didn't want to call him a wolf, including his positioning of himself, which is also consistent with the perspective and mentality of a good person. He stands on the side of player 2, so he can only play the police on the 4th wolf and the hook on the 4th wolf. He definitely can't play the wolf on the 10th wolf. If he wants to play the wolf on the 4th wolf, he can only stand on the side of player 4. But he finally chose to side with 2, which doesn't seem like a hook to me. If he wanted to hook, he should have voted for 2 directly, which would have been wiser than abstaining from voting. There's no need to side with 2 at this time while suspecting that 2 and 4 might be twin wolves. So I think 11 is not a good teammate for player 3. If he wants to be on the side of player 2, he really needs to have 4 wolves on the alert. It is possible for player number 5 to become a double wolf. The reason has been discussed before. In general, there is only one point. Player 3's hostility towards player 5 is too great. It has exceeded the normal range. So we have to say that the 2 of them are wolf teammates who step on each other for identity. 53359. But who is the other wolf? I thought it was player 8 before, but after listening to 8's speech this round, I feel that he is not on the same side as 9. I didn't expect him to throw a check to the back of the police, so I thought he was a wolf, but after he talked about it, I understood that the reason why he threw a check to 9 to deceive his identity was because 7 had a relatively obvious defensive action against him. Player 8 thought that 7 and 9 might be a pair of wolves, so he tricked player 9. As a result, 9 pretended to be the lucky prophet. He thought that 9 had killed himself to create his identity and had no intention of pretending to be a lucky prophet. The reason why I jumped was because he was checked and killed. When player number 8 talked about this, he was inexplicably proud. It seemed to me that he thought his operation was very impressive. This mentality makes me think that he is not the kind of person who would step on his teammates to gain recognition for himself. Player 7 can't be a wolf teammate of 3. Just like he said, if he was a wolf, he would definitely distance himself from 3, fearing that he would be implicated by 3. He wouldn't say that good people shouldn't kill 3. Maybe 3 is a prophet who speaks poorly. Don't forget, player 2 has the police badge in his hand. Doesn't 7 know that talking like this will attract 2's attention and hostility? What's more, he is already in 2's first police badge flow. If 3 and 7 are double wolves, the 7th player will not talk like this when he plays a hook. At least that's what I think. Player number 6 must be a good guy. I will recognize him on the police. In this way, if we stand on the side of player number 2, the wolf pit will not be able to be lit up. Another point is that the number 2 player directly played the double wolf at 8 and 9. I thought it was fine at the time, but now I think about it, maybe he really wanted to set the pace and make 8 a defensive position. Oh, by the way, player 3 said on the alert that if he is a wolf, there is no need to force 2 to check and kill him. There is no benefit in doing so. It is better to give 4 gold water to canvas votes. When you think about it, it does make sense. At least this is what makes him like a prophet. Anyway, based on the above reasons, I am now more inclined to side with player 3. Maybe my logic for standing with him is not so sufficient, but my intuition tells me that player 2 should not be a prophet. Let's listen to what he has to say in the last position. I won't click on the wolf pit because it doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. You're a good guy with a good bottom line. That's it. We're through. After listening to player no 12's speech, Ren Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Regardless of whether the logic of 12 stations and 3 plates is tenable, it is still a logic after all. But in the end he was given an intuition, which is unsolvable. Although 12's intuition was correct, it made him uncomfortable to have this conversation. I can refute logic, but I have no idea how to refute intuition. Player number 2 please speak. After player number 8 finished speaking, the wind direction began to change. Didn't you notice? It is true that 10 and 11 are on my side, but I can tell that they have some doubts about my identity and are not completely confident that I am a prophet. Especially player number 11, he is on the verge of defecting. If I am not mistaken, he is waiting for me to talk too much or make him unhappy, and then he will vote me out. Is it player 11? Ren Fan was right in his guess. 11 was waiting for such an excuse. As long as it appeared, he would turn around and stand on the side of player number 3. If Ren Fan's entire speech did not make him dissatisfied, then he would have no choice but to follow Ren Fan. This way, he would be convinced of his defeat. After all, Ren Fan was a good talker. As soon as Ren Fan opened his mouth, he spoke out 11's thoughts, which made 11 a little embarrassed, but fortunately, he couldn't see his expression. What I want to say to the good people is that it's normal that you don't dare to fully acknowledge that I'm a prophet. After all, this game requires you to be cautious and keep your eyes open. Just like player 7 said, what if player 3 is a prophet who speaks poorly? But you can't put the cart before the horse and keep thinking that player 3 is a prophet with bad speeches, while I am a tough wolf with good speeches. 3 has been talking so much, and you're still wondering if he's a prophet. If I don't talk well, some people will turn around and stand on 3's side. Do you think this is appropriate? To put it bluntly, isn't this double standards? Your tolerance for player number 3 is inexplicably high. He has 2 explosive points, but you don't kill him. You just find fault with me. If the conversation doesn't go well, you just label him as a wolf. How can you be like this? So if a bad guy does a good thing, he becomes a good guy, and if a good guy does a bad thing, he becomes a bad guy. This is Ren Fan's first step to get the good guys to stand by his side, an emotional output flow. Aren't good people supposed to be lenient with others and strict with them? Then he got emotional. Why can't he have emotions? Does he have to endure it just because he's a wolf? Although the emotional flow does not have a particularly big impact on these people, it is not useless. It will definitely shake their current thinking, make them reflect, and turn them into the legendary reflective monsters. As long as you start reflecting on your own problems, you can always find some faults, right? Especially Ren Fan's last words were deafening. Even if he didn't talk well in the last position, his speech was generally better than 3's. In this case, why would a good person turn around and stand on 3's side? I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. The good guys are on my side. If I were the wolf, it wouldn't be unfair for you to lose. On the contrary, player 3 is the wolf, and he was chatting like that, but you still pushed me out of the game. Can you accept that I lost in the end? Player number 12, I recognized you on the alert, but this is how you responded to me? The people in the front position were just preparing to turn around, but you turned around and stood at side 3, and you told me about your intuition. Since your intuition is so accurate, how come the police also intuitively know that player number 9 is a wolf? Come on, brother, don't use your intuition as an excuse. Your intuition is not to blame. You just want to stand on the side of player 3, but you can't find a particularly good reason or logic, so you say this. Do you know why I, the police officer, recognized you? Because you didn't cooperate with player 9 and pretend to be the miracle merchant. From this point of view, it seems that you are not in the wolf team. But if I want to fight you, I just need to change my mindset. For example, if I say that the wolves have arranged for player 3 to pretend to be the miracle merchant to cooperate with player 9, and you don't want to go through the same process, so you don't pretend to be the miracle merchant, this is not impossible? What do you think? I give you face, you have to give me face too. Do you understand what I mean, player no 12? What are you telling me? If you stand with me, you won't be able to hit all of player 3's wolf pit, but if you stand with player 3, you will definitely be able to hit all of my wolf pit. Who do you think is my wolf teammate? Player 4 counts as 1, player 9 counts as 1, who is the other one? 5. 2599. Player 5 refused to meet me, player 6 is the good guy you recognized, player 7 was beaten into the first badge stream by me, and he kept saying not to kill player 3 this round. Is this what a wolf should say? It's even more impossible for player number 8 to be on the same side with me. The comments of players number 11 and number 12 are quite hostile to me, so how come I have one less wolf teammate? Player number 12, how about you join us? Tell me where to stand. My wolf pit is not evenly arranged. You are very funny. First badge flow will test you. I want to see what kind of person you are. You are submissive to player 3, but you will hit me hard. Do you think that the people in the front positions have begun to doubt my identity, and if you continue to lead the pace, you might be able to trick the good guys into pushing me out? If you have this intention, I can only say that this is your biggest mistake in this entire game. You should have sold out your teammates and stood by me to hit the hook instead of trying to kill me. Ren Fan used the first police badge flow on player number 12, and his words were extremely sharp. Although he did not directly hit the wolf on number 12, the logic that number 12 might be the wolf did not cause any big problems. Just as Ren Fan said, the reason why the good guys didn't go to play 12 is the wolf is mainly because he didn't cooperate with player number 9 on police and played the miracle merchant. Ren Fan said that it is not ruled out that the wolf who jumped into the miracle merchant was arranged, and it makes sense that 12 cannot cross the line. The most important thing is that Ren Fan's speech was quite prophetic and full of momentum, and he didn't sound like a tough guy, and everything he said made sense. Why should we be so harsh on him? Why should we have such a high tolerance for player 3? It's unreasonable. In the second police badge flow, I'm going to play against player 11. I didn't think player 11 was a wolf, but his speech this round sounded like a gangster. The police called 4, 10, and 11. I recognized 4 and 10. Player 10 relied on the common side relationship, and player 4 relied on the logic of speech. He played a very good game in which player 3 should not have played 5's explosive point. If 3 and 4 are two wolves, and player 4 can think of such a good logic to sell out his teammates and hit a hook, then I will admit defeat and lose with a clear conscience. If 11 is found to be gold and water, I will call the 4 wolves to warn. If 11 is found to be a check and kill, I will eat the resistance push. There is nothing much to say. Player number 8 talked about the reason why he wanted to check and kill the fake identity of player number 9 in this round. It sounds reasonable. But does this conflict with my warning of double wolves 8 and 9? Before hearing what the 8th police said, weren't you all calling 8 and 9 double wolves? Regardless of whether you called 8 wrong or not, even if you called it wrong, everyone is involved. So it's okay if you called it wrong, but I'm a wolf if I called it wrong. Is that reasonable? Now I don't dare to say that 8 and 9 are twin wolves, but if 8 is just a civilian, he still has to stay in the wolf pit. We can't recognize him based on his one-sided statement. 359811121211. Everyone in the external position has accepted it. They can't get it even if they are wolves, so don't bother with it. Today I will vote for player number 3. If you believe in me, vote for player number 3. If you don't believe in me, just go for it. I want to see how many votes I can get in the end. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. As soon as Ren Fan took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. This round of exile vote is crucial. If player number 3 is pushed out of the game, the good guys will be close to losing. After all, the miracle merchant is gone. If the prophet is pushed out again and slashes the witch with a knife at night, how can the good guys win? Can one guard really turn the tide? However, if the witch wants to be safe, she can take the 2 prophets away with her. If player number 3 is voted out today, he will be fed coke at night. Otherwise, if Ren Fan is voted out, he will be fed coke at night. It's a balance. The miracle merchant replaces the wolf king, and the prophet replaces the tough wolf. When you wake up the next day, the initiative is always in the hands of the good guys. Not to mention that the witch should have a bottle of antidote in her hand, and the guards can guard people, so the good guys still have a considerable advantage. 24567810113. 312 choose to vote for player 2. When this ticket type came out, player number 12 was dumbfounded. What the hell? He was the only one who voted for Ren Fan? Player number 5? Player number 8? Player number 11? This guy has already been led into a wolf's den, and he's still helping others to vote? Or is he the clown? He is the only one on the bandit ticket. Player number 12 was worried, but luckily Ren Fan used the first badge flow on him. If he stood on the wrong side, he would be able to receive the gold water tomorrow and would not be used by the wolf to resist. Ren Fan didn't expect the votes to be like this, and he was almost defeated by all the votes at 3. It seems that good people may say no with their mouths, but their bodies are very honest. This is the difference between logic and actual action. What's the point of just thinking about not killing player number 3? How many people dare to stand on the side of number 3 Ren Fan? Player number 3 is out. Please leave your last words. Do you know how I feel now? I want to laugh. Really, when this ticket type comes out, I want to vote for myself, otherwise I will seem so unsociable. Actually, when you think about it, it's not your fault that you chose the wrong side. It was my fault. When player number 4 mentioned the problem of the 9 badge flow, I realized that I made a fatal mistake by beating player no 5. Whether you believe it or not, when I was playing the game with player number 5 entering the wolf pit, I did not think of player no 9's police badge flow. This was my oversight. I admit it. Regarding the definition of player 8's identity, you said that I was too hasty to recognize him. I must clarify this. I did not directly recognize him. What I said was that based on player 8's statement, player 2 and player may 2nd not have met, and player 8 is a good person who deceived his identity. What I said was possible, which is fundamentally different from what you said about just accepting 8. Okay, I don't agree with your calculation on this point. Of the 2 explosive points that the good guy hit on player number 3, he only admitted one, which is that he should not have clicked player number 5 into the wolf pit. Judging from the police badge flow played by 9, players number 2 and number 5 are unlikely to become wolf teammates. But to say that he recognized player number 8 is nonsense. He never recognized 8 from the beginning to the end. Player number 5, it's fine for others to follow player number 2 to win the vote. After all, they haven't been beaten by the wolf buyout, but you are different. You have already been beaten by the wolf buyout, but you still stand by player number 2. How brave you are. To be honest, putting aside the badge flow of player number 9, just listening to his speech, you are in my wolf pit, but I can't hit you even if I want to. Even if you cast this vote, I can only doubt your identity. I must bet that player number 9 deliberately used both police badges on his wolf teammates. But I say this, and good people have to believe it. Player number 3 sighed helplessly. Judging from his speech and logic, player number 5 wants to occupy a wolf pit, especially when this ticket type comes out. He would like to play 2 and 5 pairs of wolves. But if you want to play 2 or 5 double wolves, you have to add drama to player number 9, and this is beyond the scope of logic, and good people will only regard it as malicious speculation. It would be fine if the 5th card in this round is a wolf, but if it is not a wolf, then he is really stupid. Player 12, I feel like you're going to take the chalk high, so you'd better have an identity, otherwise, you'll have to keep me company. I'm glad that you can stand on my side. At least not everyone is on the wrong side. I don't know if my last words can bring you back. If they can, the witch will poison player 2 tonight and release player 4 tomorrow. To start the wolf under the police, only player 4 can do it. Although 11 also voted for me, I can hear that he is suspicious and hostile to 2. 2 and 11 should not be on the same side. 2, 4, 9, and one more wolf. I think among 5 and 8, player 6 can take it. Player 7 was the first to stand up and say that he can't beat me to death with one stick. There's no need for him, a wolf, to lead the pace like this. When player number 8 spoke, he vowed to vote for number 2, but in the end, one vote was cast on me. Brother, is this justifiable? Did you think the situation was not right and you were afraid that your wolf teammates would be voted out, so you rushed to cast a vote? It's good to listen to your speech this round. At least it explains clearly why the police want to give the number 9 player a fake identity check, but the ticket type has fallen into the wolf's pit again. I don't know whether you are a wolf or a good guy. Anyway, you and player number 5 should fight for the last good guy pit. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 3 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. Werewolf, please open your eyes and choose the target you want to attack. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Ren Fan turned his gaze to player number 12. The reason why I want to check 12 is that I think he is like a witch. There is nothing in his speech that sells the perspective, but it is just a trap. First of all, it is unlikely that the witch is under the police. Even if she is, assuming that 4 is a witch, there is no need to attack the witch. With the archmage here, they can just win without doing anything. Player number 11 abstained from voting, and he could hardly afford the witch card. How could a witch not even dare to vote? In essence, 11 not voting for the badge is what he calls an identity. But do witches need to have an identity? Obviously not. Player number 7 is most likely a civilian. Even though he sounds a little enlightened when talking, saying that player number 9 might have been killed by the healer, in fact, he is just secretly blocking the attack. Player number 7, I think number 7 is either a guard or a witch. Player number 5 said. Come on, if you were a guard or a witch, would you be so stupid as to sell your viewpoint, afraid that others would not know your identity? Player number 8 curled his lips. His idea was the same as Ren Fan's. He didn't think that player 7 could be a guard or a witch. If player number 7 did not do it on purpose, it was because he thought too much and thought of the healer's penetration. If player number 7 did it on purpose, it was to attract the werewolf's attention to block the knife. But no matter whether 7 talked about the healer intentionally or unintentionally, he could hardly pick up the witch or guardian card. He avoided them as much as possible, let alone actively approach them. Unless player number 7 wants to play for excitement, bet on the werewolf's mentality, predict the werewolf's logic, and do the opposite, but this possibility is very small. He can just stay calm. Why does he need to do something so exciting? Is there something wrong with his head? Who do you think is the witch then? Player number 5 thought about it and felt that what player number 8 said made sense. The witch will most likely call the police. It's either player 6 or player 12. You can choose the knife between them. Player 8 said, "What do you think, player 2? Yeah, I also think 12 might be a witch, that's why I used the first badge flow on him. I can kill him tonight, but I don't know if I can kill him." Ren Fan said in a deep voice, in fact, the witch appearing between 6 and 12 is just a high probability situation. If player 9 is not killed by the healer or the witch does not open the medicine, then this witch will be difficult to find. His thinking is different from that of normal people, and it is impossible to guess with common sense. This is what Ren Fan is most worried about. If player number 9 is killed by the healer, it means that the witch is a normal person and does not have strange ideas. But if the witch does not prescribe medicine on the first night, things will be complicated. Maybe the witch is under the police, maybe 7 is the witch who likes to play exciting games, anything is possible. Why think so much? Just cut it first. Player number 8 raised an eyebrow. Don't you guys consider stabbing yourself? The witch will definitely prescribe some medicine tonight. Player 5 said with a smile. You're still stabbing yourself? Aren't you really afraid of being stabbed by the witch again? Player number 8 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the first night, Ren Fan tricked the Wolf King into stabbing himself, and ended up dying. Fortunately, the miracle merchant took the blame for him, so he not only made no loss but also made a profit. It was a blessing in disguise. If they stab themselves again tonight, what if the witch doesn't prescribe medicine? If the witch dared not to prescribe medicine on the first night, she would dare not to prescribe medicine forever. It was not like he had never encountered such a situation before. So you definitely can't cut yourself. There's no need to take the risk. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Player number 5 smiled. With the lesson learned from player number 9, who would dare to kill himself. It was true that the witch would most likely prescribe medicine tonight, but what if she didn't? That would be awkward. Player 2, you have to be prepared to eat poison. If 12 is a witch, you will definitely eat poison. Even if 12 is not a witch, you may still eat poison. 3's last words are quite touching. At this time, player number 8 suddenly reminded. Okay, I know. Ren Fan nodded. He knew he might be poisoned, but there was nothing he could do but pray that the witch would show mercy. But then again, if the witch really poisoned Ren Fan, it would be equivalent to him killing 2 wolves by himself. Is this a good idea or a bad idea? The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the ones who died last night were player number 2 and player number 12. They died in no particular order and without any last words. 2 or 12 double death. The witch was cruel enough that she still didn't prescribe the medicine on the second night. I don't know if she ran out of medicine or planned to save it for the new year. If it's the latter, then we can only say that this witch is really good at playing and making trouble. Ren Fan felt even worse. Although he had thought that he might be poisoned, and the witch was trying to play it safe and balanced to prevent the wolves from kidnapping and controlling the situation, or 12 was poisoned by the witch, he was still a little depressed when he really fell. This prophet is really hard to play. He finally pushed his competitors out of the game and survived the first day, but the witch still wouldn't let him go. Please ask the police chief to choose to hand over or tear off the police badge. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. All of a sudden, everyone turned their eyes to Ren Fan. Yesterday, he played the police badge flow with 12 and 11 in a row. Now player number 12 has a draw, so it depends on who he gives the police badge to. Normally, the police badge should be given to 10, after all, 10 is the good guy logically. Ren Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to give the police badge to player number 8. This move directly made the good guy's eyes shatter. Oh no, not only the good guy, but also his teammates, especially player number 8, who were immediately shocked. I thought to myself, is Ren Fan crazy? He dared to give him the police badge directly. He really didn't take good people seriously. You know, if he flies the police badge like this, it's like admitting he's a wolf, but there's no need for that. If he gives the police badge to player number 10, he can continue to dream of being a prophet, so why should he recognize the wolf? Player number 8 can't figure it out. In fact, Ren Fan was also entangled and hesitant when doing this. The police badge is given to player number 10. He can be a prophet, but it doesn't make much sense. Yesterday, everyone except player number 12 stood on his side. After player number 12 turned the cards over, everyone is equal. Since all beings are equal, there is no difference between standing on the wrong side or standing on the right side. But if everyone stands on the right side, the police badge is in the hands of player number 10, and if everyone stands on the wrong side, the police badge is in the hands of player number 8. As for whether 8 will be regarded as his wolf teammate, it depends on whether 8 will chat. Ren Fan gave the police badge to 8 because he believed in 8's ability. Yesterday, 8 was able to pull himself out of the wolf's pit and make the good people believe that it was justified for him to kill and fake his identity for 9. Today, he should be able to make the good people believe that he is not a wolf. Why do we want to keep this badge? It's simple. The badge represents the right to vote, which is to some extent the right to speak. It is much easier to resist the good guys with the badge. Player number 2 chooses to hand over the police badge to player number 8, and player number 8 becomes the sheriff. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. Is this an open conspiracy? Player number 7, please speak. You're on the wrong side. Player 2 is the wolf. If he were a prophet, he wouldn't give the badge to 8. It would have to be to 10. After all, it's impossible for 9 and 10 to become a pair of wolves. Player 10 is a recognized good guy, and 8 is still in the wolf pit. How can he give the police badge to 8? Player number 7 said right away that he was on the wrong side, and his logic was flawless. If Ren Fan was a prophet, he would not have given the police badge to 8, but he handed the police badge to 8, which was equivalent to recognizing a wolf. If Ren Fan gave the police badge to player number 10, he would still insist on standing on his side, but now he can only turn back to stand on side 3. I wonder why player 2 wants to admit defeat. If he gives the badge to player 10, I believe there will still be many people standing by him. But he was willing to expose his identity and give the badge to player number 8. Doesn't that mean he is a double wolf of 2 and 8? And look at the vote pattern yesterday. Player 8 said he was on the side of player 3 and wanted to vote for player 2, but in the end one vote went to player 3. His words and actions are inconsistent. Isn't this typical wolf-like behavior? What did player number 3 say in his last words yesterday? Player number 8 probably felt that the good people in the latter positions were beginning to question the identity of player number 2, and he was afraid that player number 2 would be voted out, so he rushed to vote. Anyway, in my opinion, 8 is not a good guy. Yesterday, he talked about why he threw a fake identity check to player 9, which seemed more like a sophistry excuse. I don't understand why you all believed him. Even though what he said made some sense, think about it the other way around. How could the reason the werewolf came up with after thinking for so long not make sense at all? I suspected that player 9 and I were bad teammates, so I threw a check to 9 after the police to fake my identity. Then why did he take a long time to retreat after 9 jumped into the lucky prophet? Can't you explain this? Today, player 2 forced the police badge on him. When he spoke, he would definitely say that this was player 2 dirtying his identity. Then the question is, why did 2 not dirty my identity or anyone else's, but his? Considering his behavior of checking and killing 9, aren't they the 3 wolves 2, 8, and 9? I just said that 2, as a wolf, would not let the good guys know that he was a wolf even if he turned the cards upside down. But 2 just wanted the good guys to know that he was not a prophet. Is this normal? As the saying goes, there must be something fishy going on. Player 2's goal is probably to be the good guy of Gao Lang's teammate. In other words, anyone who is against him is likely to be a wolf. What a coincidence? Player number 8 meets all these characteristics, and he also got a police badge. He also did something unusual with the police. If he's not a wolf, then what is he? Player number 7 is very hostile to player number 8. In his opinion, player number 8 cannot even get the good guy card. In terms of the ticket type, player no 8's words and deeds are inconsistent. He says he stands on the side of number 3, but the ticket is on number 3. In his speech, 8's explanation of why he gave 9 a fake identity also sounded like a sophistry. What's more, Ren Fan gave him the police badge. Is this a dirty identity? Although it can be said that way, 7 doesn't think so. Ren Fan gave the police badge to 7, probably to make it easier for the wolf teammates to resist the good guys. Anyway, Ren Fan's behavior is obviously abnormal. 2 and 8 must be treated as wolf teammates. It is better to be wrong than to let them go. I am definitely a good guy, brothers, don't doubt my identity. If 2 and I were teammates of the wolf, I wouldn't have talked to the good guy yesterday. It's okay to stand with 2, but don't criticize 3 with one stick. Some of the prophet's speeches are just lame. It turns out that he is a prophet who makes explosive remarks. There is nothing we can do about it. Fortunately, the witch poisoned player number 2 last night, so we can stop the loss in time. Player number 12 is going to get hit by a knife. I hope he is not a witch. And judging from the fact that the witch has not used medicine yet, I am increasingly thinking that player number 9 is going to be killed by a healer. What we can confirm now is that the 3 wolves 2, 8, and 9 are all above the police. There must be a wolf below the police. It can only be player number 4. 4341011101111. If 11's trump card is a wolf, he will most likely not abstain from voting, but will vote for his wolf teammates to ensure that they can get the police badge and take the initiative. 21111211. Anyway, the wolf pits I've ordered now are 2, 4, 8, and 9. Others really can't get a chance to play. Although everyone has a bandit face in theory, there is a sequence of turns. If there really is a good person among 4 and 8, then maybe player 5 is the wolf. But now I can only say that he is a fool. Yesterday, 2 was voted as the wolf, but he still went to vote for 3. It's like being sold out and counting money for others. Let's tear off the police badge today. Player number 8 must eat the resistance. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Good guy with the bottom card, play 8, pass. Player number 6 please speak. Okay, I'm on the wrong side again. It's outrageous that player 2 is a wolf. 3 a prophet talked like that. To be honest, I didn't even think of siding with him, but 2 turned the cards and gave the badge to player 8, which is really no different from admitting that he was a wolf. If he were a prophet, he would definitely give the badge to 10. There would be no other choice. Look at the vote pattern yesterday. Only 12 people voted correctly, and he got stabbed. That means everyone on the field is on the wrong side now. Don't talk about the vote pattern, let alone the big brother. Player number 7 thinks that player number 8 must be a wolf. This is too absolute. Player number 8 has a bandit side, there is no doubt about that, but whether he is a wolf or not depends on what he says in the last position. The double wolf in plate 2 and 8 is just an idea. I can't say that this idea is wrong, but there is another possibility. Plate 2 is to force plate 8 out of the game. In other words, this is an open conspiracy. The good guys knew that he might be Dirty 8, but because they were worried about Dirty 8, they had no choice but to kill him with the mentality of rather killing the wrong person than letting him go. This way, the wolves will have one more round. This is one of the benefits of player number 2 giving the badge to 8. It can even be said to be the biggest benefit. It was only when 8 fell down and he gave the badge to 10 that we realized he was a good man, but it was too late to regret it. Listening to the speech of player number 6, Ren Fan was very happy. This is a good person with a rich imagination. As long as you make a move, they can imagine a lot. He is a wolf. After turning the cards over, he gave the police badge to player number 8. Aren't 2 and 8 double wolves? It's such a simple truth, but many people don't think so. This is also the reason why Ren Fan dared to give the police badge directly to his wolf teammates. Although this would make 8 the target of public criticism, as long as he is eloquent and good at talking, as long as he can talk well in the last position, no one can move him. On the contrary, if he speaks badly, he will definitely be led into the wolf's den even if he doesn't have a police badge. Ultimately, it's a question of speaking skills. As long as you can fool, incite, and talk nonsense, you can make a dead horse come back to life. Yesterday, when player number 8 explained his behavior of checking and killing the fraudulent identity of player number 9 on the police, Ren Fan's eyes lit up and he thought the young man was capable. It is precisely because of this that he has high hopes for player number 8, otherwise, the police badge would have been given to 5. If player number 8 is not a wolf, and the police open 3 wolves, I think the probability is 2, 7, and 9. Player number 7 didn't intend to push him into the wolf's pit, but this round he was too hostile to player 8, so much so that it was a little abnormal. Although the behavior of 8 police officers in helping 9 people to check and kill fraudulent identities was not good and is questionable, he did explain the reasons and benefits of fraudulent identities yesterday. Not to mention that he has to admit it even if he explains it, but you can't keep harping on this point, right? If that's the case, who would dare to fake their identity and show off their skills in the future? In fact, the reason why this game is interesting is that it is full of unknown speeches and operations. Even if it is the same board, or even the same person, with the same identity, as long as there is a small difference, all the subsequent situations will change. We are not machines. We all have our own ideas and operations. Fraudulent identity is a very common one. Player number 7 is clinging to this point and insists on resisting player number 8. His mentality is not right. Of course, I'm not saying that I've already accepted player 8. What I mean is that whether player 8 is a wolf or not depends on how we talk to him in the last position, rather than just labeling him a wolf and trying to lead the rhythm to get rid of him. That's the villain side of player 7, but I won't beat him to death. After all, his speech yesterday was pretty good, and he even reminded the good people. It's okay to stand with player 2, but don't be stubborn, and don't beat player 3 to death with one blow. If player 7 is not a wolf, player 5 will have to fall into the pit. Yesterday, the last words of player number 3 said that it is possible that player number 9 deliberately beat his 2 wolf teammates into the police badge flow as an identity. I thought about it and it makes sense. As the Wolf King, the identity of player number 9 will be exposed sooner or later. In this case, it is completely reasonable for him to reveal his identity to his wolf teammates in advance. The player who opened the wolf under the police may not be player 4. Although he attacked 3, his behavior was not good, but was there a problem with his logic? No problem, it was indeed 3 who was not good at chatting, and 3 himself admitted this. In this case, we should not easily conclude that plate 4 is the charged wolf. This is the problem of the prophet, not his. From the perspective of the good guy who closes his eyes, his perspective and logic are correct. If he is considered a wolf because he is on the wrong side or hits 3, then it is not clear whether he is black or white, at least that's what I think. Player number 6 did not follow the trend and pointed out that the 4 he played was a wolf. In his opinion, there was no reason for a good guy to attack 4. As for logic, there is nothing wrong with their calculations. As for standing on the wrong side and stealing the tickets, everyone is the same, so there is no need to laugh at others. The only way to defeat player number 4 is to open the wolf under the police. But why must it be player 4 who is the policeman? Is player 11 a transparent person? Is his abstention behavior appropriate? If the police are going to start a wolf, I think it might be player no 11. Yesterday, 2 police badges were used on 11, and I felt something was wrong. Although 11 didn't seem to be standing on his side very steadily, he still stood on his side, and this suspicious mentality is also in line with a good person. 2113211211. Some people might think I am trying to control the pace to protect player 4. It is normal to have such thoughts, especially for player 11. I am afraid that they have already labeled me as a wolf. But even so, I still have to say what I should say. From my perspective, 11 is more of a bad guy than 4, but I'm not saying that 4 is definitely a good guy and 11 is definitely a wolf. I just want to remind good people that you can't just play 2 or 4 double wolves subconsciously. If player 8 talks like a good guy today, I might play 7. If player 8 talks badly, I will play 8. Don't tell me that 7's speech yesterday was like a statement of status. If he were a witch or a guard, he wouldn't dare to say that player 9 was killed by the healer. Isn't this just walking into the wolf's knife? 7's identity is below the people. If you think positively, he deliberately said this to attract the werewolf's attention and block the attack. If you think negatively, he is paving the way for himself to pretend to be a god. Is it 1 or 2? This is a multiple choice question. I am more inclined to believe that 7 is the wolf. Let's have a 7 to 8 PK. Whoever speaks better will stay. That's it. It's over. Player number 5, please speak. Let me first explain why player 2 chose me as the wolf and I followed him to role 3. It was actually to show my loyalty. At that time, I was on the side of player 2. Even though he suspected that player 3 and I were teammates of the wolf, and said that player 3 stepped on me to create an identity for me, I still felt that he was a prophet, and that he pointed me into the wolf pit because he was led astray by player 4's logic. I won't argue with anyone who uses the prophet until he hits the wrong person. But when he sees that my ticket is tied to player number 3, he will naturally realize that he hit the wrong person. But I never expected that he was actually a wolf. It was a waste of my trust in him. I know that because I am a wolf at 2 o'clock and I followed him to vote, many people think that I might be his wolf teammate. 3. They even suspect that 9 deliberately put the 2 wolf teammates into the police badge flow as their identities. I can understand these thoughts. After all, I was on the wrong side and voted for something I shouldn't have voted for. But I'm really not a wolf. How should I put it? I was possessed by a ghost. Think about it, if my trump card is a wolf and player number 2 has already pushed me into the wolf's trap, will I still follow him to rush for tickets? I will definitely go with the flow and play the hook. After all, the police badge style played by player number 9 is to give me an identity. As long as I sell out my teammates, the good guys will never be able to get me, right? One is to risk exposing my identity to vote for the prophet, and the other is to sell out my teammates and make a back hook. Besides, the wolf teammates are unlikely to be voted out. As a wolf, what should I choose? Need I say more? The first sentence that player number 5 said made the good guys feel that he was not a wolf, because he said that he rolled 3 yesterday to show his loyalty. How could this be something a wolf could talk about? The most important thing is that his mentality is completely consistent with his speech yesterday. At that time, player number 4 had 2 wolves on plates 3 and 5, but he did not call 4 a wolf. Instead, he told player number 4 not to think too much. With this mentality, it was true what he said that he was possessed by a ghost. And from the perspective of player 5, he said that everyone makes mistakes sometimes, and there seems to be nothing wrong with that. So what about the prophet? Will the prophet never make mistakes? He can't get upset and side with another prophet just because the prophet made a mistake. If that's the case, what's the difference between him and a low-level noob? Anyway, the feeling shown by player number 5 is just like a stupid good guy who thinks he is very awesome but ends up failing miserably. I hope good people can recognize me and stop being so stubborn. I can tell you seriously and responsibly that I am not a wolf, and the police badge of 9 is not used as an identity for me. Good people must believe this. At this point, we don't even know if the witch is still present. If you can't even recognize me, this game is completely over. After a pause, player 5 changed the subject and said, in this round of speeches, players 6 and 7 are completely opposite. Player 7 thinks that 4 and 8 are most likely to be 2 wolves. Player 2 turned the cards over and gave the badge to 8, just to let the wolf teammate take the badge and return the vote. It is not a dirty identity. If the policeman shows up as a wolf, player 4 will not be able to escape. But player 6 thinks that 2 giving 8 the police badge is an open conspiracy. He calculated that a good person would rather be wrong than let off the hook. Even though he knows that 8 might have a corrupted identity, he still wants to kick 8 out of the game just in case. So, the benefit that the police badge brings to player number 8 is that it creates a perfect anti-push position for the wolf teammates without bloodshed. As for player number 4 under the police, his views are even more different from those of player number 7, and even from those of most good people. Let's not talk about whether he played it right or not. At least I don't think 4 and 6 can be a pair of wolves. If 4 and 6 are a pair of wolves, 6 wouldn't dare to blatantly rescue his teammates under such circumstances. And what he said is not without reason. There is actually nothing wrong with player 4's speech and logic. It was player 3 who got angry with his own talk. Can he blame others for being on the wrong side of him? Police opened the wolf. Good people should not be too hostile to player 4. 11 can't be released. His abstention is suspicious, and he was beaten into the police badge flow by 2 yesterday, which is also quite strange. Let's listen to what he has to say later, including player number 4. It's fun to play the prophet, but now it's time to show off. If you don't show off well and don't talk as well as player number 11, you will be pushed back. Didn't you fight back against 3 or 5 pairs of wolves yesterday? I wonder if you will call me a wolf again today. I think I'm quite tolerant of you. 6 doesn't think you're a wolf. After all, you didn't beat him. Instead, you accepted him. But you set the pace and beat me. How can I not be petty with you? Who do you think is more broad-minded, me or 6? Player number 5 is forcing player number 4 to recognize him. If 4 still dares to point out that 5 might be a wolf, the consequences can be imagined. 5 will definitely mark him as a wolf and beat him. As long as 4 recognizes that he is a good guy, he will be behind 4 in the rounds. In addition, he has his wolf teammates to protect him, so no one can push him forward. I don't think it's necessary to have a wolf appear between 7 and 8 today. 4 and 11 are the key points. A wolf must appear between the two of them. It's impossible for 4 wolves to become police in this game. Only one wolf can appear between 7 and 8. Player 6 is a good guy, and I am a good guy, so the last wolf must be between 4 and 11, right? Look at who the player with number 8 is assigned to in the last position. If he is assigned to number 11, and number 11 is a wolf, then doesn't that mean that number 7 and number 11 are both wolves? On the other hand, if 11 is a good guy, then 4 and 8 are wolves. It's like the good guys have 2 chances to listen to the speeches, this round of speeches and the last words after they are eliminated. I hope the witch is still here and that player 12 is a civilian. Otherwise, the guards will be under a lot of pressure. Okay, that's all I want to say in this round. I'm a good guy, a steely good guy, don't doubt me. Player number 4 please speak. Of course, I'm not afraid to compete with 11. From my perspective, 11 is a wolf. It's true that he abstained from voting for his identity, but his identity is not that of a good person, but that of a wolf. Yesterday, player number 2 stepped on him and even aggressively threw the police badge at him. There is no doubt that this was done to create an antagonistic relationship. Oh, by the way, why did player 2 give the police badge to player 8 to let the good guys know that he is a tough guy? Is it possible that 2 is using this method to be the good guy for Gao Lang's teammates? Of course it's possible. I think this is the cunning part of 2. He gave the police badge to player number 8, which not only tarnished No 8's identity and created a perfect anti-pushing position, but also made his teammates look good. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Player number 4 is very brave. Player 5 said that the best choice today would be between 4 and 11, and he accepted the challenge directly. This made player 5 very happy. For a kind and honest guy like him, it would not be too much to give him a bunch of numbers. It would be best if player number 11 doesn't back down and confronts player number 4 head-on, so that the 2 of them will become completely incompatible. 2 good guys were fighting each other, and they were watching from the sidelines. This was the scene that the wolves liked to see the most. Player 5, I was wrong to attack you yesterday. In this round of speeches, if you can stop calling me a wolf and agree with the logic of player 6 to a certain extent and agree with his definition of my identity, then I will know that you are a good person. And like you said, if your trump card is wolf, you only need to play the hook, there's no need to follow up with the charge. Almost all the good guys were on the side yesterday. What's the point of going for that vote? It will only expose your identity. The most sensible choice is to hook the enemy. Don't say that player number 2 won't be voted out. Even if you sell number 2, you still have to hook it. Player 5 followed player 2 to bet on player 3. How should I put it? In his words, he was possessed by a ghost. In fact, if you think about it, it's completely expected that he would vote for player number 3. In my 3rd and 5th sets, he didn't stand on side 4 because of me, and even talked to me not to play against him. In the 2nd set, 3rd and 5th sets, he wouldn't stand on side 3 directly. He will just think that player 2 hit the wrong person. He wants to vote for 3 to show his loyalty. If player 5 can say this, he can't pick up the wolf card. At least I think so. There are still 2 wolves on the field, 7 and 11. Although player 8 received the wolf's badge, I think player 2 gave him the badge just to get a dirty identity. Player 6 used a word that was just right, overt conspiracy. Player 2 is using his police badge to clearly tell the good guys that I am a dirty guy. Do you dare not expose him? Player number 4 accepted number 5, which was completely expected by everyone. It was reasonable for him to accept number 5. From his personal perspective, if he calls player number 5 a wolf, it would be equivalent to making trouble for himself and making himself more popular. If he doesn't want to be eliminated, he has to admit that he made the wrong choice for player number 5. Logically speaking, if 2 and 5 are double wolves, 5 should not be rushed, and the reverse hook is the wisest choice. Moreover, player number 5 talked about his mental journey of getting on the bandit ticket very realistically, which was completely consistent with what 5 said yesterday, so he did not think that 5's vote for player number 3 was a vote-buying operation. In this way, the wolf pit is very obvious, 7 and 11 are double wolves. It just so happens that in this round, player number 7 is also leading the rhythm with the double wolves 4 and 8, so, aren't they matched up? Since we are competing with player number 11, I won't hide anything. The bottom card guard was left empty on the first night. If the witch is still present, she can jump out and give a correct view. Of course, if the witch has already finished speaking at the front position, then there is nothing we can do. But I can say for sure that the witch still has medicine in her hand, and player number 9 is not a healer. I was guarding player 2 last night because I was determined to side with player 2. Before he gave the badge to player 8, I always thought he was the prophet, but it turned out he was a wolf. Player number 4 was chatting when suddenly a guard appeared. This caught everyone off guard. He didn't show his identity right away, so everyone thought he was a civilian. but he turned out to be a guard. The information reported by player number 4 is not friendly to the wolf. 9 was not killed by the healer, and the witch's antidote has been useless. If 12 was not killed by the witch, then tomorrow will definitely be Christmas Eve. It is impossible for the witch to keep the antidote until the new year. Even if she knows that the person who gets stabbed tonight might be a self-stabbing wolf, she still has to rescue him. Now they can only pray that number 12 was taken away by the witch, otherwise, things will be a bit difficult. I will defend myself at night. I will definitely defend myself. So if I get stabbed, witch, please don't save me, or you will be pierced by me. Let's take a step back and say that even if 12 is picked by the witch, it doesn't matter. As long as we can push 11 out today and pick 7 tomorrow, we can still win. We have enough rounds. Player number 11, as long as the good guys can recognize me, they win the game. Pass. Player number 11, please speak. I'm not a guard, but I don't recognize player 4 as a guard. If nothing unexpected happens, he is a wolf pretending to be a guard, trying to gain time and push me out of the game to grab a round. Because there are not many people left in the back position who haven't spoken, player number 8 should be the wolf. As long as player number 10 is not a guard or a witch, the good guys' vote today will definitely go to me. Even if I'm a guard and I show my identity and beat him up, the good guys will just think I'm a wolf. After all, the one who jumps later is not as reliable as the one who jumps first. My trump card is civilian. Now I can only play against 4th and 8th wolves. I was quite suspicious of player 5. I have always wondered if player 9 could use the police badge to identify his wolf teammates. Now I don't have to think about it anymore. It's useless to think about it. Player number 4 has already marked me as a wolf. What can I do? Why would I go to the number 5 to mark me as a wolf? What's more, I really don't believe that he jumped to the guard position. Everyone is under the same police. After player 10 was identified, 4 was in my wolf pit. Now he says he is a guard and wants to get me out. What do I think about this? It is difficult for player number 11 to recognize guard number 4. Originally, number 4 is in the wolf pit, surrounded by a large number of bandits. Suddenly a guard appears, and he is frantically trying to get him. If he recognizes number 4 as the guard, isn't that the same as recognizing him? After all, 4 has already been voted by the good guys, and today is their turn. As long as he doesn't call 4 a wolf, the good guys will definitely vote for him, without any exceptions. And after this round of speeches, it seems that there are 2 pairs of common sides, one is the 4 and 8 pair of wolves, and the other is the 7 and 11 pair of wolves. He cannot beat player number 4, or if he recognizes player number 4 as the guard, then the good guy can only play the double wolves at 7 and 11. At that time, not only will he have to suffer the resistance, but player number 7 will also be implicated. Therefore, no matter what, he cannot admit that 4 is the guard. If 4 is really the guard in this game, he can only accept the defeat. There is nothing he can do about it. To put it more simply, if you do not recognize that 4 is the guard, and the board is 4 and 8 double wolves, there is still hope of winning. If you recognize that 4 is the guard, no matter whether you are right or wrong, you will definitely lose. Faced with this situation, even a fool would know what to choose. Player 10, I hope your trump card is a guard or a witch, so that you can give the good guys a positive perspective and push player 4 out of the game. Then you can play player 8 tomorrow. If you don't stand up and let the wolf trick the good guys into pushing me out, the good guys will most likely lose. Player 4 said that player 2 beat me with a police badge and was hostile to me, all for the purpose of giving me an identity. Isn't this just finding excuses to accuse me? The logic is that I didn't meet with player 2, and player 2 felt that I might turn around and side with player 3, so he used the police badge trick to put pressure on me, but it turned out to be a different story in his mouth. Yesterday I actually wanted to turn around and stand on the side of 3, because from my perspective, 4 is most likely a wolf, and the possibility of not opening a wolf under the police is too small. But to be honest, player 3's comments were too explosive. If he had talked a little better, I would have voted for player 2 yesterday. 282828. I'm just wondering, is it so difficult to sort out the positive logic? In order to recognize 8, in order to sort out our 7 and 11 wolves, you only focus on the negative logic. I can only say it's a pity that I'm not a wolf. If I were a wolf, I would just jump into the role of a witch. Who would dare to confront me then? Because I'm a good guy, I don't want to disturb the witch's sight and judgment, so I just jumped into the role of a civilian. Otherwise, no one would sit there and wait for death. Finally, I want to have a conversation with the witch. If you have already spoken in the front position, don't vote for 4 when voting, so as not to reveal your identity. As long as the wolves can't find you, even if I'm pushed out, you can prescribe medicine to make a Christmas Eve tonight, and then jump out to shoot player 4 tomorrow. Of course, I still hope that player 10 is a guard or a witch, so that they can win for sure. In fact, now is the time to test the ability of player number 10. Can you accurately find the wolf and make the right judgment? Don't be a slacker. Okay, that's all I wanted to say for this round. The trump card is a civilian. I'm going to play player number 4. He can't recognize this guard. He must be a wolf. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, the most cowardly witch, no one else. Player number 10, please speak. My trump card is neither a guard nor a witch. Although I cannot completely accept the guard 4, it would be too absurd for me to be eliminated directly by him. If you're talking about standing on the wrong side and getting a ticket, everyone has a share. Since no one is clean, don't bring this up. And what player number 6 said makes a lot of sense. There is nothing wrong with the logic of player no 4's statement yesterday. It can even be said that he was playing against player number 3 from a good guy perspective. After all, 3's explosive point was obvious, and 4 heard it. It's not his fault. What's more, I am recognized by everyone as a good guy. He jumped the guard in the front position and was not afraid that I would jump the witch or guard in the back to hit him. This shows that he is very confident. If he were a wolf, he would definitely be worried about pretending to be a guard. What if he was unlucky and found out that I was a guard or a witch? If that happened, the wolf team would lose. After all, he and player number 8 are tied to the same rope. If he is beaten by the wolf, number 8 can't escape either. Because of this pressure, I think if 4 is a wolf, he will most likely not pretend to be a guard. This is not a wise choice. In addition, there is nothing wrong with his speech and logic yesterday, so we can only recognize him as a guard in this round. Player number 10 was very disappointed by what he heard, and felt very disappointed. In this case, he will definitely be pushed out today. If player number 12 is not a witch, there is still a fight, at least a chance of a comeback. But if player number 12 is a witch and there is only one guard left on the field, the good guys will most likely lose. Of course, this cannot be blamed on player number 10, as his thoughts and choices are in line with the vast majority of good people. If your trump card is not a guard or a witch, who dares to easily resist someone who jumps into guard? It would be fine if the other party's speech was very bad, but if you are brave enough you can put on some clothes and show off your skills. If 4 is really a wolf, that would be very cool. Others will always give you a thumbs up. But the problem is that player 4 is a good chatterbox, at least his logic is sound and he looks like a good guy. In this case, 10 doesn't dare to put on clothes and kick player 4 out. To put it bluntly, 4's bottom card is the wolf, 11 was pushed out, and the good guys lost in the end, so it's not his fault. You can't force him to hear that 4 is the wolf pretending to be a guard, right? This is a bit unreasonable. But if 4 is really the guard, and he is wearing clothes in this position and shoots 4, causing the good guys to lose, he will have to take the blame. When reviewing the game, he will be scolded to death. Therefore, there are things you can do and things you can't do. You can't just try to overdo it. You have to trust player number 4. The possibility of him becoming a guard is quite high. 4 is the guard. In this way, from the perspective of the common border relationship, 7 and 11 seem to be the twin wolves. But to be honest, I don't think player 11 is a wolf. If he were a wolf, he wouldn't jump into the role of a civilian and wait to be counter-pushed. From his perspective, player 4 is a good guy. If a good guy jumps to guard, then he must be a guard. If he doesn't jump to witch to confront player 4, does he expect me to force myself to wear clothes and shoot player 4? From this point of view, 11's speech is not worthy of being called a wolf, because it does not conform to the behavioral logic of wolves. If a civilian jumps, he will almost certainly die, but if a witch jumps, there is still room for debate. Is there any need to say more about what choice to make? 41148711. 7 and 8 are opposites. They have been fighting each other since they were police officers. Now player 8 has suddenly taken over the badge of the coyote, and player 7 is clamoring to tear off the badge. Why not just choose between player 7 and player 8? After player number 10 recognized 4, he did not follow the trend and played the double wolves 7 and 11. He felt that the good guys might have miscalculated the common border relationship. Player 4 is a guard, which does not mean that 7 and 11 are the two wolves. At least from what he heard, player number 11 didn't sound like a wolf at all. How could a wolf be so stupid as to jump into a civilian when he knew that he would be pushed back? No matter what, the witch has to struggle, and if she gets hit, the wolf team may go for the witch, so this is a good time to put on the witch's clothes. But 11 didn't do that, so it's really hard to beat him as a wolf. At least you can't mindlessly beat 11 as a wolf. Player number 10 wants to make a move between 7 and 8 in this round, so a wolf must appear between these two. Player number 2 turned over the cards and gave the badge to 8. There are actually many layers of logic to this. The first level is the wolves 2 and 8. Player 2 didn't want to give the badge to the good guy, nor did he want to tear the badge. After all, he had gotten it with great difficulty, so he forcibly gave the badge to his wolf teammate. The second level is that 2 and 8 do not share the same side. Just like 6 said, this is 2's conspiracy. It is clear that I want to dirty 8's identity. Do good people dare not send 8? Do you dare to let 8 lead the team to return the vote? The third level is again the wolves 2 and 8. Player 2 predicted or bet that the good guys would reveal his dirty identity, so he did the opposite. Didn't that make 8's identity a success? Based on what player 2 said, the first level is out of the question. He must be on the second or third level. We'll listen to what player number 8 has to say. If the talk goes well, we'll play 7. Otherwise, we'll still have to tear off the badge. Don't move player number 11 for now. Even if the 7 and 11 are both wolves, player number 7 should be the first one to play today. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player 4, please give me some face and don't touch 11 today. Player number 8, please speak. It's normal for you to suspect that I'm a wolf. After all, player 2 gave me the police badge. Although it is possible that player 2 did this to smear my identity, you can also think more complicatedly, just like the third level of logic that player 10 just talked about. In theory, all three situations he mentioned exist. It's just a matter of how likely they are. But you can't just focus on giving me 2 police badges. You have to look at the relationship between me and player 2 from a higher and broader perspective. The second police officer was very hostile to me. He was the one who led the rhythm and said that I was trying to gain an identity by throwing a check to my Wolves teammates. In order to prove this logic, he even took away the details of my speech, saying that I paused when I was checking for 9, and that this pause was intentional. Think about it carefully. Did player 2 say that? Player 1 also mentioned this in his last words before he left. He said that this is one of the ways in which player 2 is like a prophet. Player 2 and player 8 don't share the same side. If I and player 2 were teammates, would he use this detail to beat me? No. So, 2 and I can't be Wolf teammates. When the police were off duty, 2 was still leading the pace like crazy, saying that 9 and I were Wolf teammates. I threw a check to 9 just to establish an identity, but my level was limited and I played it wrong. His desire to kill me is very real, and it is definitely not just for show to create an antagonistic relationship. Yesterday I explained clearly the mental journey and reasons why I gave up the check and kill to 9 on my guard, and most people in the back position agreed with me. But player 2 is still attacking me in secret, saying that my explanation might be a pretext and excuse that I had thought of long ago, and that I can't be recognized just because of this. From the time the police came to the scene until yesterday, every time player 2 talked about me, he wanted to kill me and pushed me into the Wolf's pit. How could I possibly be a Wolf teammate with him? Player number 7 used rogue logic in this round. Why didn't player 2 dirty his identity instead of the identity of the person in the external position, but chose to dirty my identity? There must be something wrong here. At first glance, what he said seemed to make sense, but in fact it was nonsense. Suppose someone slaps you, and then I gloat over why he didn't hit others or me but you. Is it your own problem? Would you be angry after hearing this? Let's take a step back and say that if player number 2 gives the badge to someone else, this sentence also applies to anyone. People in the external position can say this, right? Of course, there is a reason why player 2 gave me the police badge. I just said that the good people are quite hostile to me because of my fake identity as a police officer. In this case, if they gave me 2 badges to show my dirty identity, it would be easy to get me out of the game. Besides, he wanted to lead the rhythm and push me back. It has become an obsession. I think this is why they gave me 2 badges and not others. Player number 8 stood up and started to fool the good guy. Don't just focus on Ren Fan giving him the police badge. You should broaden your perspective and comprehensively analyze the relationship between him and Ren Fan. Judging from the comments of the police officers, Ren Fan had always wanted to turn 8 and 9 into a pair of wolves to push them out of the game. If they were wolf teammates, Ren Fan would be unlikely to do so and would not have such a strong murderous intent. The most important thing is that Ren Fan is paying attention to details to beat him, which further proves that the 2 of them are not on the same side, because there are very few people who pay attention to details to beat their teammates. At the same time, player number 8 also refuted the logic of player number 7. In his words, if Ren Fan gave the police badge to anyone, he could ask why he didn't give the police badge to others but to you. If he gave it to you, the 2 of you would be twin wolves. Finally, player number 8 also gave a reasonable explanation as to why Ren Fan wanted to give him the police badge and dirty his identity. There were mainly 2 reasons. First, it is easier to dirty his identity. After all, good people have always been hostile to him. The second is a personal obsession. Ren Fan just wants to beat the 8th and 9th wolves, so he dirty his identity. Player 4 is a guard, there is no doubt about that. Not to mention that his logic yesterday was flawless and in line with the perspective of a good guy. Even if he dared to jump into the guard role, he can't pick up the wolf card. The wolf will not play the guard when there is a good guy in the back position, because he should not only think about himself, but also think about me. Aren't the good guys in the 4th and 8th wolves? Once his identity is exposed, I won't be able to escape even if I want to. To be on the safe side, it would be wise for him to jump to a civilian. Anyway, the police badge is in my hand, so we have the advantage. If it doesn't work out, I can jump to the God card in the last position to forcefully resist the push of player no 11. So, instead of having player number 4 risking the team's collapse by playing the role of a guard to resist player number 11, it's relatively easy for me to vote for player number 11 in the last position. Player number 4 can jump to guard, so he is the guard. Player number 10 knows this better than me, so I won't say more. The wolf pits I can point to right now are 7 and 11. If there's a good person between them, then player 5 will have to go into the wolf pit. Player number 6 is a good guy that I recognized. If he was a wolf, he would never recognize player number 4, because before player number 4 jumped the guard, he was a very powerful bandit. If he recognized player number 4, it would be easy for people to think that player number 4 and player number 6 were wolves. 6 dared to say that 4's logic was fine and that 3's mistakes should not be blamed on 4. Once such a statement came out, he could no longer hold up the wolf card. So, if there are good people in 7-11, then we can only pick player number 11, because no one else can. In fact, the speech of player number 7 in this round was a blast. When he saw 2 gave me the police badge, he directly played 2 and 8 double wolves. He didn't even think about whether 2 was dirtying my identity. With this mentality, can he still be a good person? And yesterday he said that player number 9 might have been killed by a healer. The good people speculated that he might be a guard or a witch, but he did not respond to this question directly. Ambiguity is the werewolf's usual routine. As long as he has the possibility of being a god, good people will not dare to easily resist him. Player number 4 is a guard. Could he be a witch? Would the witch sell her perspective and say that player number 9 is a healer? Is she afraid that the wolf can't find him? In the final analysis, 7 is just a werewolf who wants to wear clothes but doesn't dare to. Number 11 has good people. I don't deny that. So tomorrow, let's let 5 and 11 compete. The prerequisite is that today 11 must put his vote on 7 and show his loyalty. If it's to force me to vote, I won't worry about whether player number 5 can be a wolf when I wake up tomorrow. I will just play 7 and 11 as double wolves. Well, that's all I want to say this round. I hope a good person can recognize me. Player number 10 just discussed 3 levels of logic. After listening to my speech, you should know what to choose, right? In the words of player 4, 2 giving me a police badge might be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While it's dirtying my identity, it also makes 11 look good. It's a very clever and cunning calculation. Let's go with player number 7 today. We still have to listen to player number 10's advice. After all, he is the person with the highest status on the field. Steady? After listening to the speech of player number 8, Ren Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Number 8 really did not disappoint his expectations. It was very important that he paid attention to the details and attacked the double wolves at 8 and 9, which could make the good guys feel that 2 and 8 were not on the same side. And the last paragraph is really able to win people's hearts. He said that the advice of player number 10 must be listened to. This gives 10 enough face at once, so 10's favorability towards him must have soared. If nothing unexpected happens, player number 7 will definitely be pushed out today. If 12 was left by the witch, and there was only 1 guard left on the field, the wolves would have won. But if the witch is still hiding and hasn't come out, there will be a lot of variables. After listening to everyone's comments, if there is anyone else who might be a witch, Ren Fan thinks it is most likely player number 10. When he spoke, he emphasized that he was neither a guard nor a witch, which made him seem a little bit vague. I hope he is overthinking it. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. After player number 8 passed the mic, the system's prompt sounded immediately. 10 seconds later, the exile vote was presented to everyone. 4568107. 711 choose to vote for player 8. As expected, player number 7 was pushed out by a big ticket. Player number 7 is out. Please leave your last words. It's really tiring to play a game with you guys. You guys don't use your brains, and you can even play 7 or 11 double wolves. If my trump card is the wolf, after I killed player number 12 yesterday, should I have put on clothes when I get up today? Otherwise, why did I kill player no 12? And you all said that my speech was more like a guard or a witch. I have laid all the groundwork. If I want to lead the pace and resist the number 8 player from tearing the badge, how can I not pretend to be a guard or a witch? Why didn't I jump? Because I'm a good guy in my bottom card. Yesterday I said that player number 9 might have been killed by the healer, just to attract the werewolf's attention. You can't even figure out this logic, and you still use this to hit me. How can player 8 be a good person? Player number 7 was so angry that he almost couldn't help but swear. In fact, even if he swore, it would be no big deal. At most, he would be reported and his credit points would be deducted. Although there is a risk of his account being blocked in theory, it is very rare for someone to be blocked for swearing at someone. But in the end he held back. It feels good to scold someone, but it is difficult to get his credibility back. He can only recover 3 points a day, and the starting point for a dunk is 5 points, and in serious cases it is 10 points. Unless he stops playing for the next few days, he still has to restrain himself. Besides, it is never nice to curse people, it is a bit cheap, not to mention that everyone makes stupid mistakes sometimes. In this round, number 8 was holding a police badge and fooling around in the last position, so it was understandable that a good person got the wrong ticket. But he was still very angry. Among so many people in the venue, only player number 11 voted 8, and everyone else was so stupid as to vote for him. They were really stupid. Zhenji was the worst. I didn't jump to the god this round, which means I must be a good person who wants to take the knife. As I said before, if my trump card was a wolf, I would have jumped to the witch or the guard. Let's talk about player 11. He knows that jumping to civilian means he is waiting to die and will be eaten by the resistance. How can he just sit there and wait for death? Player 4 jumps to guard, so he can jump to witch and say that player 9 was killed by the healer. This is in line with the behavior logic of a wolf. I don't think the logic is that difficult to figure out. Why are they all so stupid? Player 4 jumped to guard. Even if he is a guard, we can't say that 7 and 11 are 2 wolves, right? 64459. You guys don't discuss the logic that should be discussed at all, but you are very enthusiastic about things that shouldn't be discussed. I really don't know what to say to you. If 4 is really the guard, and 12 is the witch's move, then the game is lost. I hope the witch is still here, but from what she said, I really can't tell who looks like the witch who doesn't prescribe medicine. I originally thought it was player 11. It was outrageous that he abstained from voting. With such a train of thought, he would not prescribe medicine on the first night. But he jumped to the civilian level, which means I was overthinking it. Besides, player 2 was poisoned. Judging from the votes yesterday, the only one who could be so cruel as to poison player 2 was player 12. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's enough for the good people to know that I left as a good person and that 11 can't take the wolf card. Player number 8 is a fixed wolf. The last wolf is between 5 and 6. That's it. Pass. After hearing player 7's last words, the good guys couldn't help but frown. It seems, maybe the wrong person is here. Regardless of the emotions of player number 7, his logic makes a lot of sense. If he is a wolf, he has laid the groundwork for his identity on the first day. In this round, he has to resist player number 8 from tearing off the police badge. Why doesn't he just pretend to be brave and put on clothes? The witch is no longer poisonous, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The guards cannot prove their identities and can jump however they want. And player number 11 was on the verge of being pushed, but he didn't even use his magic card to avoid being pushed. All the circumstances indicate that 7 and 11 are not wolves, let alone double wolves. I'm afraid we're going to lose this game. 2 wolves appear among 5, 6, and 8, or 12 is the guard who leaves, and player 4 is trying to jump out. Now the good guys can only pray that the witch is still here if they want to win, otherwise, they can already hand in their cards. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 7 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. Ren Fan only hated that he couldn't tell his wolf teammates to kill player number 10. The best choice tonight is knife 10. If it is player number 4, it will be a disaster if the witch is still present. For blade 4, the witch doesn't need to prescribe antidote, because the guard will definitely defend himself, and if he uses the medicine, he will be killed. The witch can still prescribe medicine at night, and then the guards can defend themselves. With so many rounds, the good guys just don't play with their brains, so it's time to throw all the wolves out. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that last night was Christmas Eve. Hearing these 3 words, Ren Fan's heart tightened. It seems that the wolf knife did not fall on player number 10 last night, and 5 and 8 were a little short after all. I hope that the guards can guard this Christmas Eve themselves, otherwise, the situation will be turned around by the good guys. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system prompt sounds. Player number 6 please speak. To be honest, after listening to player 7's last words, I don't think he died as a wolf. His emotions sound very real, and it's hard for a wolf to fake them. And putting aside the nonsense of emotions, his logic is flawless. Player number 12 was stabbed, and the wolf must have gone after the witch or the guard. Since he thought that number 12 had a status and successfully stabbed him, number 7 should put on his clothes as soon as possible. His mentality is indeed more like that of a good guy who takes the blame, but it's a pity that he failed to deceive the werewolf. Including player number 11, they have all been put in the anti-push position. With a guard and a civilian, we can easily guess how the good guys will vote. If 11 is a wolf, in that situation, it would be impossible to film a civilian. He would have to jump into the witch role no matter what. Otherwise, he would just wait to die. So, I feel that player number 7 is most likely not a wolf. Then are player number 5 and number 8 2 wolves? Or is player number 11 a wolf? He knew that his wolf teammates would not push him in the last position, so he didn't jump out of his mind. Player number 6 feels that he is going to lose the game. Yesterday, player 7's last words made him realize that he had bought the wrong ticket. 7 and 11 cannot be twin wolves. Their words and actions do not seem to be consistent with being wolf cards. But 8 and 11 could be twin wolves, which would explain why 11 doesn't dance. There is no need for him to jump, as player 8 has the police badge and can jump directly to guard with the 4th pair. 107887. So, 8 and 11 can be processed. 585925. Last night on Christmas Eve, player number 4 defended himself, right? Then why didn't the wolf explode? If it exploded, he could have killed player number 4 at night. Do you still want to pretend? 58811. Just because player 11 didn't take a photo yesterday doesn't mean he's a good guy. If player 8 was a bad guy, he wouldn't have to use his god card to bully teammate 8. He would have been in the last position to fight against teammate 4. This can reasonably explain why 11, as a wolf, knew that he was in the anti-push position, but he didn't jump. He knew that he would not be pushed, so he naturally didn't jump. After all, the police badge of the wolf teammate was not obtained for nothing. Or maybe the double wolves on 5 and 8, and the police badge on 9 are purely to provide identity for 2 and 5. Judging from the side 5 stands on and the type of vote, this possibility is entirely possible. If the wolf doesn't explode, I will play player number 8. But why didn't the wolf explode? 4 must be a guard. What's the point of this? Could it be that 7 was really the wolf that left? Player number 6 was a little confused. 7's last words made him feel that he couldn't hold up the wolf card, but there were 2 wolves on the field, and the wolves could just use their knives to chop them up. What was there to act? Drama queen? Unless there are no 2 wolves on the field, then player number 7 can only be the wolf, but this conflicts with his definition of the identity of number 7, which makes number 6 feel very troubled. Player 4, you return the vote. I don't think 7 is a wolf. I hope I'm wrong. If he is a wolf, that would be great. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Pass. Player number 5 please speak. What does he belong to? He belongs to the votes. He is a wolf. Okay, I was guarding player number 10 last night, Christmas Eve, which means the wolf knife fell on player number 10. I can still defend myself tonight. Player number 4 is the wolf. I voted for player number 7 yesterday out of sheer helplessness. If I had put my vote on player number 4, my identity would have been exposed. I can only pretend to close my eyes and shield player 10. I can't even defend myself. Even if I defend correctly, it's useless because the good guys are 2 rounds behind. I must try my best to survive Christmas Eve. Even if I can't make it out, I have to make sure that after I jump out, I can defend myself at night and the wolf's sword won't kill me. Otherwise, I will still lose. Player number 5 stood up and jumped guard with player 4. When Ren Fan saw this situation, he knew that the witch was still there. I'm afraid that the wolf knife didn't fall on player 4 last night, but on an external position. As soon as Christmas Eve came out, player 5 realized that the witch was still present. This Christmas Eve was fished out by the antidote. It is impossible for player number 4 to defend in the outside position. Similarly, if the wolf's sword had fallen on 4 last night on Christmas Eve, 5 would not have been able to jump on guard with 4. If he had jumped, it would mean that the wolf's sword did not fall on 4. Ren Fan frowned slightly. Player number 10 should be the witch. The one who got stabbed last night was not number 10, nor could it be number 11. In this case, it could only be player number 6. Player number 7 is definitely a good guy, there is no doubt about that. There are still 2 wolves on the field. One is player number 4, and the other is probably player number 8. 4 and 8 are the twin wolves. Player number 11 should be a good guy. After 4 jumped the guard yesterday, he was going to resist 11. From this point, it can be seen that 4 and 11 do not share the same side. I have always recognized player number 6. I cannot believe he is a wolf. If he is a wolf, I can only let him win. There is nothing I can do. From my perspective, 4 and 8 are the 2 wolves. If the good guys don't dare to play 4 directly today, it doesn't matter. You can play 8 first. If tomorrow morning is Christmas Eve, doesn't that prove that card 4 is a wolf? Because if he was a guard, he must have defended himself last Christmas Eve. Tonight, wolf chopped him down with a knife, and the game was over immediately, right? So, it doesn't matter if the good guys can't tell who is the guard between me and player 4. Just play player number 8 today. My request is not too much, right? Player number 5 is going to play number 8. It seems that he wants to sell himself to number 8 as an identity. Because there is a problem with the information about the people he is guarding, there is a high probability that the good guys can be caught. If they can't win, even if player 8 is pushed out, player 4 won't be able to beat player 5 tomorrow. 55858. At least that's the case from the good guys' perspective, and that's the purpose of 5, to prevent the good guys from dealing with the 5 and 8 wolves. After a pause, player 5 spoke again. I said it yesterday, I am definitely not a wolf. If I were a wolf teammate with player 2, I wouldn't be able to charge for him, because player 9 has already prepared my identity, and logically, player 2 and player 5 can't be a pair of wolves. I just need to play the hook, and player 2 clicked me in when he was in the wolf pit, which means he was hinting that I should stand on the side of player 3, so it is even more impossible for me to hang the ticket on player 3. I talked about the reason why I voted for player 3 and my mental journey yesterday. At that time, I only thought that 2 was the prophet. I voted for 3 just to distance myself from 3 and to show my loyalty to 2. In the end, the clown turned out to be me, but I really can't be a wolf teammate with 2. I hope the good guys won't be led astray. The police badge flow in Disc 9 was to create an identity for me. It doesn't exist. 9 is my ID. How can I not go on the right track? Do I have to rush to get the ticket? This doesn't make sense. Yesterday, player 4 wore my clothes after I spoke. I knew he was looking for the guard, so I couldn't vote for him. Player 11 also said that the guard had to hide his identity. Only in this way could he have a chance to turn the tables. I was lucky yesterday and held on to player number 10. Today, good people must trust me. If you can play 4 directly, that would be the best. If not, play player number 8. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Keep the bottom card guard. You can play 4 or 8. It depends on the return vote of player number 10. That's it. End of this chapter. Chapter 70. This kid is really good at fooling people. Player number 4, please speak. Player number 5. Player number 5, I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually a wolf. Yesterday you followed the logic of player 6 and gave me a hand, saying that although I was on the wrong side and got a bandit ticket, I was not necessarily a wolf. I was so moved at the time. I had already played 3 or 5 pairs of wolves, and you still recognized me. I really thought you were a good person, but you hid so deeply. Logically, if you didn't jump the guard with me, I would have played player number 11 today. But since you jumped, I can only put the ticket on you. Player number 5, I admit that your status is higher than mine. Player number 9 used the police badge to create a good status for you and player 2, and almost fooled all the good people. And you also explained perfectly why you didn't vote for me yesterday. I should say it was completely logical and completely consistent with the operation of a guard. But you talked a lot about player 5. You couldn't have guarded player 10 yesterday. Assuming that our 4th and 8th players are the 2 wolves, yesterday the 11th player took the anti-push position and said that he was a civilian, so he must be a civilian and cannot be a guard who hides his identity. It's even less likely that player 10 is a guard. If he was a guard, he would have already taken down his identity and kicked me out. In this case, from our wolf's perspective, the guard should be between 5 and 6, right? It's understandable that you don't defend yourself, because it's useless even if you defend yourself until Christmas Eve. The next day, after the wolf explodes, you can continue to chop it. Then the guards can only watch themselves being stabbed. Unless the witch is still here. But then again, if the witch is still here, she will be wiped out by the healer if she defends herself and takes the antidote. So, a courageous guard cannot defend himself. Otherwise, he will definitely lose. If he wants to defend, he must defend player number 6. The wolf team thinks that if a guard is placed between 5 and 6, then they will definitely kill between 5 and 6. Player 5 must have been guarding player 6 last night. Guarding player 10 is a blast, because the wolf team cannot kill player 10, so why would he guard player 10? Don't tell me that player 5 can't figure this out. That's impossible. If he can't figure this out, then he can't call himself a guard. Player number 4 certainly didn't expect that player no 5's bottom card could be a wolf, but the facts are here. Player number 5 is wearing a guard's uniform and wants to get rid of him. Can he be a good person? Now that I think about it, player number 3 was right. 2 and 5 are 2 wolves, and the police badge flow of 9 is purely to provide an identity for the wolf teammates. However, player no 5's speech in this round exposed him as a bandit. He said that he was guarding 10 last night on Christmas Eve. As soon as he said this, he could no longer pick up the guard card. It is impossible for the wolf to attack player number 10. As a guard, number 5 is also impossible to guard number 10. The perspective and mentality of his speech are that of a wolf. Because 5 only thought that 10 was the person with the highest status on the field, and there was no problem for him to guard 10, but he ignored that the wolf knife was meant to chop at the guards. From the wolf's perspective, 10 cannot be the guard. If a guard is sent out between 5 and 6 and 5 does not want to defend himself, he must be guarding player 6. So, if he said that watching the 6th last night was Christmas Eve, it would be about right, but if he said that watching the 10th was Christmas Eve, he would be going too far. The logic of player number 4 beating 5 is very correct and completely tenable. However, he did not seem to realize that this was a flaw that 5 had deliberately exposed, or had to expose. Ren Fan estimated that the wolf knife should have fallen on player number 6 last night. He said that shield 6 was equivalent to recognizing the wolf, because 10 would jump to the witch's front view. In this case, he could only say that he shielded player number 10. Only by talking in this way could he sound serious. If he pretends to be a guard and says that he shielded 6 last night, then the witch will definitely play 5 to resist 8 and pull the opponent to make an identity. Only when the shield is 11 and someone finds the explosive point in the subtle details, the witch will not think of the double wolves at 5 and 8. He wants to release 8 in order to pull the opposite side as his identity. Player 5 is definitely a wolf, but I just can't understand why he is jumping the guard against me at this time. I defended myself last night. Christmas Eve means that the wolf knife fell on me. If player number 7 is a good guy and there are still 2 wolves on the field, there is no need to act. Just use your sword to chop them directly. If 7 was killed by a wolf, 5 and 7 were both wolves, and today was not his turn, why would he pretend to be a guard in front of me? I've been thinking about this for a long time but still can't figure it out. The only reasonable explanation is that player 5 just wanted to use his speech to trick the good guys into kicking me out. If that's the case, it's really outrageous. Whatever happens, let's go with player number 5 today. If the wolf doesn't explode, my ticket will be on him. As for whether or not 7 was a wolf, it doesn't matter how many wolves are on the field. Originally I didn't plan to win this game. Since the wolf likes this tune and wants to tease the good guys on the last day, I'll send him out. That's it. It's over. After all, player 4's thinking was not enough, or he was stuck in a logical dead end. In his mind, he had guarded Christmas Eve last night by himself and it had nothing to do with the witch. The witch was most likely the player number 12 who had been eliminated. If he could break out of this logical circle, and if the witch pan was still present and it was the witch who prescribed medicine to save people on Christmas Eve last night, he wouldn't be so confused as to why 5 had to pretend to be a guard. Player number 11 please speak. 4 and 5 are jumping guards. If I follow my thoughts yesterday, I will trust player 5 without hesitation, because I can't recognize the guard 4. But after listening to 4 and 5's comments, I also think there's something wrong with 5's operation. How could he have guarded player 10 last night? Assuming that player 4 is a wolf, from his perspective, if player 10 is a guard, he will definitely use his identity to fight him, and drive him out of the game. Then he can defend himself at night. The number of rounds is enough, and there is no need to hide and not jump. 10 didn't jump yesterday, which means he's definitely not a guard. The wolves couldn't have attacked him at night. 5 shouldn't be unable to figure out this logic, right? So, the logic of player number 4 is completely correct. This is almost ironclad logic. Player number 5 is a guard and will not guard player number 10. He will either guard himself or player no 6. Then the question is, as a wolf, what is player 5 trying to do by pretending to be a guard at this time? It seems completely unnecessary. Today is not his turn. If he is the only one left on the field, he will just hide quietly and will not try to jump over the guard. If there are 2 of them, there's really no need to be a tough guy. Last night, player number 4 defended himself on Christmas Eve, and he blew himself up today, and then he could just give him a knife tonight. I can't understand player 5's actions now. I'm confused. It can be heard that player number 11 is as confused as the guard. He has no idea what the point of player 5, as a wolf, pretending to be a guard at this time. There is only one wolf left on the field, it is not his turn, and it is not his turn to act tough. There are 2 wolves left on the field, so there is no need to act anymore. So, what exactly is player 5? Is he just pretending to be a guard and humiliating the good guys? If so, I will curse him to death after the game is over. It's obvious that he would win by self-destructing and killing player number 4, but he still had to do this. It's really disgusting. Although from last night's guard information, player 5 can't pick up the guard card, but if I vote, I will vote for player 4. Because the wolf can't go on with plate 5, he is the wolf and doesn't need to pretend to be a guard. It doesn't matter whether the good guy or the wolf leaves at plate 7, it's the same. He just needs to stay alive. It's not his turn. In this case, we can only believe what player 5 said. He was guarding 10 last night on Christmas Eve. Although this is a bit outrageous, it is bizarre that player 5 is a wolf. So, we can only trust player 5. There's nothing we can do. Player number 11 finally chose to believe that 5 was the guard. He agreed that the logic of 4 versus 5 was correct, but logic is just logic after all and does not represent facts. As for player number 5, who is a wolf, no matter how you play the game, you can't expect him to come out to pretend to be a guard. It makes no sense at all, unless he is deliberately teasing the good guys. In that case, wait until the game is over before scolding him. Now we can only trust him, otherwise, is xin4 the guard? Why is player number 5 pretending to be a guard? Is he bored? Now I can only say that I hope that player 5 is a guard, and that 4 and 8 are wolves. Otherwise, let's just play player 8 today. He has the police badge given by the wolves, so he has a big bandit side. Although some logic can show that there is a high probability that the 2 of them did not meet, but as I said before, sometimes even if the logic is correct, it does not necessarily mean it is the truth. Just like when player 4 plays against player 5 and can't get the guardian card, I think he played it right, but you can't treat player 5 as a wolf, because you can't play it that way. Let's send out player number 8. We'll have another round with players number 4 and 5 tomorrow. That's it. We've won? Player number 10 please speak. Player number 4, you always think that you guarded Christmas Eve, so of course you can't understand why player 5 is the wolf and pretended to be the guard. To tell you the truth, Wolf Blade was on player number 6 last night. I'm a witch, and I picked up number 6. Your self-defense has nothing to do with Christmas Eve, understand? As expected by Ren Fan, 10 is a witch, the wolf knife fell on player 6 last night, and the 5th jumping guard was sent out to give away the identity of 8. This was something he had to do. It was Christmas Eve, and player number 6 knew that the witch was still there. After a little arrangement, he knew that player number 10 was the witch, and he did not tell the truth yesterday. In this case, if he doesn't jump the guard, the good guys will inevitably have 5 or 8 pairs of wolves. Because the last words of player number 7 yesterday didn't sound like a wolf leaving. I could beat the 7 and 11 double wolves yesterday, but it's not easy today. But I can't let good people deal with 5 or 8 pairs of wolves, so I sell myself. Player number 5 is a wolf. Why did he say he was watching me last night? It's not that he was too talkative, but he had no choice. If he said he was watching player number 6, then my information wouldn't match. He guarded 6, and I got 6, so it's like the healer is through. How could it be Christmas Eve? So he can't say he guarded 6, he can only say he guarded me. Unfortunately, he only cared about not conflicting with my information, but he didn't think about the possibility that the wolf would come to stab me. Because I can't pick up the guard card. I'm the guard, and I can keep player 4 alive. I didn't jump into the witch yesterday because the information of the guard of player number 4 matched mine. He knew that player number 9 was either healed or I didn't have the antidote. As for why I didn't prescribe the antidote on the first night, you may not believe me. It was because I didn't have time to prescribe it. I had other things to do at the time. By the time I was ready to save people, the time had passed. At the time I felt like I was doomed, but now that I think about it, it's really a blessing in disguise. Listening to the speech of player number 10, player 1 rolled his eyes. It turned out that the failure of player no 9's self-sword attack was just an accident. This made him even more depressed. 10 still has the nerve to say that a blessing in disguise. If he hadn't been shot and taken away by the Wolf King on the first day, he would have won the game long ago. Why was it so difficult to fight? Player 4 is a guard. At that time, everyone played 4 and 8 double wolves, or 7 and 11 double wolves. I wanted to vote for 11 directly, but 11's speech didn't sound like a wolf. If nothing else, if he was a wolf, how could he film a civilian and wait for resistance? I didn't want to play 11 at the time, so I changed the turns to 7 and 8. 7 5 8 5 8 5 8. If 5 jumps to guard and says that it was player 6 who was guarding last night, then I think 5 is trying to pull the opponent to the opposite side to make an identity by bringing out 8, because as soon as I jump out to see him, he is a fixed wolf, and it is unrealistic to resist 8. But he just wanted to come out with an 8, it was like he was deliberately stepping on his wolf teammates for his identity. The key is that he said that I was guarding last night, so I can't just play 5 or 8 double wolves, and 5 against wolf teammates as an identity. There should be 2 wolves on the field, either 5 and 8 or 5 and 11. Judging from the words of player 5 in this round, the possibility of 5 and 11 being a pair of wolves is greater. 588488. Even though player 11 said he agreed with player 4's logic and that player 5 couldn't take the guard, he still believed that player 5 was the guard and wanted to play player 8. Doesn't this mean that player 5 and player 11 might be the two wolves? Today, we will send out player number 5. Tomorrow, we will send out players number 8 and number 11. Player number 6 is a silver player. I can definitely recognize him as a silver player. Because player number 12 was stabbed, the witch didn't use an antidote but directly used poison. So from the wolf's perspective, it would seem that player number 12 was most likely killed by the witch. Besides, their knife 12 should be aimed at the witch, so the wolf will think that the witch is gone. In this case, if 6 is a wolf, he will not kill himself. 6 must be a good person who gets stabbed. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. The trump card is the witch, 6 is the silver water, and 5 is unanimously defeated. That's it, I passed. Player number 8 please speak. It's fine to send player number 5. He jumped to guard and said that he had shield 10 last night and it was Christmas Eve, so he spiraled and exploded. But don't treat me and number 5 as wolf teammates again, okay? I found that I was showing off every time I went around, telling you that I don't share the same side with a certain wolf. On the first day, I used logic to tell you that player 9 and I don't share the same side. Yesterday, I used logic to tell you that player 2 and I don't share the same side. Now I have to say that player 5 and I don't share the same side. 2, 5, and 9 are the three wolves. Let's be fair. If I were in the wolf team, would I be like this? Listening to player no 8's complaints, the good guy couldn't help but smile. It seemed to be true. From the first day till now, player number 8 has been showing off all the time, and it is all because of his unclear relationship with a certain wolf. For example, with player number 9, the good guy suspected that 8 and 9 were double wolves, and he threw a check to 9 to make an identity. For another example, yesterday, Ren Fan gave him the police badge, and the good guy suspected that 2 and 8 were double wolves. Today I suspect 5 and 8 pairs of wolves again. In other words, 8 has always been on the edge of the wolf pit. This round, player number 5 pretended to be a guard. He obviously felt that if he didn't do it, the good guys would get the wolves at 5 and 11 sooner or later. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The witch is still here. This is beyond their expectations, so we have to pretend to be a guard and compete with player 4 for the speech. In fact, 11 had already prepared for him yesterday. If you listened carefully, you would have realized that 11 had told the guards not to vote for 4 and expose their identities. This is to pave the way for the wolf teammate to impersonate the guard. A good person would not talk about this. If you think about it carefully, all the remarks are not coincidental, but inevitable. Yesterday 11 told the guard not to vote for 4, and today he believes 5 is the guard and wants to get rid of me. Do you think this is all coincidence? Ren Fan was not wrong about player number 8. He was really good at arguing and fooling people. In just a few words, he cleverly linked 11's remarks yesterday and 5's behavior of pretending to be a guard. Not only that, he also distorted and amplified the statement of player number 11 that player number 5 was a guard and was coming to resist him, and the rhythm was very fast. Player number 5 must have had some plans when he pretended to be a guard today. It would be best if we could push 4 out of the game directly, so that we can win with 1 strike at night. If they can't push number 4, and the good guys don't really believe he's a guard, then they can settle for the next best thing and push me. As long as I'm out, they can kill number 4 at night, and then kill the witch if I explode. Oh no, if I'm pushed out today, Night Wolf will kill player 6 with a single blow, and the game will be over immediately. That's why player 5 said that if the good guys don't believe him, they can put me out first. He can just take on either me or player 4. The wolves just need this one round. Why didn't player number 11 jump to God yesterday when he was in the anti-push position? It's simple. He couldn't jump. Because when the sheriff voted, he abstained from voting. He said at the time that it was to create an identity for himself. In other words, he has no identity. If he were a witch, would he not even dare to vote and only think about abstaining from voting to create an identity? His remarks are just like those of the people, so it's not that 11 doesn't want to jump into the spirit world, but if he does, it's like admitting he's a wolf. Player number 4 jumped to the guard position in the front position. If he jumped to the guard position again, no one would believe him. But if he jumped to the witch position, no one would believe him even more. So he could only be forced to shoot civilians, and then use this to improve his reputation. I remember it very clearly. He said that if he were a wolf, he would definitely pretend to be a witch and would not sit still and wait for death. But he did not say that pretending to be a witch was no different from pretending to be a wolf. I have said so much just to tell the good people, can you please recognize me and stop asking me to be with a certain wolf? If player 2 and I were werewolves, would he give me the badge and make me the focus? There's absolutely no need. The advantage of being a werewolf is not to return the votes with the badge, but to do a good job of being a werewolf and avoid being the focus. Player 2 gave me the police badge, but he was actually trying to trick me. I still remember clearly what player 6 said yesterday about player 2 giving me the police badge as a conspiracy, because he touched my heart. Believe me, no wolf would give the police badge to a wolf teammate in this situation, and player 2 is no exception. This round, both player 5 and player 11 said they could play me first today. Isn't their relationship obvious? 5 and 11 are two wolves. Player 11's comments are always bad. For example, when the sheriff was voting, he abstained from voting. Another example is when he was under the police, his comments were normal, but player 2 reacted strongly and insisted on calling him a wolf. In the last round of speeches, he agreed with player 4's logic, but believed that player 5 was the guard, and followed player 5's words to kill me. If this isn't a wolf, what is it? After all this, I think the good guy should be able to recognize me, right? If not, I will show my skills again tomorrow. Let's get rid of player number 5 today. I'll play against player number 11 tomorrow. That's it. I'll win. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. As soon as player number 8 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. It can be said that there is no suspense in this round of exile voting. There is a 5% chance that player number will be eliminated by unanimous votes. The reason why player number 11 believed that player 5 was the guard was that he did not hear the witch's speech. After player number 10 jumped onto the witch, he could understand why player 5, who was the wolf, wanted to pretend to be the guard. The confusion in his mind was resolved and his logic became clear. If he didn't vote for player number 5, who would he vote for? Tomorrow there will be a PK between 8 and 11. Player number 8 has the advantage. After all, he holds the police badge and is in the last position to vote and speak, while player number 11 is far behind. In addition, this kid is good at talking and making excuses. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to push the 11th resistance out of the game. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 456810115. It was really a unanimous vote. 5 even voted for himself to ensure that the formation was not incomplete. Player number 5 is out. Please leave your last words. You don't believe I'm a guard, right? Then I'll die in front of you. Are you all satisfied with this ticket type? I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a wolf. What can I do? It's really tiring to pretend to be a guard. Even the guard's information can be attacked. It's outrageous. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have helped player 2 to win the ticket. It would have been better for me to just play the hook honestly. I have failed player number 9. He used the police badge to give me an identity. I should have seized the opportunity and hooked him to death. I shouldn't have rushed for votes. Otherwise, who would have thought that I was the wolf? What player number 5 said is absolutely right. If he is determined to play the hook, no one can catch him. When player number 4 was eliminated, he talked about the police badge flow of 9, which might be to give 5 an identity. That was also a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The main thing was that Ren Fan had already chosen 5 to fall into the wolf's pit, and 5 was still rushing to vote, so he couldn't help but think about it. If 5 followed him to vote for Ren Fan, he would never play the double wolf of 2 and 5. After all, he himself admitted that he shouldn't play against player number 5. Now he has been pushed out of the game. It is all player no 5's own fault that he fell into this situation step by step. I shouldn't have killed player 6 last night. I should have killed player 10. But who would have thought he was a witch? I thought 12 was the witch who left, but 10 is still waiting here. How patient. Forget it, I won't say any more. You can find out who the last wolf is by yourselves. That's it. It's over. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 5 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered dark night. At the same time, Ren Fan's live broadcast room. It's outrageous that 10 is a witch. It was an accident that he didn't save player 9 on the first night, but could it be an accident that he didn't save player 12 on the second night? I think he did it on purpose. The miracle merchant is even more depressed, right? His death was an accident, ha ha ha. Player number 5 shouldn't have jumped to the guard position. Wouldn't it be better to let player number 4 lead the tempo and resist the push of player no 11? You're overthinking. Good guys are not fools. If 11 is the only wolf left on the field, what is there for him to struggle for? Tomorrow we'll see if player 8 can trick the good guys into pushing player 11 out of the game. Now that I think about it, it was a wise move for the anchor to give the badge to 8. They said it was a competition between 8 and 11, but it's obviously unfair. 8 has too big of an advantage. The miracle merchant's bored. The good guys had such a big advantage, but they still ended up like this. Too bad. He's called a miracle merchant, but he's actually just an ordinary wolf king guard. The miracle merchant was eliminated without doing anything. How can a good guy have any advantage? Player number 11 must be more powerful and talk number 8 out of the game. I don't want to see the anchor win. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the person who died last night was player number 4, without any last words. 4 being attacked by a knife and losing the cards was completely within the good guy's expectations. After all, the wolf had no other choice last night. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system beep sounded again. Player number 6 please speak. Happiness is a choice between 2 options, exciting. I think player 11 is more of a bad guy. I don't know what player 10 thinks. First of all, the possibility of 8 and 9 being double wolves now seems very small. At the beginning, we played 8 and 9 double wolves. Player 8 threw a check to his wolf teammate to make an identity. I think 8's level is limited, and he made things worse. But after listening to these few rounds of speeches, I think player 8's level is quite high. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would create an identity for himself and end up making things worse. The way we are playing him is inconsistent with the strength he has shown, so we can't play him as a wolf. We can only believe that he is a good man who shows off his skills. We can only believe in his mental journey and reasons for helping 9 Dio to find out and kill his fake identity. Secondly, both the top and bottom police officers of Player 2 are hostile to Player 8. They have been plotting against Players 8 and 9. From their comments, it is clear that Player 2 and Player 8 will not meet in a big way. In the end, he suddenly gave the badge to 8, and gave it to 8 after his identity was exposed. This is not in the interests of the wolves. He deliberately exposed his identity, surely to face the good guys who are Gao's teammates, right? And 8 is the opposite of him. He is a wolf, so 8's identity will naturally become very high. In this case, why did he give 8 a police badge? Was he afraid that the good guys would not suspect 2 and 8 of being a pair of wolves? 5118-5118. And it's ridiculous that 11 can recognize Player 5 as a guard. 5 is already talking so much, how can he hold the guard card? Finally, it's about the attitude of Player 2 towards Player 11. I just recalled it carefully. It was Player 7 who started to say not to kill Player 3 with one blow. The latter players followed suit until Player 12 turned around and stood by Player 3. But Player 2 had no hostility towards 7, and even fought 8 less fiercely. The only thing he reacted to was that he might not be a prophet in 11th plate. For this reason, he also used the police badge on 11. I now think that he used the police badge on 11 not only to create an antagonistic relationship, but also to give the police badge to 11. Later, he took poison and changed his mind temporarily and gave the police badge to Player No 8. So, I think 8 should be a good guy, and 11 is a wolf. He abstained from voting under the police just to establish his identity. If he directly rushed to vote, he would be easily beaten by the wolf. He didn't want the prophet to get the police badge when he voted for the prophet, so abstaining from voting is undoubtedly a good choice. Player number 6 calmly went through a lot of logic, including his belief that 8 is a good guy and 11 is a wolf, which all sounded reasonable. For example, in the 2nd and 8th pairs of wolves, after Ren Fan turned over the cards, there was no need to force the police badge on the wolf teammates and make them the focus position. As long as the good guys know that Ren Fan is a wolf, it is enough to recognize Player 8. After all, their hostility towards each other is obvious. And player number 5 made a serious statement yesterday about wanting to make a move to number 8, which also made number 8 look good. Player number 10 originally wanted to have the 5th and 8th pairs of wolves step on each other to establish their identities, but he decided not to do so later. Why? It was because he was tricked by player number 5. He didn't feel that player number 5 deliberately portrayed him as a wolf and opposed player number 8. He felt that player number 5 reported him as a knife just to trick the good guy into resisting player number 8. As long as the 8th resistance can be eliminated, the wolf will win. If player 5 wanted to cause a commotion on purpose, he could just say that he was guarding player 6. Player number 10, my opinion is to play number 11. His comments and actions are not very good. Abandoned the vote. He inexplicably joined the police badge flow of player number 2, thought player number 5 was a guard, and yesterday he was trying to get player number 8 to tear the police badge. All of these made me feel that he is not very capable of playing the good guy card. Of course, if you think 8 is a wolf and 11 is a good guy, then you belong to 11, and I will vote with you. After all, you are a witch, and I am Silverwater, so I must listen to you. What I just talked about are just my opinions and thoughts. If you think they make sense, just listen to them. If you think they don't make sense, just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 10 will return his vote. That's it. We've passed. End of this chapter.